है वीर जवानों का, अलबेलों का, मस्तानों का, इस देश का यारो, इस देश का यारो क्या कहना, ये देश है दुनिया का गहना। यहाँ चौड़ी छाती वीरों की, यहाँ भोली शक्लें हीरों की, यहाँ गाते हैं रांझे, यहाँ गाते हैं रांझे मस्ती में, मचती हैं धूमें बस्ती में।
Hello everyone, I'm back after a long gap. For the past 4 months, I was traveling around India, meeting NGOs, activists, and people who have already participated in this project. I'm back, and I bring to you an interview with Dr. Anil Sadgopal, a scientist, an educationist, and an activist. Dr. Anil Sadgopal earned his master's in physiology from Indian Agricultural Research Institute in Delhi. Later, he earned his PhD from CalTech in United States in biochemistry and molecular biology. While he was studying in the US, he came across Gandhiji's concept of Nai Talim, a vision for education based on experiential learning. He decided to dedicate his life to developing new education program for the villages in India. He returned to India from California. He joined Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, which allowed him to travel to villages and study village life. He founded the Hoshangabad science teaching program, which allowed him to experiment with his ideas in village education. He later formed Kishore Bharti, where he was able to implement Gandhi's vision of Nai Talim. He's a champion of right to education. My dialogue with Dr. Sadgopal is over 5 hours long. But let me assure you, for anyone who's interested in educational reforms for villages of India, the stories that Dr. Sadgopal tells in this dialogue bring you a lot of learning and insights. So over to Dr. Anil Sadgopal. Namaste, Anil. I'm so happy to meet you.
And Same here. I reciprocate.
And I really enjoyed our preparatory conversation.
Yes.
Thank you. As I mentioned to you earlier, this dialogue is being recorded for children who would be born up to next 100 years when neither of us would be around.
Oh, yes, 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 yes.
And so this is an oral archive of the legacy of India's imagination.
Fantastic, fantastic.
And the reason why I'm interested in imagination is because that's where a positive and creative mindset is created. And what a better person to have than you on this dialogue, because you're focused on children, you focused on scientific temperament, and you have helped educate children in a mindset where they both understand their social commitment and what is possible with science.
Yes, yes.
So I have a question to start with. See, I don't know, which year were you born?
1940.
Wonderful. So you were born...
And born in Lahore. Lahore.
Yes. So when independence came about, you were just
7 years old.
Were you conscious of what was going on around you?
Yes, very much. very much. Partly because of my parents,
Mhm,
both mother and father,
mhm,
and they used to talk about freedom struggle all the time. My mother used to tell me very interesting story about Bhagat Singh,
mhm,
and because her parents, um, my grandparents, they used to live in a part of Lahore city, old Lahore,
mhm,
not the new Lahore, old Lahore, and in the same street, a a couple of 100 meters away from my grandparents' home, Bhagat Singh's parents used to live.
mhm,
So when Bhagat Singh was in prison and was refusing any offer from anyone to accept um, his crime of throwing bomb
mhm,
and opposing British Empire, so he used to refuse. He said, "No, I don't mind getting hanged up. I'm ready for Phansi."
mhm,
So a lot of people from Lahore and from other parts of Punjab went to persuade him. People from older generation, why are you doing all this? We need you, and don't just say apology to the British court. He refused to apologize. So his mother um, used to come to my grandparents' home. They knew each other. They were all both Punjabis. And she would talk in Punjabi and say, look, can someone, one of you, go and tell him to have some sense not insist on being hanged?
mhm,
Uh, and she used to cry.
mhm,
My mother was a very young person in there, and she used to listen. The Bhagat Singh is going to be hanged. So one day she told me, she said to his mother, Bhagat Singh's mother, वो अपने देश के लिए शहीद हो रहे हैं उनको होने दीजिए शहीद. So she told me this story when I was not even in high school, when I was in class 3 or class 4. So I grew up in that atmosphere, and my father was in BHU. He was first initially a PhD student. At that
mhm.
time, it was called Doctorate of Science (DSc) in chemistry, and at the same time was involved in the freedom struggle.
That's
So
wonderful.
he often talked about a Kakori bomb issue
Mhm.
when the train near Kakori was held up and the entire treasury of the British treasury was looted.
Yes.
And under the leadership of Ram Prasad Bismil,
Mhm,
and it also had Ashfaqullah Khan
mhm,
and support from Chandrasekhar Azad.
mhm.
So all these stories were told by my father.
That's so beautiful.
So
So I have
yeah,
one question here. Um,
yes,
in before independence or before partition, it was one country being
yes,
ruled
yes,
by the British. You lived in what is now Pakistan, and now you live in India.
yes.
In your memory, or before your parents moved to India, was there and does it feel there was any difference living in Pakistan at that time before partition and living in India now?
You see, my father never lived in Pakistan. He
Hmm.
was not from Lahore. He was from Jalandhar
Okay.
in Punjab, present
Hmm.
Punjab, huh? And he hailed his family, my grandmother, they hailed from Jalandhar.
Hmm.
And so both my mother and my father were Punjabi speaking people.
Hmm.
And so I've already shared what my father used to talk about. I
Hmm.
was born in 1940, and there was a tradition I was told by my mother that the first child which is born, that should be born in the in my mother's mother
Hmm.
house. So she was asked to come to Lahore by train. At that time, it was one country, no? So
Okay.
train from Banaras to Lahore,
Hmm.
and she gave birth to me. And after 1 or 2 years, then I was brought to India. Right?
Okay.
Because my
So
father was in BHU, no? My father was in
I got
BHU.
it. So you are
Yeah.
your family has like immediate family has not experienced living in pre-partition Pakistan.
My mother lived in Pakistan
Okay,
in
she has.
pre-partition. Yeah, very
Ah,
much. I was born in 1940, and
right.
her when she was married to my father, it was
Hmm.
1937. That was still the Pakistan.
I got it.
She,
So, has she talked to you about the life in Pakistan versus life in India?
all the time she talked about Lahore. Yeah, and if you're interested, I never visited Pakistan until 1997
Hmm.
because as a child in a lap, I was brought to Banaras. And I grew up in Banaras, a school of the Banaras Hindu University for children. Uh, and I studied in that school. But later on, in another school in the city in Banaras. So I never grew up in Pakistan, never saw it. But in 1997, when I was a professor at Delhi University, I got a phone call from one of the college principals saying that the Pakistan government is organizing a South Asian education conference, and they have invited you. Although I was not known there at all, but somehow they found out, and the invitation came through the foreign ministry, our foreign ministry. Otherwise, I could not have gone.
And if I remember right, Gujral was the foreign minister that time, right?
In 1999, yes, you're right. Yeah, so I got an invitation through this college principal, but it was a foreign ministry giving it to me. That means there was otherwise visas are not easily available. No? At that time, very difficult. Even now must be. So anyway, finally, I got a chance to take a flight from Delhi to Lahore. And my experience was amazing. 3 days and 2 full days and 1/3 half day on the day I have to return. If you're interested, you'll be amazed. Everybody who hears this story doesn't believe that this actually happened with me. Amazing welcome, amazing love and affection, which we will not be able to give to them.
So
amazing. You want to hear the story? I can tell you.
Yes,
the story, a wonderful story.
Please do.
And they are very important in my life today. So I reached as a professor of education there. And there were people from Sri Lanka, from Maldives Island, from Bangladesh, from Nepal, Bhutan, and I may be missing 1 or 2 other countries, and they were all there. And on the very first day, the director of the institute, I forget his name now, he called me to have a cup of tea with him. So we were talking to each other, and all the other delegates there from different countries were just standing away a little bit far away and listening. And we were speaking in what I call Hindi and he called Urdu. There's no difference. The two languages. People unnecessarily create difference. They're two same languages, same origin. So I was speaking Hindi, he was talking to me in Urdu. So I remember this lady professor from Sri Lanka called me after that. He said, come here. What is problem with your two countries? You're always fighting with each other. Here, you are the only two people who can talk in a common language. You have a common language. You are so happy with each other. I can never forget her comment of this. Why are you two nations always at battle with each other? So this is how the day started. Then, of course, our proceeding went on. And the second day also was a proceeding. On the second day, the director announced that I've asked my assistant here, a lady assistant, to take you all for a trip to Lahore city before we catch your flights back. So on the second day morning, I went to my this director and showed her a map of the house in which I was born and with the address given by my mother. When you are going there, जरूर वहां जाना जहां पे तुम पैदा हुए, जरूर जाना, देख के आना, वहां जो लोग रहते हैं उनको मेरी ओर से सलाम बोल के आना. She used the word salam बोल के आना, बस तेरी salam बोल के आना. So I told this to the director. He said, yes, this is model town. Model town is across the road, just across the road. He said, I'll send my assistant to warn them that you are coming, so they'll welcome you. So not to, this evening you can go there. So that lady came and said, they are ready to receive you. Come in the evening at about 5 o'clock. And so I went there, and the person who was driving, a Muslim driver, it was a car of the institute. So he was driving, and when I got to that place, I said to him in my Hindi, he said, मैंने कहा माफ कीजिए, यहाँ देर लगेगी, आपको इंतजार करना पड़ेगा. कहते हैं साहब आप समझते नहीं, मैं कितना शुक्रगुजार हूं कि आप मेरी गाड़ी में बैठे हैं. मैं सारे दोस्तों को बताऊंगा कि हिंदुस्तान का प्रोफेसर आया मेरी गाड़ी में बैठ के गया है. They always said Hindustan, never India. हिंदुस्तान का प्रोफेसर आया जो मेरी गाड़ी में बैठा. मेरे लिए कितनी इज्जत की बात है. आप आराम से वहां टाइम लगाइए, कोई पहले आपका खाने का सवाल वो मैं कर लूंगा, आप तो आराम से मिलिए जिनको मिलने आए हैं. So anyway, I went there, and there was an outhouse, like a garage outside the house, and that was open, and some chairs were put, and then the who happens to be the eldest brother in the family, He came and very tense. He did not welcome me, although this woman, assistant of the director, had already told him everything about me, all my background, everything. So he came a little tense and sat down next to me, and I stood up. He said, "Nahi, baith jaiye." So then he said, "So how long are you going to stay here?" He spoke in Urdu. I told him, "Tomorrow evening I'm leaving, taking flight." "Then where will you go?" I said, "I'll go to my home. My mother lives in Delhi, so I'll go to Delhi." "फिर आप क्या करेंगे?" मैंने कहा, "मैं दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ाता हूँ, तो पढ़ाता रहूंगा." "तो आप रिटायर कब होंगे?" मैंने कहा, "रिटायर 3 या 4 साल में हो जाऊंगा." "तो रिटायरमेंट के बाद क्या करेंगे?" He kept on asking question and very tense. "फिर क्या करेंगे?" तो मैंने कहा, "फिर मेरे पास तो कभी नहीं काम की। मैं तो शिक्षा का, तालीम का, आई यूज वर्ड तालीम, तालीम का आंदोलन चलाता हूँ देश में। तो आंदोलन में काम करता रहो, तो चलता रहेगा आंदोलन ना। मेरे पास काम की कोई कमी नहीं है। तो फिर वो आंदोलन कभी तो खत्म होगा." मैंने कहा, "मुझे नहीं लगता खत्म होगा। सरकार हमारी कोई बात नहीं मानेगी, तो चलता रहेगा।" तो एंड अच्छा, फिर उसके बाद क्या होगा? मैंने कहा, "उसके बाद क्या होगा? मेरा काम तो मैं लिखता पढ़ता हूँ, लिखता पढ़ता रहूंगा, मेरी चीजें छपती हैं, वो छपती रहेंगी। तो आफ्टर फिर आप यहाँ कब आएंगे?" मैंने कहा, "यहाँ आने का देखिए, आजादी सन 47 में मिली, मैं 97 में आया हूँ आपके पास। ये तो आने का मौका नहीं मिलने वाला ना, नहीं मिलेगा मुझे मौका, अब दोबारा नहीं आ पाऊंगा." After some time he thought for a while, then suddenly he said, he shouted the names of his 3 younger brothers. कहा, "अपनी बहू को लेके आओ, बच्चों को लेके आओ, हिंदुस्तान के मेहमान आए हुए हैं." His whole tone changed. Then I later on realized he was testing whether I've come here to claim the property. Many refugees who came to India, Hindu refugees, used to go back and claim property. Although that was in 70s, not in 90s.
Right.
So he was afraid that I have come to claim, because this assistant had told him that his mother used to live here in the city. So he was very afraid. Then suddenly it occurred to him, I'm not one of those who will come to claim. So he said, "Bring everyone, the whole family." Then children came and he said, "Inke paunch chuo." So I stood up. I said, "No. I know in Islam this is not allowed. Nobody is allowed to touch feet of somebody other than your God. This is not allowed." नहीं, आपके पांव छुएंगे, आपसे आशीर्वाद मांगेंगे, यूज द वर्ड आशीर्वाद, आशीर्वाद मांगेंगे, ताकि बड़े होके वो भी आपके जैसे प्रोफेसर बने. And all happened. Then all introduction over. Then he said, "Dinner time हो गया, आप चलिए हमारे साथ डिनर के लिए." मैंने कहा, नहीं, वो तो तैयार है, वहां पे इंस्टीट्यूट में सब इंतजार कर रहे हैं, कई देशों के लोग आए हुए हैं, मुझे जाने दीजिए। नहीं, आप कैसे जा सकते हैं, हमारे घर में पहली बार तो आए हैं आप, आपको हमारे साथ खाना पड़ेगा। मैंने कहा, नहीं, मुझे बिल्कुल भूख नहीं है। तो कहता है, मैं समझ गया, आप वेजिटेरियन होंगे। हम जानते थे कि हिंदुस्तान के आने वाले बहुत सारे लोग वेजिटेरियन होते हैं, इसलिए आज हमारे घर में कोई नॉन वेजिटेरियन चीज नहीं बनी, अंडा भी नहीं बना। आज पूरा वेजिटेरियन फूड है, और वो भी पंजाबी स्टाइल में, जैसी आपकी माँ बनाती थी। आपकी माँ जैसा बना वैसा ही बना हुआ खाना है। आप चलिए। Then I went there. So there were many different kind of dishes, and I tasted one. I said, "This is exactly the way my mother makes." He said, "Why not?" Because she was a Punjabi, we are a Punjabi, we all make the same kind of food. There's no difference.
Wow.
It's an amazing story. So let me go. Then he said, "Show me that map again." So I showed that map. Say, आपकी माँ ने जो कमरा दिखाया, मैं वहां ले जा रहा हूँ आपको. So he took me to a very small room, maybe not more than 3.5 or 4 feet wide, and maybe 10 feet long. Thin. So he said, यहाँ पर आपकी माँ ने जब आपका जन्म हुआ है, आप पैदा हुए हैं, तो यहाँ पे खाट लगाई गई होगी. उस खाट में उनका सिर इधर होगा और पांव इधर होंगे. तो मैंने कहा, ये आपको कैसे मालूम? कहता है, जिधर पांव मैंने बताए होंगे, उधर ऊपर देखिए एक खिड़की है, वो खिड़की खुली हुई है. तो पंजाब की ये ट्रेडिशन है कि जब बच्चा पैदा होता है तो माँ के पांव जो हैं वो खिड़की की ओर होते हैं, और उनका सिर दूसरी तरफ होता है, ताकि उस खिड़की से रोशनी आएगी और रोशनी जब सामने आएगी तो रोशनी में आप पैदा होंगे। ये ट्रेडिशन हिंदू की भी है, मुसलमानों की भी है। तो आप यहाँ, आपकी माँ एसिडिटी, उनको जाके बताना, वो समझ जाएंगी मेरी बात को। तो दिस वाज ओवर एंड then I said my mother told me there was a place within the plot, within the camp, within this house campus, where 3 buffaloes were being brought up by my grandfather. I want to see that place. He hesitated. He said, "आप बुरा मत माना, आपको दिखा देता हूँ." He took me to a place. I said, "Yes, this was a place where there was a place for buffaloes to eat grass." कहते हैं आप ठीक कह रहे हैं, आपकी माँ ने बिल्कुल सही ड्राइंग बना के दी, यही जगह थी, पर वो नहीं है। हमें माफ करना, अपनी माँ से माफी मांगना। हमारे यहाँ परिवार बड़ा होता गया, मेरे छोटे भाई, उनकी शादियां हुई, उनके बच्चे हुए, तो हमारे पास घर में जगह नहीं बची। जो पुराना घर वैसा ही है जैसे आपकी माँ का था। तो हमने इसको तोड़ के, वो जो भैंस के लिए बनाया था, उसको पंजाबी मज बोलते हैं, जो मज के लिए बनाया था हमने तोड़ दिया और वहां पे नए मकान बनाए 3 फ्लोर के। तो हमारे तीनों भाई वहां रहते हैं। तो माफी मांग लेना मेरी ओर से। Then it was getting late in the night, so I said I must go back. I have to prepare for tomorrow morning session also. ठीक है आप जाइए, पर आप, then he asked this lady, कल इनका क्या प्रोग्राम है? कहता है कल इनको हम 9-10 बजे ले जाएंगे, लाहौर घुमाएंगे, और इनको फिर हम इनको चांदनी चौक ले जाएंगे। चांदनी चौक इज लाइक द, इट वाज, सॉरी, अनारकली, अनारकली लाइक द दिल्ली चांदनी चौक। तो इनको अनारकली ले जाएंगे, ये लोग, कुछ लोग शॉपिंग करेंगे। तो देखिए, फिर अनारकली में आप वहां जाकर, ये मेरे छोटे भाई का फोन नंबर है, इनको फोन कीजिएगा, वो आएगा और इनको मिलेगा, जो मेहमान आए इनको मिलेगा। तो मैंने कहा आप क्यों तकलीफ कर रहे हैं अपने बेटे, अपने छोटे भाई को, वो इतनी दूर आएगा? दूर नहीं है, अनारकली में लाहौर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बोर्ड का ऑफिस है और मेरा छोटा भाई वहां नौकरी करता है, इसलिए एकदम 5 मिनट में आ जाएगा। आप मना मत कीजिएगा, उनको मिल लीजिएगा। So I said, fine. But next day he did not come when I was in Anarkali. So the story of Anarkali is amazing. When we reached Anarkali, I told this lady, I said, देखिए मैंने आपको पहले भी कहा था, मेरी पत्नी ने बोला है, by that time I was not saying पत्नी because everybody called wife बीबी. तो मेरी बीबी ने बोला है कि मेरे लिए अनारकली से 3 सुंदर सूट लेके आना, पंजाबी सूट लेके आना। हाँ, मैं समझ गई, आपने कल भी बताया था, आज भी बता रहे हैं, ये हो जाएगा। मैं आपको अनारकली में लाहौर की सबसे बेहतरीन दुकान है सूट के लिए, वहां ले जा रही हूँ। मैंने कहा देखिए मेरी फ्लाइट का टाइम हो रहा है। तो कहते मुझे मालूम है, आपको टाइम पे पहुंचा देंगे। देन शी टुक मी देयर टू अनारकली एंड लॉट ऑफ पीपल वांटेड टू शॉप देयर, एवरीबडी फ्रॉम आउटसाइड लाहौर, दे ऑल वर कीन, एंड शी told me, just wait for me for a minute, I want to say something to the shopkeeper. So she went up to the shopkeeper, said something in Punjabi, and suddenly the shopkeeper got excited. I could see him from a distance, and he said there must have been 40 or 50 people trying to purchase cloth. So he said to people in Punjabi, he spoke in Punjabi to all the people there, customers. He said, देखिए भाइयों बहनों, हिंदुस्तान के मेहमान आए हैं, उनकी फ्लाइट का टाइम हो रहा है, उनकी बीवी ने कहा है कि उनके लिए 3 सूट लेके आना है, तो आप लोग थोड़ा सा पीछे हट जाइए, मुझे उनको विदा कर दे दीजिए, उनकी फ्लाइट छूट जाएगी। आप लोग इंतजार कीजिए, इंतजार नहीं कर सकते, कल आ जाइएगा, आपको इसके लिए डिस्काउंट मिलेगा। हिंदुस्तान के मेहमानों को जल्दी जाने दीजिए। कैन यू एवर इमेजिन दिस हैपनिंग इन आवर कंट्री?
Wow.
So then he showed all kinds of various colors of suit. I chose 3 quickly because I was worried about going back also. तो I chose 3. I said इनको पैक कर दीजिए। तो इसको आप लेके कहाँ जाएंगे? That's how he was talking to me. मैंने कहा देखिए दिल्ली जाऊंगा, पर दिल्ली में मेरी बीवी नहीं रहती है। आपकी बीवी कहाँ रहती है? मैंने कहा सहारनपुर में नौकरी करती है। सहारनपुर? And now he started speaking in Punjabi, not in Urdu. सहारनपुर वो तो साडा पिंड है। पिंड means village. Sada means our. Sada pind hai. And he's right. Saharanpur has a lot of Muslims there who did not go to, after partition, who chose to remain in Saharanpur, never left India. There are many lakhs of people like that. So, it was a Sada pind hai. So, then he shouted to an assistant of his and said, ऊपर चढ़ो जल्दी सीढ़ी लगा के, ऊपर मैंने कल जो पैकेट दिया था, नया पैकेट जो आया था सूट का, वो जल्दी नीचे लेके आओ। So he brought some packet. It was open cardboard packet. It was opened up, and he said, "इसमें से आप जितने मर्जी चुन लीजिए, ये आप ले जाइए." मैंने कहा देखिए, मुझे तो 3 के लिए बोला था, मैं 1 और ले लूंगा। एक नहीं, आप 3 और लीजिए। ये सबसे अच्छा सूट है पूरे लाहौर सिटी का, ये मैं आपको दे रहा हूँ, ये मेरा तोहफा है। मैंने उसको कहा ना, मेरे पास पैसा इतना नहीं है, ये मेरा तोहफा है आपकी बीबी के लिए। आपकी बीबी तो हमारे पिंड की है।
Wow.
And he gave me 3 suits as a tofa. Tofa means gift.
Yes, sir.
So this is now coming to the end of the story. So then, of course, we were that lady told me, assistant of director, that we're going straight by a separate bus. These people still want to loiter around, so I'll take you straight to the airport. We reached the airport. Now, I did not tell you, when I was left, I was told by that same college principal, "You are not going alone as a representative of India. There's another lady, a Tamil lady, who is very well known for publishing children's books in Tamil and Hindi and many other languages. So she will accompany you." I said, "Fine." So she came to airport, and she's a Tamil person, and she had a big bindi here at her, very prominent bindi at her forehead. So when we were waiting for immigration, etc., so she looked at me and said, "Anil, I'm a bit frightened to go like this. Shall I remove my bindi? Because people, they might be upset by seeing my bindi, a Hindu bindi." I said, "Look, I cannot advise you. I've never been there. I do not know." So there was a young fellow standing behind me in the queue. And he said, "Sir, can I say something? कुछ कह दूं मैं, छोटी सी बात?" मैंने कहिए। कहते, "मैं पाकिस्तान का हूँ, यहाँ चांदनी चौक में आया था बिजनेस के लिए, कुछ कपड़ा खरीदने के लिए, अब मैं जा रहा हूँ वापस।" तो मैंने कहा, "आप कुछ कहना चाहते हैं?" "जी हाँ, मैं कहना चाहता हूँ। ये जो लेडी खड़ी है, बहुत पढ़ी लिखी है, दिख रहा है मुझे। वो जो डरी हुई है कि ये बिंदी हटा दूं, कहीं उनके खिलाफ कुछ ना हो जाए पाकिस्तान में, उनको समझा दीजिए।" मैं तमिल नहीं बोलता, "आप उनको समझा दीजिए कि ऐसा कैसे होगा, वहां पे कोई कुछ नहीं कहेगा, बल्कि उनका ज्यादा स्वागत होगा बिंदी देख के। उनको कहिए बिंदी मत हटाएं। मैं लाहौर का रहने वाला हूं, मेरा घर सिटी एयरपोर्ट के बहुत नजदीक है। मैं अपनी गाड़ी में आप जहां कहेंगे आपको छोड़ने चला जाऊंगा। मैडम को कहिए बिल्कुल मत घबराएं, मैं खड़ा हूं उनके 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 डिफेंस के लिए। कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकता, मैं हूं आपके साथ, और न कोई करने वाला है। सब खुश हो जाएंगे देख के, इतनी सुंदर बिंदी उनकी लगी हुई है." And that's how we began the trip. Anyway, then we reached the airport on our way back, a third day, and it was, of course, about 45 minutes or 1 hour from the flight time. We had to go to the immigration clearance, and I took her passport. I placed both passport before the police fellow sitting across the counter. He's a police fellow, and he looked at the passport, etc., and he asked, "आप किस सिलसिले में यहाँ पर आए थे? हिंदुस्तान से किस सिलसिले में आए थे?" So I said there was a South Asian education conference. हम उसके लिए आए थे, तालीम के ऊपर थी। तो उसमें आप लोगों ने जरूर कुछ अच्छा फैसला किया होगा ना? जी हाँ, किया फैसला। सबने मिलकर एक फैसला किया। मैंने कहा, आपने अखबार में पढ़ा होगा, आज सब अखबारों में छपा था, लाहौर के अखबारों में, जो हम लोगों ने फैसला किया था। हम लोगों ने फैसला ये किया था, ये जितने साउथ एशिया के देश हैं, ये अक्सर अंग्रेजी में पढ़ाते हैं, मीडियम अंग्रेजी का होता है। तो सबने मिलकर फैसला किया कि इन सभी मुल्कों में सारी पढ़ाई लिखाई जो है वो अपने मादरे जबान में, मदर टंग में होनी चाहिए। आई लर्न ऑल दीज वर्ड्स देयर, मादरे जबान में होनी चाहिए। ठीक है, इतनी बड़ी बात का फैसला आपने किया, ये तो पूरा भला कर देगा, पाकिस्तान एक अच्छा मुल्क बन जाएगा। यहाँ भी सब स्कूलों में, कॉलेज में अंग्रेजी पढ़ाई जाती है, केवल अमीरों के बच्चे पढ़ते हैं। अगर हमारे मादरे जबान में पढ़ाई जाएगी तो गरीब बच्चे भी पढ़ेंगे। आपने इतना बड़ा फैसला किया, आप एक वायदा कीजिए, आप लौट के पाकिस्तान में आएंगे और फिर इस फैसले को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। आप जरूर लौट के आइएगा, और मैडम को भी बोल दीजिए वो भी आए।
So have you been to
So
Pakistan? Have you been to Pakistan since then?
no chance. No. So anyway, now last part is very interesting.
Okay.
Then we reached a place where you put your bags, and bags are opened up and checked. So there was a senior police officer. He had opened up a bag of some European or British youth, and he was literally taking off even a handkerchief. He'll hold and do like this. Something is hidden in that. He was looking at every piece of cloth. It was taking time. So this Tamil lady whose name I'm forgetting right now, and she said, Anil, why? Just tell him our one announcement is already made, second announcement is going to be made, third announcement the plane will leave. Tell him, some just poke him to clear us. I said, look, how can I say? He might get angry. I won't say anything. So after a few minutes, he closed down the suitcase of that fellow and said, go away. Very rudely, he said to him, go away. Then he looked at us and he was listening to our discussion, the two of us. He said, आपकी आपकी हवाई जहाज की फ्लाइट नहीं जाएगी मैं जब तक यहाँ खड़ा हूँ. And he called someone, he said, वहां पे उनको बोलिए तीसरा अनाउंसमेंट हो रहा है, उनको कहिए गेट खोल के रखें और अभी हिंदुस्तान के मेहमान जाने वाले हैं. All use this word Hindustan. So then he looked at me. He said, "ये आपका सूट के?" मैं कहा, ले जाइए. मैडम का? मैंने कहा, ये है. उसे उस लड़के को बुलाया, इनके सूट को उठा के ले जाओ और इनको बाहर तक छोड़ के आना. So I said, आपने तो चेकिंग की नहीं, उसके साथ तो आप आधा घंटा लगे रहे. कहते हैं, आपकी चेकिंग क्यों करूंगा? आप तो हिंदुस्तान से आए हैं ना. वो जो है, ये यूरोप के लोग आते हैं, यहाँ अफीम की चोरी करते हैं और जाके अपने मुल्क में बेचते हैं. ये अफीम वाले लोग हैं, इसलिए मैं चेकिंग करता हूँ. आपकी क्यों करें? आप तो हिंदुस्तान के, आप क्यों करेंगे ऐसा काम? आप लोग ऐसा कभी नहीं कर सकते, मुझे मालूम है. इसलिए आपको आपकी फ्लाइट का टाइम हो रहा है, अब आप जाइए और फिर लौट के आएंगे, फिर मुझको याद कीजिएगा, ये मेरा नाम लिखा है यहाँ पे. We went back.
That's so wonderful. I'm sure that
It's
left
an
a very,
amazing story.
that must have left a very deep mark on your mind.
Yes, absolutely. I told this story a month ago to a very well-known editor of Hindi publications. When I told him, he started crying. He cried. हम किस बात का लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं एक दूसरे से? इतना प्यार है दोनों देश के आवाम के बीच में.
This is so wonderful. And I'm sure you tell this story to children also.
Yes, yes. Whenever I get a chance, I do to young people, youth. Yes, and no one believes me. This can really happen.
I love this story and I will never forget. Even my heart is filled with joy. You know, we hear so much from media and politicians, but we don't hear from people on both the sides. And that is most important thing to experience and listen.
Oh, okay. I reach home within 35 minutes. The flight comes to Delhi. So I reach home and my mother was waiting to listen to the whole experience and whether I went to see that place, house or not. So I shared whatever had happened in detail. And she said, so why did that younger brother of the owner of the house, why did he not come to see you at Anarkali? I said, I don't know. It was promised and we were supposed to meet him. He did not come. Then she said, तुमने जरूर कोई पॉलिटिक्स की बात कर दी होगी और उनका मन बिगाड़ दिया होगा. You must have said something political. You always talk of politics. You must have done something political there and they must have been very unhappy with you. That's why the younger brother did not come. Otherwise, he would have come. So I said, no, this is not the story. I did not say anything. They were always happy with me. He said, is it possible to talk to him on phone? I said, yes. I brought the phone number of Lahore. In those days, it was landline connection, very easily connected. So I dialed the number along with the Lahore, whatever is the number is there. And that fellow, owner of the house, appeared on the telephone. He was all, when I was leaving his house in the night, he said, tell your ma that this house belongs to her. And she's our guest. Whenever she wants to come, she can come and live at least for 6 months, not less than that. She should come and live with us for 6 months. Tell your mother. So I had already conveyed that to my mother. So my mother asked him in Lahori Punjabi. Lahori Punjabi is different from other Punjabi in India. In Lahori Punjabi, she talked to him for 1.5 hours. And she asked right in the beginning, I apologize to you for some misbehavior by my son. He sometimes gets carried away by politics. I'm sorry, I apologize. So he asked. Later on, my mother told me that, why are you apologizing? He was a wonderful person. We loved him. We adore him. He's such a good person. He's doing so much work in your country. And we need such people in Lahore also. People like him. So he said, but your younger brother did not come as promised by you. He said, oh, that is the reason why you are feeling concerned. He said, look, the night when your son left my house, within 1 hour, my father had a heart attack. The entire family carried my father to the hospital. Everybody was giving duty. So there's no question of my younger brother to leave the hospital and go and meet your son. There's nothing wrong done by your son.
Wow.
And he was carrying a tofa for your son, but we could not give it. He said, I'm sending that tofa by post. So my mother said, okay, do it. I welcome. He said, no, sorry, you have to come to Lahore, live in our house and take the tofa back.
But she never managed to go there.
No, it was so difficult. Nobody will give visa. You cannot get visa. I mean,
well, there's so
our
much
own
to
government
learn.
will not.
I'm sure every time I read this, go back and watch this story from you, I will learn something new about it. So I want to turn to now the next part of your life.
Yes.
So I saw that you were at CalTech and you did biochemistry, right? Or bioengineering.
My formal degree is in biochemistry and molecular biology.
Right.
Both were combined.
Correct. So how did you move from biochemistry and biochemistry to education?
Oh, biochemistry and molecular biology to education. Yes, I think this is a very important story. I had no idea of education at that. I never thought like that. Never thought of a village in my life. I never seen a village like any middle class, young person. I never had a chance to go to a village except from trains. From trains, my father traveling with me, mother traveling. Look at this village, how beautiful it is. That is all I know. So the whole thing happened. I joined CalTech in 1962 and left on 1968 after 6 years of my PhD work. So in 64, there was a famine in India, if you recall. It was a very big famine. In post-independence, the first big famine. So there was a famine in India, basically due to shortage of water for irrigation of farms. And Jayaprakash Narayan, he hailed from Bihar, but he was working all over the country. Jayaprakash Narayan had organized some process in Bihar to collect money to dig wells. And so there'll be more water for irrigation. So he was doing that. And there was always some shortage of money probably in Bihar. So he gave a call, open public call, to give donations in such and such place for digging wells to save people from famine. And this call from Jayaprakash Narayan was already a very popular person. Jayaprakash Narayan, known as JP. The JP's call was reported by a newspaper, like a news weekly, which used to be published by the Indian Embassy in Washington, D.C. regularly. So in Washington, D.C., that next issue carried JP's call at the front page, big fonts size. So we all read that JP is giving a call. So we were all worried, of course. So we decided to collect money. So we all used to, every student there from India used to get some fellowship. I also got a fellowship. Otherwise, I would have not got. I could not afford. My parents did not have that kind of money. So I also got a fellowship. So we all pooled money. We collected about $3,000+ US dollars to send. So when we were doing all this, we used to stay in a CalTech's student hostel, all of us, and there were students from various parts of the world and Americans also. So in the evening, you all used to collect in the common hall to see the TV news. And there was like Ravish Kumar here, there was a equivalent of Ravish Kumar there also at that time. And he was very popular. So it was full house at that time in the evening for news. So one day when we were there, the news was coming from India about India's famine. And I became very sensitive about that. Now they're going to show famine in India. We read about it in books, what the famine was like in British times. So, and the focus was on a report coming from Kalahandi district, Odisha. And Kalahandi was a tribal district and one of the most impoverished districts in the country. Even today, it is in bad shape. So they showed in Kalahandi the weekly market, the American coverage, their people filming the whole thing. So they showed local weekly market and women sitting without any clothes on their breast because they didn't have any money to buy clothes. And they were selling their children, all naked children, and ill-nutritioned, malnutrition children. They were selling them, literally holding like a product and selling them. They were forced. They had no money. They were selling children. When this was happening, Indian, all about 12 or 15 of us became very sensitive. And all these foreign students from Latin America, from Middle East, they all from Japan, Korea, they're all looking at us. And one of them, I remember from Egypt, he said, "This is what is happening in your country, and you are studying here. You're not even concerned about your country. And why should it happen in so much famine in your country? What is your government doing?" And everybody started saying, "What is your government doing?" So I had no answer. No? None of us had the answer. We all left the hall, embarrassed. So next morning, we got one of the people who was studying astrophysics. He was studying astrophysics and astronomy, both linked subjects. So he was doing PhD in that. He hailed from Meerut city in UP. His name is Subhash Chandra. So Subhash Chandra came to all of us and said, "Let's sit down somewhere and talk to each other." So we sat in one of our hostel rooms, and he said, "I've come to say that what is happening in India is not something which we can solve just by giving donation. Donation means nothing. India is suffering because we ignored Gandhi. And Gandhi talked about villages being the very foundation of the new India to emerge after independence. And nobody has paid any attention to villages. And village development should be the key factor for any development program for India." This is what Gandhi said. So none of us read Gandhi, but he had read Gandhi in detail. He was a scholar in Gandhi. We were not. So he said, "If you are interested," I asked him, "Can we learn more about Gandhi, what Gandhi was standing for?" I did not know, except knowing that he was a great person and leader of our freedom struggle. So next day we met, and he read out stanzas after stanzas from Hind Swaraj, paragraphs after paragraphs, and explained the meaning. He understood all that. We did not. So I was in molecular biology, biochemistry. Others were mostly in physics, in chemistry, and theoretical physics. There were many of very smart people there. So once a week we met for the next 3 months, and we came to understand Gandhi to a great extent. And he was our teacher, a guru. And then he started giving us homework. Read this essay from Gandhi, and tomorrow you have to explain. I will keep quiet. And we did all that. So we all right. And at that time, he gave me a chapter to read on Nai Talim. That Gandhi's idea, which he was always talking about, but he introduced it to the whole country in a public meeting in 1937, October 1937, in Wardha, in a public conference. So this I came to know later, not at that time, after returning, when I became a Gandhian. So he explained what Nai Talim stands for to all of us. He said, "Look, we have not received this kind of education. We are only learning from our books, from publications from all over the world. We are not learning from the realities of our villages." Which Gandhi learned. Gandhi became a student of villages. And what Anil has explained makes a lot of sense. I think he's trying to understand. I said, "Look, only trying to understand. I don't claim I understand Gandhi." Then in the next meeting, he said, "Look, we have spent enough time to understand Gandhi. Time has come to take a decision." So I said, "What kind of decision?" He said, "What will you do after PhD?" He asked everyone. "I think I want to hear from each one of you, what will you do after PhD?" So there was a theoretical physics person from Bangalore, and he said, he was studying how to design airplanes and how to design airplanes. So he said, "I'll go back to my city, Bangalore, to work for National Aeronautics. That's a very good institute." And somebody said, "I'll go back to Bhabha Atomic Research Center. I'm a physicist." And people just spoke like this. So when my turn came, I said, "I'm going back to India, and I will find a village to implement Nai Talim, Gandhi's Nai Talim." So people started laughing at me, naturally, my colleagues there. "What are you doing, Anil? After your biochemistry, molecular biology, you'll be the first molecular biologist of India. You should go back to some place where you can do molecular biology." I said, "No, my heart is now with villages. I've decided after reading Gandhi." I'm going back to do what he wanted to be done, which has not been done. I now understand. I will try to see that Gandhi's dreams are fulfilled in India. That's my decision now. I'm not reviewing it.
So one quick question here
Yeah.
for our audience, which will be like
Yes.
watching this 50 years, 100 years from now. Can you
Yes.
say something about Nai Talim, please?
Yes, yeah, of course. Nai Talim is not understood even today. None of the government people, state governments or central government from 47 up to now have understood what Nai Talim is. They refuse to understand. I have fought battles in 2005 during the UPA government when NCRT was headed by a wonderful person, wonderful education, Professor Krishna Kumar, and he set up for preparing the new national curriculum framework. He set up 21 groups. In the beginning, there were 20 groups. So he called me. He knows me very well. He used to visit Kishore Bharti also in Hoshangabad district. So Professor Krishna Kumar said, you have not taken responsibility for any particular theme. Other 20 themes have been given to different people. Do you want to have a theme on which you want to write a position paper for national curriculum framework? I said, sure, but not any one of those 20 themes. But my theme will be Nai Talim. He said this word, he understood. Yeah, he understood. He said, yes, but use some other word which will click with people's mind. I said, all right. Work-centered education. He said, yes. So I will use Nai Talim in my notice which I'll issue. Nai Talim along with work-centered education. I said, that's fine. And he said, you decide whom you want to be members of the committee, and I'll immediately release the news, and you'll get, for holding any meeting, you'll get full support and financial support for NCRT, which happened. We worked for the next 2 months, and finally report came out. And even my members of the committee, whom I selected from all over the country, including Meghalaya, Tamil Nadu, from various places all over the country, and they wanted me to explain to them the concept. They thought Nai Talim, like government thought, is vocational education. Because this is what Gandhi was talking about, production, knowledge from production, education from production. So these words were known to people. They said, yes, we understand it is a vocational education program. I said, no, not vocational education. It is a program of education where knowledge in all subjects, in all facets of knowledge, is drawn from productive work. Then I gave several examples, several stories where we had experimented in Kishore Bharti in Hoshangabad district, which is, I'm not talking about Hoshangabad science teaching program. That's a separate issue. I'm talking of Nai Talim program implemented by Kishore Bharti, for which it was actually founded, not founded for Hoshangabad science teaching program. That we did in addition. So when I explain Nai Talim, people won't believe, my committee members won't believe, but finally they agreed because I managed to persuade them. Then I wrote the final report, position paper, and that is still there with NCRT. Rejected fully, but still there on their in their information system, in their libraries. It is there. It was not accepted, rejected. It has been rejected since 1947. People always, every successive government, and particularly the present one, try to dismantle the whole idea of Gandhi by saying it is vocational education, it is work-based education, it is work-oriented education. Words of various kinds have been used. I've written a separate essay on that, how it was dismantled years after years. And finally, the present government says, this is the idea of a good vocational education. We'll now push vocational education as Gandhi's idea. They're pushing vocational education in the wrong way, totally wrong way. Gandhi would have murdered himself if he saw this is being done in his name. So, Nai Talim is a revolutionary idea. You can see this happening in China, old China, not the present China, in Soviet Union. That's where it was happening. Even an American philosopher in education, John Dewey, talked about it in 1901. He did an experiment of the Gandhi kind, not because of Gandhi. It was his own idea. Finally, Gandhi's idea was same. So, Nai Talim is a very revolutionary idea that from doing work, productive work, you learn physics, chemistry, mathematics, social sciences, you learn history. And Gandhi in his lecture in 1937 talked about it. I'll just quote Gandhi. Gandhi, I've read 1937. I've read Gandhi in detail now. So I read 37 lecture by him. It is available in print. So I quote now. He was at that time when giving a lecture to the public, he was spinning his takli and making cotton fiber for making clothes. He was always doing that, spinning. So he was spinning cotton, and so somebody asked him after this part was over, initial part was over, he opened up for discussion. Somebody asked him from the public that please explain to us what is Nai Talim. This is debate in 1937 October. So Gandhi ji responses. He said, look, आपने देखा मैं तकली काट रहा था, आपसे बात कर रहा था, तो तकली में मैंने सूत काटा, जब सूत काटेगा तो कपड़ा बनेगा चरखे से, जब कपड़ा बनाना होगा तो इस सूत को मैं पहले तोलूंगा ना, कितना सूत है और इससे कितना कपड़ा बनेगा, तभी तो कपड़े का दाम तय होगा। तो इसका मैं इसको तोलूंगा तो मैं वजन तोलूंगा, तो मैं वजन कैसे तोलते हैं, कैसे तोला जाता है, वजन का क्या, आधा किलोग्राम है, पूरा किलोग्राम है, सब हिसाब लगाऊंगा ना मैं, तो वजन करना मैं सीखूंगा। कभी कभी वजन करना मुश्किल होता है तो उसको मैं नापूंगा, ये स्केल है मेरे हाथ में, इसको लेके मैं नापूंगा, तो किस में नापूंगा, इंच में नापूंगा, फीट में नापूंगा, इंच और फीट भी सीखूंगा, उसको इंच को कैसे लिखना है, फीट को कैसे लिखना है वो भी सीखूंगा। तो मैं गणित सीखूंगा, मैथमेटिक्स सीख रहा हूँ, पहले भी मैंने वो फिजिक्स में आता है तोलना, वो भी सीख लिया मैंने, और ये करते करते मैं भारत का इतिहास मुझको याद आ जाएगा, तकली काटते काटते मुझे एकदम याद आ जाएगा कि ये जो सूत हम काट रहे हैं, ये जो सूत हम काट रहे हैं ये नहीं काटा जाए भारत में, इसीलिए तो हमारा सारा कॉटन, हमारा सारा कपास मैनचेस्टर और लंकाशायर पहुंच जाता था, और फिर वहां से उनकी बड़ी मशीनों में सूत काट के महंगा कपड़ा बना के हम लोगों को बेचा जाता था, भारत को लूटा जाता था। ये भी मुझको याद आ गया, भारत का इतिहास भी याद आ गया, आपको बता रहा हूँ। So I was very touched by that lecture, very touched. It just touched my heart. This is what we try to do in Kishore Bharti and Hoshangabad district villages also, similar things. So I'm making the whole thing very brief. I've written a lot on this. It's all published material. And,
I get it. And
then he said,
yeah,
then something very interesting happened. There was one person sitting in the public and writing lots of notes. Other people were not taking notes. He was taking notes. So Gandhiji had a sharp eye. So he saw him. He said, आप जो वहां बैठे हैं जरा खड़े हो जाइए. So he stood up. आप बहुत ध्यान से सब लिख रहे थे जो मैं बोल रहा था. क्या लिख रहे थे? जो आप बता रहे थे मैं लिख रहा था. मैं इस पर सोचूंगा ना. क्या करेंगे? इस पर सोचूंगा. आपने बड़ी नई बात कही है, मैंने कभी सोचा नहीं इसके बारे में. तो आपका नाम क्या है? मेरा नाम जाकिर हुसैन है. आप जाकिर हुसैन, आपने क्या पढ़ा है? मैंने इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ी है. कहाँ से पढ़ी है? नहीं, मैंने पीएचडी की है जर्मनी से. तो आप जर्मनी से पढ़े हुए इकोनॉमिस्ट हैं, तो आपकी तो बहुत जरूरत है. ये जो नई तालीम का प्रोग्राम है, इसमें इकोनॉमिक्स का मामला बहुत जरूरी है. तो आप से मैं ये गुजारिश कर रहा हूँ, जैसे हाउ गांधी जी से गुजारिश कर रहा हूँ कि मैं इसकी 3 लोगों की कमेटी बनाने वाला हूँ जो नई तालीम की रिपोर्ट तैयार करेगी ताकि हिंदुस्तान के एजुकेशन समझ जाए. तो आपसे मेरी गुजारिश है, आप उस कमेटी को चेयर कीजिए. और 2 और लोगों के नाम आपको शाम तक बताऊंगा. This is Gandhi. Then they were in 1935, as you'll recall, there was a first all India elections were held, at which out of 9 provinces in India, 2 provinces went to Muslim League and 7 went to Congress. So all the 7 Congress, from the 7 states, the education ministers of the Congress party were represented in Wardha at that time. They were all sitting there. So Gandhi ji then turned his attention to the 7 एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर सेड, आप लोग लौट के क्या करेंगे बताइए सबको. तो एक खड़ा हुआ, उसने कहा, गांधी जी हम क्या करेंगे, हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि आपने जो बताया उसमें पैसा लगेगा ना, खर्च होगा. तो हमारी सरकार के पास पैसा नहीं है. मैं बिहार से आया हूँ, कोई पैसा नहीं है. सिमिलरली सम यूपी पर्सन स्पोक, समबडी फ्रॉम तमिलनाडु स्पोक, पैसा नहीं है. तो गांधी सेड, अगर पैसा नहीं है आपकी सरकार के पास तो आप क्या करेंगे? आप फजूल में जा रहे हैं वापस, आप तो किसी काम के नहीं है. तो आप अभी यहाँ पे रिजाइन कीजिए एजुकेशन मिनिस्टरशिप से. सो अपना कागज निकालिए, उस पर रेजिग्नेशन लिखिए. रेजिग्नेशन में ऑल इंडिया कांग्रेस कमेटी के चेयरपर्सन को भेज दूंगा, आपका रेजिग्नेशन मान लिया जाएगा. सब रिजाइन कीजिए. सो नाउ दे डिड नॉट वांट टू रिजाइन, दे आर नाउ एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर्स. सो दे सेड, गांधी जी इतना मत कहिए ना. अच्छा, हम पूरी कोशिश करेंगे. फिर आप वायदा कीजिए सब लोग, आप लोग कोशिश करेंगे, नई तालीम का एक्सपेरिमेंट वहां पे होना चाहिए आपके राज्यों पे. मैं देखने आऊंगा, सब राज्यों में जाऊंगा. That is Gandhi era. It happened, I think, in only two states, Tamil Nadu and Bihar. In other states, nothing happened.
So
So even there, it was destroyed.
who were the pioneers in Tamil Nadu and Bihar of Nai Talim?
I don't know their names right now. I can find out easily.
Okay.
The Tamil Nadu person was very dedicated. He set up a whole campus in the name of Nai Talim. It is still there. It is still there. I once been there. I visited because when I found out there was a campus doing Nai Talim, naturally I'll go there to learn. And the
So,
Bihar Center also I've seen. I've seen Bihar Center also.
so this is wonderful. You did spend some time at TIFR. Was that immediately after return from US or somewhere in between?
Yes, sir, I went. Yes, sir, I joined TIFR as a regular scientist in the molecular biology. I was a fellow of molecular biology unit TIFR for 3 years, from 1968 when I came back up to 1971. In 71 December, I resigned, and my head of the molecular biology unit was the famous molecular biologist, the best known molecular biologist of India, Professor Obed Siddiqui, who set up later on National Center for Biological Sciences in Bangalore. Professor
So,
Obed Siddiqui.
so here is a question. When you were
Yes.
sitting at CalTech and you told your professor that I'm
Yes.
going back to India's village,
Yes.
when did you actually act on that promise? Because you went to
Yes.
TIFR. When did you do
In
that?
1971, after resigning from TIFR, I implemented.
So what?
In scientific, when I came back to India, it was not possible for me to immediately go to villages. I did not know. I had lost touch with India. I had never seen a rural area, never seen a village in my life. I wanted to first do some scouting, go to different villages, go to rural area, talk to people, learn how can I suddenly go and start working in a village. So I spent every Saturday, Sunday used to be holiday. Every Friday evening, I used to take off either to Mysore or to Bihar or to Bengal or to UP or to Rajasthan, wherever somebody told me there was a Nai Talim experiment going on. So I travel whole of the country. Between 68 and 1971, being absent on Saturday and Sunday. On Monday, I used to be back in my lab. My PhD work was on analysis of the role of histone is a protein attached to the human genome, gene, and also to other creatures. So it's a protein which is involved in regulating the gene expression of the genes in the form of proteins. So my thesis was focused on that. For that, I had to do experiment by growing human cell culture. So human cells were available, cells in some places. So I acquired those cells and cultured them, and then did all my experiments. That was my PhD thesis. I wanted to, some parts of it when I was invited by Obed Siddiqui, when I reached, I never applied to TIFR. Professor PM Bhargava from Hyderabad of the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology was visiting America on his own reasons. And when he came to see my professor at CalTech, my professor said, there's an Indian student next to me. You want to meet him? He said, yes. So he came to me, said hello, and introduced himself. And I did not know him at that time. So he said, what is your plan? When are you finishing PhD? I said, 4 more months. What will you do? I said, do not know. I want to work in villages. I go to villages. You won't work in molecular biology from such a great place like CalTech. So I said, no, I will go there, but ultimately I'll quit. He said, where will you go? I said, I have no idea. I do not know where molecular biology is done. He said, done in my lab, but I won't recommend it because there's a better lab than mine in India in molecular biology. That is TIFR, led by Professor Obed Siddiqui. You should go there, not come to me. And I'll go back and tell Professor Obed Siddiqui about you, and you write a letter to him as soon as you can manage, and you'll immediately be taken on. So I wrote a long letter and sent a part of my PhD thesis under preparation, part of it, to Professor Obed Siddiqui. And in 2 weeks' time, his answer came back. At that time, there was no internet thing. So answer came back after 2 weeks or maybe 3 weeks, and written by his handwriting, saying that I discussed the whole matter of yours, interest in coming back to India and working with us, with my colleagues. Everybody likes your work. And I've gone to director of the institute, Professor M.G.K. Menon, and he's very excited about having a person from CalTech. So you're welcome to join. The moment you come back, come to us. You're welcome to join. And you don't have to make any application. Nothing is required. Just come and join us. We hear about bureaucracy now. There is no bureaucracy in TIFR. So I came back and then went traveled. My parents were in Delhi, so eventually I traveled in a train from Delhi to Bombay. That was my first train trip after coming back. And I remember I stood for 24 hours. There was no place in the second class compartment. I literally stood. I stood from Delhi to Bombay. I stood alone. Anyway, when I got back, so finally, one of my uncle was there. So I went to his house and then went to TIFR. A public lecture was arranged for me. I gave my public lecture for 1 hour. At the end of it, several hands were raised to ask me questions. Several hands were raised and questions were asked by PhD scholars and senior scientists. One senior scientist coming from Maharashtra background, speaking, he used to speak in Marathi later on with me, tried to speak. So he asked me one question. He said, I am very happy about the work which you did. Very exciting. It gives us many new clues for continuing that kind of work. But what I don't want to understand, you reached such a higher stage of interpretation of your data. After reaching the high stage of very logical interpretation which you did, you suddenly stopped and did not go beyond it. Why did not go beyond it and completed a whole cycle of knowledge about how histones function and what they do to the genes? You suddenly stopped. Why is it incomplete analysis? I was not prepared for this question. Huh? Nobody asked me this question at my Viva Voce or even before Viva Voce. I gave lectures in CalTech also about my PhD thesis. Nobody asked. So I was very impressed that TIFR is doing better than CalTech. There's such people who can ask such questions. So Obaid then spoke. He said, Anil, he's right. You stopped too early. Anyway, now you are joining us. I hope we'll carry on that work and take it to its logical end. That will be a great contribution to molecular biology. So I started my work. Obaid said, what kind of facilities you need? You have our two PhD scholars are being given to you. You guide them. Will you do that? I said, I'll do that. He said, so we have this lab, but you probably need some other facility. I said, yes, I want to create a special arrangement, a provision where human cell can be cultured. He said, that will require a lot of technology. Are you aware what kind of technology? I said, yes, I've worked in it, so I know. He said, all right, you make a design, write all the requirements and give it to me. I'll get it constructed in the basement of TIFR. I said, what is in basement? He said, Bombay City's best workshop is in the basement of TIFR. Everything can be done. Don't worry. Just give me what you want. So I gave him, and next day I was told to go to the basement and explain it to the technicians there. I explained my design to the technicians. They're all Marathi speaking young people, and I turned out excellent people, very capable. I've never seen people of that capacity in CalTech. I mean, they could do any kind of work, this machine, that machine. They were experts. And whenever I got stuck in my design, I said, look, I won't let you change this. He says, sir, we'll give you a better way of doing what you want to do. You explain to us, why are you doing it? So now we know how to do it. And just stand here, we'll make the alteration right now in front of you. They're very capable people. So I got my this was like a big box, which can be placed in the lab. So I started doing my work. One of my PhD students started helping me, and other PhD student was working on a new idea, and we were doing our work. And then a year passed. So I thought I should tell Obaid, look, he has Institute has spent so much money, and I'm going to leave. So one day I cornered him in a coffee shop in the Institute. I said, Obaid, I want to share something with you. He said, go ahead. I said, I'm not going to stay here forever. 2 more years, I'll quit. He was shocked. He said, what about all that new experiment which you started? I said, I have trained my PhD scholar. He will continue my work. And what he's doing now, he'll publish and show to me. And then he'll also prepare a draft of the final essay, research paper. He said, that is okay, but your leadership will be gone. And you were concerned. So he said, come to my room. I want to talk to you. Have a cup of coffee with me. So I went to room when he told me. I went to, before that, he said, come for dinner to my home. So I went to his home, and he and his wife were welcoming, and they did not make any non-vegetarian food. They guessed I must be vegetarian. So they were nice to me. Then they said, tell me, what is taking you to villages? I said, Nai Talim. He said, you know about Nai Talim? I said, yes, to some extent. I've never done it. I've read a lot, met a lot of people, went to many campuses doing Nai Talim work in India, but not satisfied by their work, not satisfied. So he said, Anil, you'll be amazed. I have studied Nai Talim in great depth. I've studied everything with Gandhi is written on Nai Talim. I know what you are saying is something which India has never understood. I said, that's why I'm doing it. So India begins to understand. He said, I'll never stop you from doing that. I'll never say don't do that. This needs to be done. India needs to understand Gandhi. Otherwise, there's no future for our country. So go and do it. I'm not upset. So one more year passed. Then last year, now I have to do something. By this time, I was already collecting people in Bombay city, talking to anybody who said anything of interest, anything of excitement. Anywhere I heard, people said, go and meet that person. I'll travel to the other end of Bombay city for 1 hour in the train. And I'll go anywhere. People told me, go there, go here, go to Tamil Nadu, go to Mysore. I just travel wherever people pointed out. There was then one mathematician I remember. He came to me, said, I hear that you are going to many villages. I said, yes. Why don't you come to my village where we work in Thane district? I said, do they do Nai Talim? He said, what is Nai Talim? I said, you don't know about it? He said, no. So I said, look, I'll come, but because I want to see a village. I said, what do you do? He said, we are organizing farm labor so they can fight for their rights for correct wages and live happily. They're fighting against the landlords of that village. Will you come? So that I never heard about landlords and farm labor in my life. So I said, okay, I'll come because I want to learn about how village function. So they took me there. Actually, there was a big organization of farm laborers, and they were fighting for their wages and for the other facilities. And then farm labor people were invited to meet me. So they came and met me. I sat on the floor with them. In the zameen pe baith ke baat kiya. They asked me many questions. What have you done? What do you study? What do you do? All kinds of questions I explained. The first time I explained molecular biology to people who are not even literate. I tried my best to explain to them in simple Hindi, simple language. So I then came to understand what is the meaning of exploitation of labor. And these two people, mathematicians who took me there, turned out to be Marxist. I never read Marxism till then. They then told me about what Marxism was all about. Then I began to read Karl Marx because of two mathematicians. So this is how I was getting involved in all that, gradually, more and more. So then I was meeting many people. So somebody told me to go to Satara district of Maharashtra. And he said there is a young person who was already devoted several years. There's a drought-prone area, very, very hot in the hot season, and a drought-prone area, very impoverished area. But this person is a great person. He's living there. He was a Bombay person. He quit Bombay city and went there. So a person like you should go and meet him. I said, okay. So I found out how to reach that remote village in Satara district, about 100 kilometers from the district headquarters, and reached there and found out about the village of this person. So I went there and I introduced myself. I'm such and such person coming from TIFR, and his name was Suresh Suratwala. So I sat down with him and said, tell me your history, life history. Like you asking me, I asked him. So he said, I studied at Tata Institute of Social Science. I studied social work in villages, rural social work. I got my master's degree from TISS. And then I told my family, my younger brothers, my parents, that my education is over. With that knowledge of social work in villages, I'm going to a village, quitting Bombay. So everybody opposed him in the family. Naturally, they'll oppose. So everybody opposed me. And they said, no, you cannot go. It was a business family. So the brother said, we are handling the whole business on your behalf. The business is in your name, not in our name. So you must stay and take care of your business. Otherwise, we won't take care of it. He said, you do whatever you want to do. I've decided to go to village. I'm leaving Bombay city. I'll come here on the holidays time, on Diwali or Holi time. I'm going, or Ganesh Chaturthi. So he left. And it is so the 1951, 52. He got a degree in 1951 and left Bombay in 52. And spent next 37 years in a drought-prone area in 9 villages. We did not have irrigation water, often lacked even potable water, extremely poor villages, which all I came to know much later. Nah? I went there in sometime in 1973 or 74. So finally I went there. And then Suresh told me all this story. Then he told me about how he set up cooperative societies, cotton cooperatives. So people, it was a cotton growing area, very rich in cotton. So how people can grow cotton and not just sell cotton at cheap cost, at low cost, but makes a thread out of it by putting it through machines and sell that thread at a higher value and selling all kinds of other things, doing many other things. And he also taught people how to turn the water sources which are on a higher level to bring it down to the village. So a lot of new irrigation schemes were started. This was all being funded by Tata House. Tata House was funding this program. So I met Suresh, and on the very first evening, I saw he was sitting with about 50 villagers in his small house, small room, and talking to him in fluent Marathi, and they were having very tense time. The villagers were upset with Suresh, and Suresh was explaining his case. I hardly could understand. Now I understand some bit of Marathi. So Suresh was explaining himself. Finally, at late in the night, they dispersed, and next day all villagers came and apologized to Suresh for saying all those things. So Suresh said, "Ho gaya, baat khatam ho gaya. We are friends, we remain friends, let's continue to do our work." So I saw that. I was amazed at his ability to talk to people, to negotiate with the people, and all this. So then he asked me, what do you want to do? I told him, Nai Talim. He said, yes, I know Nai Talim. Useless thing. He said, I know about it, but I won't discourage you. Since you said you left America, you left your PhD work, you came here, now you're resigning from TIFR, only for Nai Talim, I will not stop you. Everybody has a right to do, fulfill one's own dream. This is your dream. I'll stand behind you. Whenever you want any help, any advice, you're most welcome here. If you want me to come to where you are working, I'll come there. I won't stop you. But I think you need some guru for you. That guru in CalTech will not help. You need a guru who has done Nai Talim, who is from the soil of India. So I said, do you know anyone? He said, yes. A person who is as mad as you are. No less than you. So he'll be happy to see another mad person. Tum pagal ho, wo bhi pagal hai. So then he gave me the name Jyoti Bhai Desai from district Vechi in Walod village, doing work in Nai Talim for last 20 years. Jyoti Bhai Desai, Gujarati speaking person. He said, we are friends. We grew up together in Bombay because his family lived near my family's house. So we used to often meet and play games. And we worked in 1942, Quit India movement together. We both were young activists of Quit India movement, children activists. I said, were you in prison? No, we were children. Nobody will arrest us. But we participated. We were postmen of the senior leaders. Whenever senior leader want to send a letter to another senior leader, we were the people who used to carry the letter in 1942. उसके अलावा हमने कुछ नहीं किया. हमने गांधी जी का काम किया बस. So that is the way he said goodbye to me. Now I was back in Bombay, so I contacted Jyoti Bhai Desai. First through a letter, through a postcard. At that time, postcards were written. In Hindi, he replied in Gujarati. I said, come, you are welcome. So I took another colleague who was already part of our group, planning to start a program in villages, Nai Talim program. But she was a doctor in a government medical college in Bombay, an expert in leprosy, a leprosy expert, and doing research in leprosy. She was excited by this idea, so she joined us. So I asked her, would you accompany me to this place? He said, sure. I've never seen a village like you. You have also not seen, but I'll come with you. So she came with me, and there we met Jyoti Bhai Desai. He was an amazing person. He continues to be an amazing person, still there. Now he's about 97 years old. Amazing person, totally dedicated to Gandhi's ideas, not idea for the idea's sake. He is critical of Gandhi also. He said, मैंने गांधी को आंख मूंद के नहीं अपनाया है. मैं गांधी की इज्जत करता हूं, उनका मैं शिष्य मानता हूं अपने आप को, लेकिन गांधी में जहां पे कमजोरी है, उस कमजोरी को दूर करना अब हमारा काम है. हम नई पीढ़ी के लोग हैं, हमारा काम है, हमारी जिम्मेदारी है. He's a great friend of mine. He became one of the trustees of Kishore Bharati later on. So it was in this background we had collected a lot of people already. And this is coming to the end of that story. I've written all this. I'll send you. It's in digital format. I've written this story in detail.
I would love to.
There was a debate. Yeah, there was a debate going on at that time. Whenever I visited any Nai Talim institution claiming to be Nai Talim, including Tamil Nadu and UP also, and Bihar also, and then even in Gujarat also. So in Gujarat, when I went to this tribal district, southern tribal district of Gujarat, I forget the name of the district right now, very well known, the district where Sardar Patel worked and hailed from. Sardar Patel worked in that district. So there I was asked by Jyoti Bhai to visit a girls' school doing Nai Talim work. So I went there. I saw girls were asked to remove the weeds from the farm, from the paddy farm, to remove the weeds so paddy can grow well. So they were very busy doing that. And when they finished this thing, I asked the teacher, is your next class about plants? He said, no, not plants. Next class is mathematics. I said, look, they have just performed weeding operation. They are fresh in their mind to how to identify weeds, because weeds are of a separate class in botany than the paddy plant or a wheat plant. So is it not the right time to carry forward as Gandhiji advised? He said, Gandhiji said, do work. That's all. So we are doing work. They've done their work. Now they will learn mathematics. I said that there will be no link. Gandhi said, you learn directly from the productive experience. Experience of productive work gives you a clue how to take that subject forward. This is the right time to do it. He said, no, you don't follow this. You've never done Nai Talim. Why are you saying that this is the way Gandhi did? We are following Gandhi. And Jyoti Bhai taught us. So I went back to Jyoti Bhai. I said, Jyoti Bhai, I'm very unhappy. You are violating Gandhi's basic principle, which I've read in Nai Talim. So I told him. He said, आपने गांधी को इतना पढ़ लिया? मैंने कहा, जी हाँ, कोशिश तो किया, पर आप तो सबके गुरु हैं, आप गलती करवा रहे हैं. कहते हैं, देखिए, बात यह है, जो मैं कर पा रहा हूं वो भी बड़ा मुश्किल है. बहुत मुश्किल से गुजरात में मुझको इजाजत मिली है ये इतना करने की, और आप उससे एक कदम आगे बढ़ गए हैं. वो तो कोई नहीं करने देगा. सब कहेंगे क्लास में बैठो, क्लास में मैथमेटिक्स सीखो, क्लास में केमिस्ट्री सीखो. कौन कहेगा कि वो प्रोडक्टिव वर्क से सीखो? तो मैंने 1937 का लेक्चर याद दिलाया. कहते वो लेक्चर मैंने पढ़ा है, उसका मैंने गुजराती ट्रांसलेशन किया है, वो मैं जानता हूं, पर यहाँ कोई नहीं करने देगा आपको. अगर आप ये काम करना चाहते हैं तो आप गलत जगह आ गए हैं. ये वेटची, name of the village was वेटची, and this was known as some Gandhi Nai Talim Center. I forget the name of the institution. इसे देखिए, आप गलत जगह, यहाँ कोई आपको वो काम नहीं करने देगा जो आपके दिमाग में है. आपको यहाँ से चले जाना चाहिए, नहीं तो आप वो असली काम भी भूल जाएंगे. आप सही रास्ते पे हैं, मुझे कोई करने नहीं दे रहा, आपको भी करने नहीं देगा. तो पर आप शाम को मीटिंग है, और हमारे जुगतराम भाई शाम की संध्या में वो भजन होता है. तो भजन में आप आइए, और जब भजन खत्म हो जाएगा तो जुगतराम भाई हैं, बहुत अच्छे आदमी हैं, उनको आप ये वाली बात बताइए सबके सामने. मैं ठीक है. तो मैं पहुंच गया, साथ में वो महिला भी थी जो डॉक्टर है. तो वो मुझे कहती है, नहीं देखो, ये सब लोग गुजरात के लोग हैं, आप तो किसी को जानते नहीं है, गांव में हैं, आप कुछ ऐसा मत बोल देना जैसे सब नाराज हो जाए, हमको अभी भगा दे रात में यहाँ से. मैंने कहा, देखो, अब उतरे इस काम में तो डरना नहीं चाहिए, ये होगा. Said that bhajan happened. Then Jugatram Bhai gave some nice lecture about Gandhi's vision of religion. Very good lecture. And she spoke in Gujarati. I was trying to understand. many common words so one can understand. When he closed his lecture, then I raised my hand. He saw me from a distance. There were 100 people there. He said, "आप वही हैं जो बंबई से अभी आए हैं?" मैंने कहा, "जी." "आप वही हैं जो वैज्ञानिक हैं?" मैंने कहा, "जी." "आप कुछ कहना चाहते हैं?" "जी." तो कहिए कहिए। मैंने कहा, "आप बुरा मत मानिएगा." "नहीं, यहाँ पे खुली छूट है। आप मन की बात कही, गांधी ने हमको सिखाया, कभी किसी को रोको मत, उसके मन की बात सुनो। तो मैं आपकी बात सुनूंगा." मैंने कहा, "ठीक है।" तो मैंने ये बात सुना दी कि वो लड़कियों के स्कूल में गया जिसके आप प्रेसिडेंट है, वहां तो गांधी का नई तालीम का आइडिया मिसअंडरस्टूड है। ऐसे नहीं था आइडिया। आइडिया में ये लिखा था, एक काम करो, प्रोडक्टिव काम करो, उसी में जो काम किया है उसका डेटा इकट्ठा करो, उस डेटा से विज्ञान सीखो, डेटा से हिस्ट्री सीखो, डेटा से मैथमेटिक्स सीखो। ये सिखाया था गांधी जी ने। कहते हैं, "आप ठीक बोल रहे हैं, यही सिखाया था।" तो मैंने कहा, "फिर आपकी इंस्टीट्यूशन तो नहीं कर रही है?" कहते, "वो ज्योति भाई करेंगे।" मैंने कहा, "ज्योति भाई तो कहते हैं उनको करने नहीं दे रहा है।" कहते, "वो भी ठीक कर रहे हैं।" देखिए, बात यह है, गांधी जी को हम लोग समझ नहीं पाए हैं। इतना समय गांधी जी ने हिंदुस्तान को आजादी की लड़ाई में लगा दिया, पूरा देश लगा रहा है, पर उनकी असली बात को हम नहीं समझे। आप जो करें वही असली बात है, पर आप यहाँ ये काम नहीं कर सकते। मैं क्यों? कहते हैं, "देखिए, हमारे यहाँ एक कुछ स्टेबिलिटी आ गई काम में, हमारे स्टाफ में, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स में। हम लोग कम से कम ये जितना कर रहे हैं उतना कर पा रहे हैं। आप जिस तरह के सवाल उठाते हैं, मुझे लगता है बहुत सवाल उठाएंगे और यहाँ पर सब मामला गड़बड़ हो जाएगा। ये मैं ईमानदारी से कह रहा हूँ, बहुत सवाल उठाएंगे। मैं समझ गया आपको देख के। आप विज्ञान में सवाल उठाते होंगे, पर यहाँ पे उसकी गुंजाइश नहीं है।" मैंने कहा, "गांधी तो उठाने देते।" कहते, "गांधी जी हम नहीं है ना, हम बड़ी मुश्किल से इसको मैनेज कर रहे हैं। आपको मालूम नहीं हम गुजरात सरकार से कैसे डील करते हैं। बहुत मुश्किल से हम सरकार को कह रहे हैं, इतनी छूट हमको दे दो, इस रास्ते पे चलने दो।" तब उन्होंने हमारा हाई स्कूल का एग्जामिनेशन हमारे हिसाब से कर दिया है और हमारे हिसाब से हाई स्कूल का सर्टिफिकेट मिलता है और सीनियर सेकेंडरी का सर्टिफिकेट मिलता है। हम आपकी बात मान गए तो वो भी सर्टिफिकेट छिन जाएगा हमसे, हम नहीं दे पाएंगे अपने बच्चों को। तो आप ऐसा कीजिए, यहाँ से आप चले जाइए और यहाँ पे कभी बाद में जब काम कर लेंगे तब आ जाइएगा, आपका स्वागत है। लेकिन अभी यहाँ से चले जाइए, क्योंकि यहाँ पर वो काम आप नहीं कर पाएंगे। कहीं और जगह चले, किसी और प्रदेश में चले जाइए। तो हमने कहा, "ठीक है, आपने ऐसा कहा, आपका बहुत धन्यवाद। आपकी एडवाइस हम याद रखें। हम जा रहे हैं, गुजरात से जा रहे हैं। कल सवेरे मैं ट्रेन से निकल जाऊंगा, फिर मैं सोचूंगा कहाँ जाना है." Then I started searching for a place. Where should I go? I did not know anyone. So finally, um, gradually doors started opening up, and there was a astronomer in TIFR who, over tea breaks in the cafeteria of TIFR, was sat against me and just sitting across me, across the table, having tea with me. So he said, "I hear from Obaid that you are going to quit in due time and you'll go to some distant village." I said, "Yes, but I'm not sure where and when." He said, "What is the problem? Why, if you want to go, why don't you go?" I said, "Because I have calculated that for making that institution self-sufficient, which was the Gandhian objective, every institution should be self-sufficient. To make it self-sufficient, we have to produce so much of grain so that we can sell that and earn enough money to run the institution. For that, I've calculated we need about 150 acres of land, which is not available in Maharashtra too for me, but I do not know what to do. Even I do not know where to go. So my group is looking into it. A group of about 11, 12 people are looking into it." He said, "You are serious about going to Madhya Pradesh?" I said, "Yes." I said, "I do not know Madhya Pradesh. I'm serious about if you can help for getting me in this land." So he said, "Come to my home in the evening, have dinner with us and meet my relatives who are from Madhya Pradesh." I said, "You have relatives from Madhya Pradesh?" He said, "Yes. My in-laws are from Madhya Pradesh. They come from a city called Indore. I never heard of that city. They come from a city called Indore, and you come and then you'll see." And so I went to his home in the evening, had dinner, and they were sitting there, two very senior people, old people, talking to each other in Hindi about Indore, politics of Indore, politics of Bhopal. They were discussing, I've never heard of these names, neither Bhopal nor Indore. So, one of the person who was more articulate in expressing his views, his name turned out to be Rahul Borpute. Rahul Borpute turned towards me. He said, "मुझे बताया इन्होंने हमारे दामाद साहब ने, his son-in-law, जैसे दामाद साहब." So he said कि आप गांव में जाके ऐसा काम करना चाहते हैं गांधी जी का, नई तालीम का। जी, और आपको कोई 150 एकड़ जमीन चाहिए। तो कहीं आपको कोई दे रहा है? मैं कहा नहीं नहीं, आप खरीदेंगे? मैं कहा पैसा नहीं है हमारे पास, कुछ भी नहीं है। तो आप बिना पैसों के सरकार से जमीन मांग रहे हैं? मैंने कहा जी है, पर मुझे नहीं मालूम क्या करना है। कहते अब आपको सोचने की जरूरत नहीं है, आप फैसला कीजिए कब आप भोपाल आ रहे हैं, हमको बता दीजिए, जमीन आपको मिल जाएगी। आप बस भोपाल आ जाइए, हमको आप खबर कर देंगे तो हम पहले आ जाएंगे, नहीं तो बाद में आ जाएंगे, आप बेफिक्र रहिए। हैं? और जो जो ज्यादा सीनियर दिख रहे थे मुझे मिलाया, ये मध्य प्रदेश के सबसे बड़े अखबार के मालिक हैं। ये जो जो फादर इन लॉ है एस्ट्रोनॉमर की, है वो सबसे बड़े मालिक, सबसे बड़े अखबार के मालिक हैं। उस अखबार का मैं एडिटर हूँ, चीफ एडिटर हूँ। और हमारे अखबार में हम जो कुछ लिख देंगे उसको कोई मना नहीं कर सकता। बस आप चले आइए भोपाल, जब आपको आना मैं बता दीजिएगा। So out of that group, we had a group meeting. I told all the people this is offer. People said amazing offer, and we could never imagine such an offer from anywhere. He said you should go. So I said I'll go. Then I said somebody should accompany me. So one Gujarati friend from Bombay, whose family was Gujarati, and he was a lawyer. So I always telling him eventually we need a lawyer when we register trust or a society. Then we need a lawyer like you. He said I'm available free of cost to anybody who wants to do good work in society. You are trying to do good work, I'll come with you to Bhopal. So we traveled to Bhopal. We did not know anyone from Bhopal. So we had traveled whole night. We were tired. We slept on the platform, both of us. After a couple of hours, we went to the waiting room, washed up, changed our clothes, and took a taxi. At that time, no auto rickshaws were running in Bhopal. This was 1971. So no auto rickshaw. Now the auto rickshaws all over Bhopal. So we went to the house of that owner of the newspaper. He had his own house in Bhopal, and we found all Varpati, the editor, also there. And then they said, after some more discussion, that now you should go and meet the revenue minister. And revenue minister is next door to us. You go to revenue minister, we have written a proposal. What Kishore Bharti was the name, what is the Kishore Bharti project on Nai Talim. The whole document was there, well documented. And also budget estimates and all that. So we went to the revenue minister house. He took his own time to come out and meet. He was a Congress fellow there, Congress government in Madhya Pradesh at that time. So he said, हमको बारपुते जी ने बोला है, आप कुछ हमसे बात करना चाहते हैं। और बारपुते जी की बात बहुत ऊंची बात है। तो मैंने कहा हम आपसे मिलने आए हैं। हाँ तो बैठिए, बताइए क्या चाहते हैं। हमने बताया। He heard. He said, देखिए मैं भी गांधीवादी हूँ। मैंने यहाँ के आदिवासी जिलों में 3 स्कूल खोले हैं नई तालीम के, लड़कियों के लिए। वो तीनों स्कूल चलते हैं, आप जब कहेंगे मैं आपको ले जाऊंगा वहां पे, अपनी कार में ले जाऊंगा। बहुत दूर है यहाँ से, ट्राइबल एरिया। मैं भी उन गांधी जी के कदम पे चलने की कोशिश करता हूँ। तो पर आप कहीं और करना चाहते हैं और आपका थोड़ा सा डिजाइन अलग है। आपके ऑब्जेक्टिव एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन के हैं, डिसएम्प्लॉयमेंट को खत्म करने के हैं। तो हमारे ऐसे ऑब्जेक्टिव नहीं है। हम तो केवल गांधी जी की बात करते हैं और कुछ नहीं। मैंने कहा गांधी जी भी रोजगार की बात करते थे। कहते हमने वो नहीं पढ़ा, पर आप चिंता मत कीजिए, आपको राहुल बालपुते ने भेजा तो अब कुछ हमको पूछना नहीं है। चलिए आप मेरी कार में बैठिए, चलिए मेरे साथ। तो कार निकल पड़ी, उनकी गवर्नमेंट की कार थी, MP गवर्नमेंट की। तो मैंने पूछा आप कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं हमको? कहते हैं चीफ मिनिस्टर के पास। तो ले गए चीफ मिनिस्टर के पास। मैंने तो चीफ मिनिस्टर का नाम भी नहीं सुना था, मैं जानता ही नहीं चीफ मिनिस्टर कैसा होता है, कौन होता है। तो मुझे तो कुछ मालूम नहीं था इस स्टेट पॉलिटिक्स के बारे में। तो वो ले गए सीधे चीफ मिनिस्टर के। Then later on I found out this congressman who was a revenue minister, he controlled 55 seats of Western Madhya Pradesh, Indore, Ujjain region, known as Malwa region. He was a leader of whole Malwa region, but 55 or 57 seats were in his command. So he could make chief minister or dethrone the chief ministers. He was a powerful person. So he went to the chief minister. He said, ये आपको 2 बहुत पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, दोनों साइंटिस्ट हैं, ये हैं वो हैं, ये आए हैं टाटा इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फंडामेंटल रिसर्च से, इनका ये प्रस्ताव है, आपको क्या कहना है? कहते हैं उनको कहा आप रेवेन्यू मिनिस्टर हैं, आप सारी जमीन के मामले को जानते हैं, तो आप इनको जहां जहां जमीन अवेलेबल है गवर्नमेंट की, इनको दिखाइए, और जहां पे लोग चुन लेंगे ये हमारे पास आए, हम एप्लीकेशन लगाएं, आप इनके साथ आना और मैं दिलवा दूंगा। It made look so simple, it did not turn out to be simple. Anyway, his agriculture department people were asked in every district, if they arrive, take them to government land, which is available. So we went through about half a dozen districts of Madhya Pradesh. Myself and Subhash Shah, the lawyer, accompanied me. He's still a close friend. This is 1971. So we went to all these districts, visited various government land. We did not know anything about farming or anything. Jo bataya, agriculture officer ne humne sun liya. And I took my notes, that's all. We came back without any understanding what to do. We saw a lot of Madhya Pradesh because of that. We came back to Bhopal, and at one, we met the revenue minister and gave an application that land in that place. But we knew we don't understand all this. In this time, we were visiting Hoshangabad, naturally because the land identified was in Hoshangabad. So somebody said, the kind of work which you want to do, there's a person here already who's doing such a work. Go and meet him. He might be helpful. By this time, in one of our Bombay meeting of that small group of 12 people, there was a person from Tamil Nadu who was sitting there. His name was Ramamurthy something. He was the chief manager of Firestone Tire Company in Bombay, chief engineer and chief manager. So he was sitting there quietly and listening to all this, the problem of not being able to get land. So he said, would you go to Madhya Pradesh? This is before I met Rahul Barpute. Would you go to Madhya Pradesh? I said, I don't mind going to any part of India. So he said, there I have a young colleague of mine who's a Gandhian, who's doing excellent work in Hoshangabad district. I'll connect you with him. I'll write a letter to him. You go there whenever you want to go. This is the address. This is the phone number. So I was very happy. Then we met Rahul Barpute. Then we reached Bhopal. And we saw some place, government place in Hoshangabad also. The two of us immediately took the next bus to Hoshangabad and visited this center called Friends Rural Center, Rasulia. Rasulia, name of the village, about 1 kilometer outside the periphery of Hoshangabad city, where the district headquarters is located. The collector there. So we went to, we took a rickshaw and went to this place, about 1 kilometer journey, and knocked at the door of the office. And somebody opened the door and he looked at us. We said, we come from Bombay. My name is Anil. He's Subhash. He said, I know about you. Ramamurthy sent a letter and a telegram that you are coming and I should talk to you and help you. So I'm waiting for you. Then he turned out to be an amazing person, Sudarshan. And this was beginning, it was not still 72, it was 71, summer of 71. And so Sudarshan told us about himself. He said, I did my degree in international relations from London School of Economics. And then I spent 2 years in a tribal area of Uttar Pradesh in Mirzapur district, worked in an institution working for tribal development. And then I thought their work was incomplete and not satisfying. So I resigned. I came here, Friends Rural Center, Rasulia. I'm working here in this area. And I'll be very happy if people of your background join me here in Hoshangabad and not somewhere else. You can go anywhere you want, but I'll be pleased and I'll be grateful if you change your decision to go somewhere else and settle down here. I'll put all my energies to support you, to get the land. I know this whole district very well. I'll take you around. I'll introduce you to people. I'll do everything provided you agree to work here. I am without any team member. I don't have a team. I don't have any people who understand my idea. People like you are needed. So we said, okay, promise. What better can we get? So this is the beginning of our work in Hoshangabad. It all happened by chance. So by this time, the land question was on. So we were taken to a distant place. That Sudarshan said, wherever you go to see land, take me along. So I understand farming. I understand villages. I said, surely you understand, we don't. So he accompanied us to this place about more than 100 kilometers from the district headquarters. It's a long district, so the other end of Hoshangabad. The government people were with us. They showed us the land, etc. And it was not an agricultural land. It was owned by, it was once upon a time in late 1990s, 1970, 1980. It was owned by a local landlord, a Brahmin landlord, who became a landlord because he agreed to work for British Empire. and do work for the British Empire. So he was given the landlordship, and he used to collect money from the farmers and send it to British treasury, wherever it was. So he was like a British agent there. So that landlord, we met, but he did not come to meet us, and we saw the whole thing. It was a good piece of land, and one agriculture officer said it is quite a dry land, but still it is good for your purpose. Anyway, so then we applied for it and gave the application to the revenue minister. Revenue minister gave it to the chief minister, and chief minister's IS officer, who was secretary to chief minister, was given the task of taking it forward by the chief minister. We met the IS officer. He was a good person. And he said, this news that you are seeking land, some institution from Bombay has come and seeking land, has spread. And has spread to a lot of people who are politicians. And they are going to create a lot of problems. It's not going to be easy. Although chief minister is dedicated, because you come from this source, and but it's going to be difficult. So I said, what are the objections? They said the objection is there is a there's a Lok Sabha MP from your region. He's a Minister of Law and Justice in central government led by Indira Gandhi. He's law minister, law and justice minister. His name is such and such. And he's very unhappy that government is willing to give land to you. He is now spreading the message all over that you are a Christian institution. You have come, you belong to England or America. You come here to do some fact-finding things about the new nuclear plant coming up in Madhya Pradesh. You are working on behalf of the intelligence agency there, FBI. This is being spread all over. Unless you control this, I don't think Chief Minister will dare to counter the propaganda of a central minister. So we were stuck. So we found out, then we found out that that is true. Everywhere this fellow went, I'm forgetting right now his name, everywhere he went, he was, even in wedding ceremony when he went, he was talking about how to stop this Christian institution. So then we went back to this IS officer, because he's very friendly and helpful, and respected that we are deciding to do, the two of us. Then he said, look, your path is right, your objectives are fine, no problem, but you have to provide some evidence that you have a base in India. And he's pointed toward me, you have hardly any base. Sudarshan does have a base, but you have no base. And you have to somehow counter this. They are mistrusting you, they're spreading all kinds of dirty propaganda. So why don't you get some people well known in India who will vouch for you? Can you find such people? I said, we'll try. He said, find such people, ask them to write letter to the chief minister or to prime minister, or give the letter to you, and you bring those letters to me. Then I'll have some courage to stand up with you. So we started a campaign. I had heard of JP so much, so I suddenly went to Delhi. First thing, I met Jayaprakash Narayan and told him about all this. He said, आजादी की लड़ाई फेल हो गई है ऐसे लोगों के कारण, क्योंकि हमने सामंतवाद, फ्यूडलिज्म को खत्म करने का फैसला लिया था, हमने नहीं खत्म किया, इसलिए ये सब हो रहा है. तो मैं आपके साथ हूं. Then he wrote a very nice letter on a letterhead in handwriting to chief minister. कहते ये लोग सही रास्ते पे हैं, देश को जरूरत है ऐसे काम की, आप इनको मदद कीजिए, कोई दिक्कत हो तो मुझे बताइए, मैं आऊंगा भोपाल, आपकी मदद करूंगा. He said all that. We got that letter. Then I went to Vikram Sarabhai, right? Because his nephew, the other Sarabhai, what's his name? I'm forgetting. He's a molecular biologist, and his papers I read. So I had corresponded with him from America. That your paper I read, a fantastic paper. Where have you done your work? He said in Ahmedabad, labs in Ahmedabad. So we went to see him, and I asked him whether we can see Vikram Sarabhai. He introduced us. We went to see Vikram Sarabhai's office, that ISRO office, and told him what we are up to. He said they're calling us agents of FBI agents. They're calling us Christian missionaries. So all this. So he said, I'll write a letter to Madam Indira Gandhi, Madam Prime Minister. He immediately prepared a letter on letterhead and wrote that these people are being in such a trouble, and there's so much of negative propaganda. Please help them. So we did not know how to reach Indira Gandhi. Impossible, right? It's such a powerful. But there's some Bangladesh war was rising. Was being raised. Bangladesh war was already in 1971 in higher stages. Anyway, there was no way to reach him. Then, in one of our Bombay meetings of about 12-15 people sitting there, one was a woman called Ansuya Dutt, a very well-known lawyer for women in Bombay High Court. So Ansuya Didi was there, and we were at her home, and I was explaining how difficult it is to get land. So see, Ansuya Didi was quiet about it, and her husband was quietly sitting. He was working for an advertising firm in Bombay. So he quietly said, he was a Bengali. Ansuya was a Punjabi. So our Bengali friend, BC Dutt said, if you people don't mind, can I intervene and say a few words to you? So we also certainly, you always keep quiet and we keep waiting for you to say something. Go ahead. It is your home we are sitting in. So he said, देखिए, आपको इतना propaganda हो रहा है, इतना political problem आ रहा है, ये lower level पे हल नहीं होगा. ये इंदिरा गांधी के लेवल पे हल होगा. पर इंदिरा गांधी तक आप पहुंचेंगे कैसे? आप नहीं पहुंच सकते. तो मैं उसका रास्ता बता रहा हूँ. मुझको आप एक कागज दे दीजिए, लेटर पैड दे दीजिए, मैं चिट्ठी लिखूंगा. He took a letter pad from someone and wrote a letter in a handwriting in English. He was not very highly educated in that sense, but otherwise highly educated politically. So he wrote a letter, not to Indira Gandhi. He wrote a letter to one foreign secretary in the foreign office in Delhi. He was one of the Dhar. There's 2 or 3 Dhar at that time, Kashmiri Pandits. So he was one of the Dhar. He said, ye chitti le jao, give it to Mr. Dhar. If he doesn't allow, Chaprasi stops you, just give a parchi that I have sent you. So I said, what is the reason for your so much confidence? He said, Bangladesh war. India is getting ready to support Bangladesh liberation movement, Mujibur Rahman's liberation movement. I said, but how are you connected? He said, I'm a Bengali, you know that. I was at a Bengali village. I quit Bengal and took a train to Bombay to get a job. So I became a naval officer, so small junior officer. You know all this, my story. I'm from Bengal, so a request came from the Foreign Office. Can some young Bengalis help the government of India to shift the arms given by Indian Army to Bangladesh, to the liberation, to Mukti Fauj, Mukti Sena.
Mukti Vahini.
So we offered. So I have helped the government of India to do this. We have passed on arms from this because there was a Bangladesh police also on the boundary. So we somehow managed, because we spoke Bengali, we knew the area. We passed on the armaments. So therefore, the foreign secretary knows me, and the advisor to Indira Gandhi, the political advisor, Mr. Haksar also knows me. Haksar was a powerful name at that time. I did not know. So go to Mr. Dhar and give this parchi. So we went to Mr. Dhar and he was advised. He said, immediately called us, foreign secretary. He said, बैठिए, आप तो गजब, आप बाहर क्यों खड़े थे? हमारे कमरे में सीधे आना चाहिए. आपको तो BC दत्त ने भेजा है. उनकी बात को हम कैसे मना करें? उनके कारण तो हम लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं बांग्लादेश में. तो he said, आपका कुछ प्रॉब्लम है? मैं कहा जी. तो ये मध्य प्रदेश का तो मैं नहीं कर पाऊंगा, आप हक्सर साहब को मिलिए. मैंने कहा हाँ, हमसे मिलवा दीजिए. He wrote a letter to Mr. P.N. Haksar recommending us, and we went to Mr. Haksar's house. It was Sunday. Went to Mr. Haksar's house and not allowed to enter. He was the political advisor to Indira Gandhi at that time. So not allowed to go. So somehow we persuaded the person at the gate. भैया कुछ काम है बच्चों का, गरीब बच्चों का मध्य प्रदेश में, उसके लिए क्यों रोकते हैं आप? अच्छा, गरीब बच्चों का काम है तो चले जाइए, पर ऐसे नहीं जाएंगे, मैं उनको पहले पूछ लो. ठीक है. So we stood there. He went inside, came back quickly. He said, वो जानते हैं आपके बारे में, उनको किसी ऊपर से जानकारी आ गया है, आप जाइए. When it was Sunday, after standing for a few minutes, Mr. Haksar came out in his night clothes, pajama kurta, all ruffled up. He got out of his bed almost, and he came out. He said, बैठिए इस कुर्सी पे, बैठ जाइए, आपको धर साहब ने भेजा है. तो मैंने बताया धर साहब के पास वो बांग्लादेश की लड़ाई के लड़ने वाले ने भेजा. कहते मुझे मालूम हो सारी बात, मैं जानता हूँ. बैठिए, क्या बात है? तो मैंने स्टोरी सुना दिया, मध्य प्रदेश का सारा स्टोरी सुनते रहे। तो I'm just recalling that name of that MP because he spoke that time. He knew him very well. इसे वो जो है मेरे घर के पीछे रहते हैं.
Was it Nitiraj Singh?
Nitiraj Singh. Yes.
Yes.
How do you know the name?
I just
You
did
saw
Google.
in some.
I did some Google search.
Oh, okay. That is great. Nitiraj Singh Chaudhary. Nitiraj Singh Chaudhary. That is it. He said Nitiraj Singh वो मेरे घर के पीछे रहते हैं. वो लॉ मिनिस्टर उनको बना दिया गया है, किसी काम के नहीं है, फालतू के आदमी है, वो केवल गड़बड़ करना जानते हैं. अब कुछ नहीं होगा, आप बैठ जाइए, अब ये मामला खत्म हो जाएगा यहीं पर. Then he said, आप इतने पढ़े लिखे हैं, आपका हमारा बैकग्राउंड पूछ लिया, तो इतने पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं आप दोनों, तो मैं मदद करूंगा, मेरी 3 शर्तें हैं, 3 कंडीशंस. वो मानेंगे तो मैं करूंगा. मैंने कहा बोलिए. कहते हैं पहली शर्त तो ये है कि आप नई तालीम का मामला उठाया है, ये रास्ता कभी नहीं छोड़ेंगे, ये सही रास्ता है, इस रास्ते को नहीं छोड़ेंगे, हमको वायदा कीजिए. नंबर 1. नंबर 2, कभी भी कोई फॉरेन फंडिंग नहीं लेंगे. आपने लिया, मुझको यहाँ बैठे हुए सारे देश की खबर है, मेरी इंटेलिजेंस सारे देश में है. आपने लिया और मुझको पता चल जाएगा अगले दिन, और मैं आपसे जो जमीन मिलेगी छीन लूंगा. आप वायदा कीजिए. मैंने कहा जी हम फॉरेन फंडिंग के खिलाफ, ये किशोर भारती का प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट है, पढ़ लीजिए, उसके पहले पेज पे लिखा है किशोर भारती कभी भी किसी भी फॉरेन एजेंसी, फॉरेन इंडिविजुअल से पैसा नहीं लेती, लिखा हुआ है, पढ़ लीजिए. कहते दिखाइए. देखा, ठीक है. तब तीसरी शर्त, आप कभी उस संस्था को जिसको किशोर भारती नाम से बना रहे हैं, उसको कभी आप मठ नहीं बनाएंगे. मैंने कहा मठ क्या मतलब क्या? कहते मठ का मतलब है जहां कोई काम नहीं होता, फजूल होता है, केवल जमीन होती है, पैसा होता है, और वहां पे लोग बड़े बड़े मठाधीश बन जाते हैं, खूब पैसा होता है, खूब कमाते हैं, गलत काम करते हैं, लोगों को लूटते हैं, वो मठ बन जाते हैं. वो आप नहीं बनेंगे, शर्तियां लिखिए, लिख के दीजिए. हमने सब लिख के दे दिया. कहते हैं ठीक है. फिर पूछते हैं अरे इतने पढ़े लिखे लोगों को कागज तो दो मुझको, कोई नोटबुक लाए होगे कि नहीं लाए? ऐसे बोले, नोटबुक लाए हो? उन्होंने लाए जी. 2 बजे. पेन दोगे कि पेन भी नहीं रखते हो? फिर नहीं रखते, ये लीजिए पेन. उन्होंने चिट्ठी लिखा, लिख के वो कागज फाड़ा नोटबुक में से. वो कहा कि कोई लिफाफा है? मैंने जी है, मेरे पास है, मैं अभी भी लेके चल रहा हूँ. नाउ लाइक दैट. सो वो एनवेलप दो मुझको. देखो तुम्हारे मुख्यमंत्री के नाम चिट्ठी लिखी है, ऐसे जाके मत पकड़ा देना, बुरा मान जाएंगे. ये लिफाफे में डालकर ऊपर उनका नाम लिख के, आदरणीय श्री श्यामाचरण शुक्ला जी, मुख्यमंत्री मध्य प्रदेश, सब लिख के फिर उनको देना. ये तो बुरा मान जाएंगे, वो मुख्यमंत्री है, छोटे आदमी नहीं है. तो मैं कहा ठीक है, ऐसा हम करेंगे. कहते जाओ, जब दिक्कत हो तो मुझको फोन कर देना, मेरा फोन नंबर मैंने दे दिया तुमको. हम गए वापस, भोपाल पहुंचे अगले दिन सवेरे. वो आईएएस ऑफिसर के पास गए, वो तो चिट्ठी देख के वो अपनी कुर्सी से खड़ा हो गया. कहता हाउ डिड यू रीच अक्सर साहब? Nobody can reach him. We cannot reach him. Nobody, even ministers in central government cannot reach him. So I told him the story of Bangladesh connection. He said, then you just sit here. Just sit here. Don't go anywhere. I'll come back in 2 minutes. He went to next room, which was chief minister's room, and came back in 1 minute, not in 2 minutes. The chief minister is calling you. So chief minister stood up. Instead of keep sitting, he stood up, welcomed us. और कहा इनके लिए चाय मंगवाइए. और फिर मुझसे कहते हैं आप लोग क्यों अक्सर साहब के पास चले गए, इतने बड़े आदमी के पास? अब तो हमारे पास चले आते ना, ये तो हमारा काम है आपको जमीन दिलवाना, अक्सर साहब का थोड़ी ना. उनका टाइम आपने लिया, इतना टाइम लिया, इतना उनको, इतने बड़े आदमी को तंग किया, आप हमको बोल देते तो बात खत्म हो जाती. तो हमने कहा जी आपके तो ऑफिसर साहब को मालूम, रेवेन्यू मिनिस्टर को मालूम, इतने सारे गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर को सबको खबर हो गई है, और नीतिराज सिंह चौधरी रोज आपको चिट्ठियां लिख रहे हैं, अभी भी हमको मालूम चल गया है. कहते हैं वो चिट्ठियां तो बहुत लिख रहे हैं, उन्होंने मुझको धमकी दे दी है, अगर उनको जमीन दिया तो यहाँ पे आमरण अनशन करेंगे, भूख हड़ताल करेंगे अनटू डेथ मेरे ऑफिस के बाहर. तो वो बहुत तगड़ा मामला है. पर अब अक्सर साहब आ गए हैं, अब कुछ नहीं करेंगे, अब कुछ नहीं होगा. तो उन्होंने फोन उठाया, अपने सेक्रेटरी को बोला कलेक्टर होशंगाबाद को फोन लगाओ. लगाया, कलेक्टर साहब यहाँ पे ये 2 लोग हैं पढ़े लिखे आपके जिले के, वो आ रहे हैं आपके पास, अभी आएंगे 1 घंटे 1.5 घंटे में, हमारी कार में आएंगे, और जैसे ही वो आए, उनको जो जमीन आपने रोक रखी है, आप काम नहीं कर रहे हैं, आप ज्योतिराज सिंह को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, आप, मुझे पता चल गया, आप उनको जल्दी जमीन दिलवाइए, 24 घंटे में मुझको रिपोर्ट चाहिए लिखित. I want written report in 24 hours. Nothing more. By this time, we spent about a year doing all the running around. So we took, हमने कहा उसको सेक्रेटरी को, कार मत भेजिए, हम अपना चले जाएंगे टैक्सी से. Why frightened collector? We took a car and went there. And we reached. The collector was standing outside waiting for us. अरे आप लोग क्या करते हैं? हक्सर साहब के पास चले गए, चीफ मिनिस्टर के पास चले गए. तो मेरा लोकल काम है. मैं, कलेक्टर साहब, मेरी फाइल आपके पास 1 साल से रखी हुई है, लोकल काम है तो आप कर देते. कहते अच्छा छोड़िए उस बात को, अब हो जाएगा, आज ही हो जाएगा, अभी हो जाएगा. ही कॉल्ड हिज असिस्टेंट, कहा इनके लिए 1 रुपए का वो बना लो, चालान बना लो. मैंने कहा 1 रुपए का चालान? कहते हैं वो जो ऑर्डर आया ऊपर से लिखा है इनसे 1 रुपए का प्रीमियम लिया जाए, वो चालान होगा, इससे ज्यादा नहीं लिया जाएगा आपसे. और जो आपको इशू करना है रेवेन्यू का जो ऑर्डर है, वो ऑर्डर तैयार है, तो उस ऑर्डर में आप यहाँ पे साइन कर दीजिए. और साथ में वो सुभाष जो लॉयर थे बम्बई के, उनको हमने बुला लिया था फोन करके कि आप आइए, कोई लीगल मामला होगा इसमें. तो वो आए थे. तो उसने कहा कि मैं तो लॉयर हूँ. उनको बोला कलेक्टर को, कलेक्टर ने बोला कि आप साइन कर दीजिए. कहते साइन तो हम कर देंगे, ये भी कर देंगे, पर पहले वो चालान लाइए हमारे सामने, चालान को पढ़ना चाहता हूँ. तो चालान आया, उसमें लिखा था फॉर द सेक ऑफ गिविंग देम 150 acres of land for starting किशोर भारती और डूइंग नई तालीम एक्सपेरिमेंट, पूरा डिटेल लिखा था. तो पूरा था. तो उसने कहा ठीक है, तभी चलेगा, पॉसिबल है ये. हमने साइन कर दिए. उसने 1 रुपए का चालान पकड़ा दिया कलेक्टर ने. उसने तहसीलदार को बुला रखा था. तहसीलदार इज द बॉस ऑफ द तहसील. तहसीलदार वाज ए क्रिश्चियन, आदिवासी फ्रॉम झारखंड. So, I'm forgetting the right. I remember. He's a wonderful person. So, उनको बुलाया, तहसीलदार साहब इनको ले जाइए, शाम तक वो जमीन इनको हैंडओवर हो जानी चाहिए, और उसकी रिपोर्ट, लिखी हुई रिपोर्ट हमारे ऑफिस के डेस्क पे होनी चाहिए शाम तक. इसमें गड़बड़ नहीं होनी चाहिए. तहसीलदार ने बोला कि ठीक है. खलको was the name. खलको, XALXO, खलको. So Mr. Khalko took us in his car and took us to the village, and he already arranged a meeting, a public meeting, to listen to the objections from the villagers. That is part of the rule, na? Before the government land is given, the villagers should be consulted. So the big public meeting, villagers said, we have no objection, and these people will come and start something new, we'll benefit. Then he asked the landlords, 4 or 5 landlords, big families, they were also present with their lathi people now, the gundas. But if any village person speak, then they will beat up the person. That was a threat given to the villagers. So then the landlord said, we won't let them come in. They will occupy our land. We have owned this land since 1857. They spoke like this. And they spoke to Mr. Khalko that also you have written in your order, government order, that they will have access to the land, also to the trees of lac trees, LAC. Lac trees grown here, on which we grow lac. And they are called by this name, Kosam trees. So even Kosam trees will go to them. And our income comes from selling lac grown on Kosam trees. So Khalko was very smart. He said, this is where the things go wrong. How dare you touch those trees? These don't belong to you. Only land was given, not the trees. Those trees don't belong to you. And only the Rajar tribe of this village is allowed to grow lac, no other tribe. This is a special source of income for the poor Rajar people. Only Rajar people should earn money from lac. How are you making money? Give us a whole record. I want to investigate your lac business. I'll report it to the collector. Then he started crying. He touched Khalko's feet. No, we won't object. We won't let them come. And a whole report was prepared in Hindi by Khalko, official type report. Law number this, revenue number this, that. All report given to the collector. Collector sent it to Chief Minister. And next day we were asked to come and sign the receipt of the land. Next morning.
This is
handing over charge.
This is fantastic.
I have a query. Whatever we discussed last time, and I told you in detail the story of my visit to Lahore and all that. is that relevant to whatever you're trying to
Yes,
achieve?
yes.
Is that relevant?
In fact, you have opened a new way of me looking at my project. So yes,
I see.
the answer to your question is very much, and I think any oral history project should let the flow of conversation be as it naturally flows.
Okay.
I learned a lot from our conversation. I just want to make sure that I have a lot of questions and that
Yes.
I will from time to time, I may interrupt you or we may keep some time at the end to ask those questions. What I had anticipated is going
Yeah.
straight into a dialogue about your projects and a little bit
Hmm.
about where your ideological moorings come from. But when
Mm-hmm.
you told the story of your connection to Pakistan, how the all the things you had to go through to even acquire the land, working through
Yes.
different stakeholders, I think these are things that need to be understood by people, that you just don't go to school and acquire knowledge. There has to be a profound sense of connection to the history, to the geography of the world we live in. And from that, as I read your article, by the way, I've finished reading the article.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Um, as I finish
Yeah.
reading the article, the four defining characteristics of Nai Talim that you have talked about, I can understand how and why your inner calling took you in a new path. Having studied at CalTech, having worked at TIFR, there was something in your history, in your legacy, that wouldn't let you just take a traditional path of a scientist who would work in endlessly in an institution like TIFR or a corporation where they just earned a livelihood and developed scientific discoveries. You see a connection between your commitment to societal good. The questions about societal inequities bother you as much as they bothered Gandhiji. And through that, you made a commitment to your guru in Caltech, but also to yourself,
Yes.
to yourself, that for the true transformation and true harnessing of science can only happen if it is transmitted at a local level to the communities where they find connection between the hand, the soul, and the knowledge that you create. And I have many practical questions and philosophical questions around that. But
Okay.
for anybody to understand those ideas, your life story is very relevant.
Okay. Okay.
And in fact,
Yeah.
I don't even, I can say one thing. You've done many projects. Like I've talked about Ekalavya Foundation, but I think now through my new understanding of your thought process, I want to focus on Nai Talim, because
Okay.
that has been the essence of your philosophy of life and philosophy of application of all the knowledge you have gained through university education.
Yes. Yes.
So
Yes.
that is my longish answer to your question about why I
Uh,
find that useful.
no, I appreciate the response you gave. Yes. 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 So as now it's very clear to you, I went to set up a campus in Madhya Pradesh rural area, not to start HSTP. That was not even in my mind. That HSTP is our work, and that how that flowed in, that we can discuss today if you want.
Mhm.
Uh, I went there to start Nai Talim, but how from Nai Talim this tangent of HSTP came in, there's a very important story. And that story must be, and how Nai Talim idea started impacting upon science education then.
Right. So I'm going to
Yeah.
ask you one question, and then
Yes.
we will follow the flow that you had outlined. But I will start
Yes.
with one question if you don't mind.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So my
Yes.
question is, I read, I renewed my understanding of Nai Talim. I do have a Pyare Lal's last phase in our house here. in which he has talked about amongst many things, he's talked about Hind Swaraj, he's talked about Nai Talim
Oh,
also.
I see.
But,
I see.
but what I want to ask you is, as you established your institution, your educational program, do you feel today uh, your activities and your beliefs in the kind of education program is relevant today, both to the villages and to the world at large? Is Nai Talim still alive in your imagination?
Oh, very much alive. In fact, I often, when I look back at this experience of working in Hoshangabad district, I always regret why did we all of us focus on Nai Talim more than what we did, because we got swayed by HSTP, and that is a tension between HSTP and Nai Talim, and there's a link also between the two. But Nai Talim was shunted back, and that is a story which I'll share with you when I start on that. And therefore, when in 2005, UPA government came in the picture, and NCRT started working on new curriculum framework 2005. At that time, Professor Krishna Kumar, who was director of NCERT, he started asking people to write position paper to advise the emergence of new curriculum framework. Various people who were good in study of the language and linguistics, they were asked to develop a position paper on linguistics and language education. And those who are good at mathematics, they were asked to do in mathematics. So he had 20 such position papers listed. Then he called me. He said, Anil, you have not offered to take up any position paper. You must do something. I want you to help. He knew me very well. So I said, I will be willing to do position paper on Nai Talim. So he was very happy. He said, go ahead. That's a new dimension. Nobody talking about Nai Talim anymore. So go ahead. I trust you. So I proposed a list of people who should be brought in as members of the committee to prepare position paper. Professor Krishna Kumar immediately gave green signal. All those people were invited, and we started the work. And this group of people, there are people from Tamil Nadu, from Meghalaya, from Uttar Pradesh, from various parts of the country, from even Karnataka. So they all worked together. We prepared our position paper. And then position paper had to face the whole final committee of National Curriculum Framework. And that was chaired by Professor Yashpal. I think you know his name.
Of course.
Professor Yashpal, who was a cosmic ray physicist, but he was always attracted by ideas on education. And so he was chairing it. And then it went into the curriculum framework. And I found that the way it was touched upon in the final curriculum framework, that again lost the spirit of Nai Talim. So I fought a running battle with Professor Yashpal through email exchanges. And I said, Professor Yashpal, this is all misrepresented. This is not what is Nai Talim. This is not what the position paper says. And it was a very tough battle for me. Professor Krishna Kumar is Professor Yashpal was such a senior person. But Professor Krishna Kumar tried to make some adjustment, but no. Finally, I lost that battle.
I understand. I have one more question. I don't have a clear understanding, but I have heard that the current government has engaged Kasturi Rangan in some kind of activities in redefining education.
Yes, I know.
Are you able to shed some light?
2019. Kasturi Rangan was made the chairperson for preparing a draft national education policy by the BJP government.
Have you had any input in that, in our to Kasturi Rangan, and do you feel any alignment between your thoughts on Nai Talim and what his way of thinking and advising the current education policy?
I think in the history of policy making in India since independence, he was the worst person to be asked to do this work. He did not have any idea. He did not understand how to think about education. And therefore, that report is with me. I have critiqued it also. Is just a wrong kind of report to come up in 2019. He ignored all what was in the past. He did not have any understanding of the history of policy making in India. And the people whom he gathered together were all from the elite class. In fact, I think, if I'm not wrong in my thing, I have a whole data with me. About 2/3 of people came from Bangalore city.
Mhm.
And 1/3 came from other parts of the country. And people only from Bangalore city, they were the dominant people. And they argued that we have included all those people who know education, and they did not find anyone to be brought from Assam, no one from Bengal, and no one from Uttar Pradesh, no one from Bihar. That means in these large states, they did not find any appropriate person. So I will not spend time on it because I can critique the whole report.
No, that's
And
fine. I just wanted to
it's
see evolution of your thinking and your imagination. So that is good enough. I just wanted to know whether your imagination has influenced this education policy. And obviously the answer is no.
no. And NEP 2020 finally became even worse than what was Kasturi Rangan saying. Because there were some points where Kasturi Rangan did some good work. For example, he acknowledged the decision already taken in India that education is a fundamental right. While when the Constituent Assembly wrote the Constitution, education was given the status of fundamental right. That he mentioned, which NEP 2020 final does not mention. In that sense, I'll give him credit for
Right.
at least mentioning that education is a fundamental right, which NEP 2020 finally does not mention.
Right.
That it would be appropriate to begin with the question in my mind, how did HSTP enter the picture when it was not even part of my thought?
Mhm.
So that story is very important. That is
Okay.
what, how did HSTP idea emerge? Because that is not why I went to villages. So I'll begin it with long form is Hoshangabad Science Teaching Program.
Okay, thank you.
Hoshangabad Science Teaching Program, HSTP in short. And there is a Hindi version also, Hoshangabad Vigyan Shikshan Karyakram.
Okay.
And like HSTP, there's an acronym, Hovishika. Very few people in Hindi try to do that. I created this acronym, Hovishika. Hoshangabad Vigyan Shikshan Karyakram, Hovishika. That became very popular acronym.
I like that.
Hovishika.
It has a very melodious sound.
Yes. So, as I said, this whole HSTP or science education was not anywhere in my mind when I thought of going to villages. As I told in last time, my inspiration came from Nai Talim. So the episode is in TIFR. TIFR had two canteens for the faculty member, for research scholars, students. One was called East Canteen and another was called West Canteen. So West Canteen became a very important center for dialogue, open dialogue. So I went to West Canteen to pick up a cup of coffee, and Professor Yashpal was sitting with another solid state physicist of TIFR, Professor V.G. Kulkarni. They were sitting together, and Professor Yashpal saw me taking a cup of coffee, and he often used to switch between English and Hindi. So he said, "Yaar, idhar aake baitho na, mere saath baitho." So I went to him. So I sat down, and he said, "It's very important that I introduce you to today itself to a person whom you would like to talk to." And I said, "But please tell me about something about that person before I meet him." He said his name is Pitre, Pitre, Pitre. He's a Maharashtrian. His name is Pitre, and he's a science teacher. He's done wonderful work in evolving a new method of teaching science. Would you like to meet him? I said, certainly. So eventually Mr. Pitre came. So when I saw him, I thought, he's a very familiar face. So I stood up, and Professor Yashpal introduced me. He's Anil Sadgopal. And Pitre said, "Oh, he's my student." So then I remembered Mr. Pitre. He taught me physics in my high school and senior secondary school years ago, no? In 1953, 54, at that time. I'm talking of this incident in 1967, 1968, when I joined TIFR. It was right in the beginning of my joining TIFR, this happened. So as I was taught in my high school, I touched his feet and he said, blessings to you. And we sat together. So Professor Yashpal and Professor Kulkarni were surprised. How do you know each other? I said, he said, I've been his student. He taught me physics. And physics was taught by him in Hindi. That was a Hindi medium school. So Professor Pitre taught me physics in Hindi. So Professor Yashpal asked Mr. Pitre to tell what kind of new ideas in science education he holds now. Then he said, science is never supposed to be rote learned, is never supposed to be learned by reading books. Science should be learned by doing experiments. And people who do experiment, they must know how to draw conclusions from experimental data. And based upon that data, they should learn science. And that is what he kept on talking, how he developed the whole thing. So his history is important. That's at the roots of HSTP. Professor Pitre said that he and another colleague of his called C.K. Dikshit, they were both members of All India Science Teachers Association, AISTA, and in early 1960s. And they both started evolving this program of learning science through experiments. So at that time, both of them were teaching at this well-known public school, Doon School in Dehradun. They were teachers. So both of them together worked there and they introduced this idea of learning science through experiments. But both of them were physicists. So they focused on physics. They said learning physics through experiments. They devised all kinds of experiments, designed the experiments and introduced it in the classrooms. And students did, and this was class 6, class 7 at that stage, not high school. So class 6, class 7 students at Doon School learned physics by doing this. Then they documented all those chapters, various experiments, everything was documented like a little book. And they titled the book called Learning Physics Through Experiments. And they brought a copy. Mr. Pitre had brought a copy of that. And then he said that this is what I have done, but I'm not happy that it started in Doon School and then after that I could not continue. And ISTA was asked at some stage in 60s, maybe in 64, 65, by NCRT, then NCRT, to give a formal shape to the program which they have done in Doon School, so that NCRT can adopt it. So then they prepared another book, in the context of what NCRT was asking them to do. He said, but NCRT took no interest in that. They asked us to do that. We did it. They published that book, but took no interest in the program. NCRT was like not interested. And that I will tell you later. It was proven to be true, what he said. And NCRT was not, NCRT of mid-1960s was not interested in all this. So he said, therefore, we have no other place to now take the program forward, to spread it. So he told Professor Yashpal, you asked me to come and discuss. I've come to you with some hope that you'll find some way of taking it forward. So Professor Yashpal was very happy. He said, we are already, many scientists in TIFR are already spending a lot of their time, 1 or 2 days every week, visiting the schools of the Bombay Municipal Corporation. So he said, we all go to the municipal schools and try some of similar ideas there. Not so advanced, not so well worked out, but we try some similar ideas there also. And I said, not all of us speak in Marathi, but then we speak in Hindi, people speak in Marathi. Because students were majority of the students were Marathi speaking people. There were some non-Marathi also. There were students from Tamil backgrounds and Telugu background, from Kannada background, Malayalam background, because their parents were living and working in Bombay. So Professor Yashpal said, we are very much interested. So can you demonstrate what is this whole thing by doing it actually here? Demonstrate the whole thing in a public meeting we'll organize for you in TIFR. So it was done. And Mr. Pitre came again with all his preparations and instruments. And the hall was full. All the PhD scholars of TIFR appeared there. With a lot of interest was there at that time. The new India was emerging. So everybody was ready to work on a new idea. So a lot of young people, the PhD scholars, some people who had done only MSc in their respective fields, they came. Many faculty members came. But I was curious about what my old teacher, whom we used to call Guruji, because Hindi medium school, we used to call each other Guruji, what my Guruji is doing. I was very curious, but not because of my ideas to go to some village and do Nai Talim. I was just curious. I've written about it in many places. So I stood at the gate of that hall. I did not enter because I knew the moment I enter, Professor Yashpal will take care of me. And he'll say, sit down here and now you'll have to take it forward. I did not want to get involved. My ideas on Nai Talim and going to villages were clear. So I stood at the door and see what Mr. Pitre was doing. I was amazed at what he was doing. I could never forgotten, and that became the basis root of HSTP later on. And there were many school teachers, especially where TIFR scientists were working, all these science teachers were invited. So they were sitting in the front rows, the municipal corporation science teachers. So Mr. Pitre said to everyone, today we will measure something. You will be asked to measure. Here is a long scale of 1 meter length. It was a 1 meter scale. And I'll ask each one of you to come to front one by one and measure the length of the table. It's a very important thing which I'm narrating to you. Measure the length of the table in centimeters, because it's a centimeter scale. And write it on a small piece of paper lying on the table. Write it with your name and go back. Then the next person will come. So this happened, about 30 teachers. Each one of them went there and measured the thing and wrote the length and then the name. So 30 slips of paper gathered at the table, which Mr. Pitre was taking care of. When this whole thing was over, then he started writing on the blackboard the length measured by different people, different teachers. So 30 measurements were written on the blackboard. All were different. They were not identical. They were different, varying from different, if somebody wrote, 12.5 centimeters, somebody wrote 12.8, somebody wrote 11.8, they were varying. So they're all on the blackboard. So Mr. Pitre said to people, and often he went back to Marathi because there are a lot of Marathi speaking people, to make people comfortable. So he said, you have measured the same table. Do you think the table is expanding when you measure? When the next person comes, then it shrinks, then again it expands. So people laughed. How can wooden table expand and shrink? He said, if it is not expanding and not shrinking, then why is the measurement different? So he said, maybe we were not so careful, we were careless. So he said, maybe you people do not know how to measure. They said, no, we know how to measure. Teachers are teachers. So then teacher said, maybe we were careless. So please give us one more chance. This time we'll be very careful. He said, okay. So the whole exercise was repeated. And again, 30 slips of paper gathered. Then he wrote in the next column, separate column, all the new measurement. Now the only difference between the first set of measurement, second was, the second set of measurement, the variation was much limited in comparison to the first set, because teachers were very careless, were very careful this time. Yet there was variation. He said, still there is variation. That means you are sure that the table is not shrinking and not expanding. So people laughed again. He said, then he looked at Professor Yashpal. Professor Yashpal, would you help these people to understand? So Professor Yashpal was a very good orator and very good communicator, excellent communicator. So he stood up and said, sorry, I won't be able to speak in Marathi, but I'll explain. He said, variation is an integral part of science. There is no perfect measurement in science. He said, I work at micro level when I measure waves. And I have a special machine with me, very high quality machine to measure waves. So he was working on cosmic waves at that time, cosmic rays. And when I measure, even I make mistakes of this the same kind. So from this, Mr. Pitre picked up again. He said there's a variation. No measurement can be absolutely correct. And this measurement is, as Professor Yashpal says, integral part of scientific experiment, scientific thinking. And we have to only know how to take advantage of this variation, how to express it. For that, there is a statistical method, and that we'll learn later on. So everybody was stunned, that you cannot even measure correctly because this is integral. There will be always mistakes. Then he explained in more detail, he made a diagram that you might be looking slightly at an angle. So you looked at that. You may be looking at it directly looking at it directly. So your eyes were straight on the thing. Then your measurement might be more correct. But your slight angle here, slight angle there will give you a wrong measurement. So you have to learn all this. So that was the end of that day. Then he kept on discussing. I went away to my lab. As I told you, I was not allowing anyone to capture me to become a part of this whole thing and working in 4 or 5 municipal schools. I was not ready for that. I knew Professor Yashpal will get hold of me. So I avoided all this again. So this is very important background. Finally, as I told you, I resigned from TIFR in 1971 and went to Hoshangabad. That story I've already shared. That is recorded, na? You
Yes.
recorded everything last
Yes,
yes.
yes.
That is there. So given that story background and how that astrophysics and astronomer in TIFR helped me to get a connection to Bhopal and whole of Madhya Pradesh.
Right.
How Mr. Rahul Barpote, the editor of the most powerful newspaper of Madhya Pradesh at that time, Nai Duniya, arranged everything. And then how the revenue minister, I met the revenue minister, then the chief minister, the whole story is already recorded. So finally, I was in Hoshangabad. And as I told that story also, there was a 12 to 15 member committee in Bombay, of the Bombay people, getting ready to start the Kishore Bharti type idea. And as one of them, Mr. Ramamurthy from Tamil Nadu, who was a chief engineer of Firestone Tire Company, he said, look, I have a connection in Hoshangabad. If you're interested, you can go and meet Mr. Sudarshan Kapoor. So I think I mentioned that also. I reached Hoshangabad, met Mr. Sudarshan Kapoor, who had a degree in international affairs from London School of Economics. But after returning from London, he spent all his time up to the time I met him in Uttar Pradesh, in Mirzapur district, a Adivasi tribal district. And he worked in local Seva Ashram, Vanvasi people who live in villages, in forest, Vanvasi Seva Ashram, in the service of people who live in forest, Vanvasi Seva Ashram. He spent 2 or 3 years there. Then he got this offer from Friends Rural Center outside the Hoshangabad town in a village called Rasulia. Friends Rural Center, Rasulia. In short, FRCR. So he became the coordinator of this center. And that is when I met him in that center, about a kilometer outside Hoshangabad town. So he asked me, with what objective do you come here? So I told him the whole story of Nai Talim, which I shared with you. I shared with him. He said, it's a very good idea. This was Gandhi's central concern to introduce Nai Talim, but nobody is bothered about it. The way you are describing your critique of Nai Talim also, the way it is practiced in India, that is a very important critique. I respect it. And so I'll help you to get the land. He helped, and that is how we got the land. When land was almost about to be handed over to us by the government, at that time, Sudarshan said, I want to have a long, undisturbed talk with you before you actually start working. The village, which was about 60 kilometers from Hoshangabad town, on the other end of Hoshangabad. This Hoshangabad town was in the center of the long district. This long district because along Narmada River. So there was a western end, there was the eastern end. So I was on the eastern end, this land. So Sudarshan sat with me and said, Anil, I don't think you should do Nai Talim work the way you are talking. They will open a Nai Talim center and some local students and local young people will come and you'll make them your students. And that's a good idea, but you should not do it. That will lead you nowhere. He never been critical of my idea until then. I already spent several months there in Friends Rural Center. Because whenever I went to Bhopal, I went through Hoshangabad. There was a direct train from Bombay to Hoshangabad. So I took Sudarshan along with me to visit Bhopal. So Sudarshan said, I'll explain to you. He said, what is your idea? You've written in your project proposal that up to about 50 students will be taken in from the neighboring villages. And then you'll take them to you'll involve them in some productive work. And each productive work will be source of knowledge, whether science, social science, languages, mathematics, that will become source. He said, I'm convinced you'll do it very well. Because I've seen you here also, when I take you to local villages, I've seen you how you become so integral to the discourse which you start with village people. Village people get lost in your discourse. And you know how to work with people. I'm absolutely sure you'll do it very well. But still, you should not do it. So, incidentally, today I got an email from him after 10 years from Sudarshan. He's in US now, in Colorado State. He's in US. Today he sent a, how are you asking me? I've not heard from you for a long time. Today afternoon, I got an email from him. I've not heard from him for years. So, I said, please explain. Now, I must also give one more information here. Friend Rural Center Rasulia was from the very beginning inspired by Gandhian ideas. And the source of Gandhian ideas in this center was an amazing lady called Marjorie Sykes. Have you heard this name?
No,
She's
I
quite
have
well
not.
known in many ways. Marjorie Sykes, Marjorie Sykes. Marjorie Sykes. She was a British person. And at the peak of Gandhi's work in Nai Talim in 1930s and early 40s, she visited India and went to meet Gandhiji in Wardha, the Sevagram near Wardha in Maharashtra. She visited him and they had a long chat, discussion on education. Her interest was education. And she heard about Nai Talim from Gandhiji. Then she expressed interest in working to promote Nai Talim, beginning from Sevagram itself, where Gandhiji used to live at that time. So Gandhiji accepted this offer from Marjorie happily and said, you can, Nai Talim work is already going on in Sevagram, so you can join. And keep me informed what you are doing. I want to know your ideas, how you are introducing those ideas. So keep me informed. I'm always available to you. So Marjorie Sykes worked on that. And she was an amazing thinker, philosopher, and worker, voluntary worker, an amazing person. So she spent many years, I do not know how many, but maybe at least a decade there in Sevagram. And then she captured the essence of Nai Talim. And she shared all this with Gandhiji. Gandhiji was very inspired, very happy that there's a person like this. And she encouraged her to write a book. So she wrote her small book sometime in 40s on Nai Talim, which is still available, widely available in various libraries. So then she was growing old and then Gandhiji was assassinated. So she was shocked afterward. She was very close to Gandhiji. So, but she continued to travel between Britain. Her parents were there, her family was there. So she used to go to Britain, come back to India. And kept on working with Gandhian centers in different parts of the country. Very dedicated Gandhian. So she was at that time like the president of the society running Friends Rural Center Rasulia. And she used to live. Other members used to live in their respective places. Like Mr. Ramamurthy lived in Bombay. But Marjorie Sykes lived in that center in Hoshangabad. So Sudarshan said, tomorrow morning we'll have this, we'll take this talk we are having with Marjorie. She may have some ideas. So Marjorie asked me, Anil, I heard about you from Sudarshan a lot. You are most welcome here. But tell me, do you really think starting one isolated center of Nai Talim in the eastern part of Hoshangabad district is going to make a difference? You'll work with 40 or 50 students as you've written somewhere. How will that change? So Sudarshan added, Anil will be the headmaster of the school. So one headmaster and 40, 50 students. So Abaji said that will not take you anywhere. And after some time, those students will complete the education, they'll go away, you'll be sitting alone. So I said, Marji, you are so highly educated and you're like a thinker with new ideas. Tell me, what should I do? He said, no, I won't tell you. What I tell you is this, we are running a school for a long time in the center. It is at least 20-year-old school. And you must have seen in our center, you must have seen the board there, signboard. Signboard says, Nai Talim Shala. She asked me, have you read it? I said, yes, I've read it. He said, I want to do an exercise for me. Since you are so concerned about education, go to that school, spend time, whole day if possible, and write a short report on it. I want to see your impressions of visiting that school. So I did that, and I wrote a 2-page report for Marjorie and Sudarshan. So my report said that the school carries a signboard, Nai Talim Shala, but it does nothing about Nai Talim. All it does is run the state government approved syllabus, which is being implemented in all government schools of Madhya Pradesh. And the teachers have no idea about what Nai Talim is all about. So then Marjorie says, even if you had not come here, we had already started thinking about closing down this school. The school is serving actually no purpose as you've written. Because there are hundreds of schools in Hoshangabad town itself, government schools. And the Hoshangabad block, there are hundreds of schools. They are all government schools doing the same thing which we are doing. So we are wasting time. What government is doing even better than us, we are wasting time. So we want to close down the school. Now you've given me a confirmation that the school should be closed down. So I asked her, what will you do then? Will your center do nothing in education? She said, no, we will do. That's why we want to talk to you. We want to start a program which will intervene in the government school system and change it. Only then the new ideas can spread when government school system accepts the idea. Otherwise, there's no way of changing. Since you have such a revolutionary idea in your mind of teaching science through this kind of method, through experiments, science should never be rote learned, and all these ideas which you are talking about. Because of that, I have invited you to talk to me. I will plead with you to find some method of intervening in the government school system in Madhya Pradesh so that we can change the school system. This is the birth of HSTP. Marjorie strikes the sentence and Sudarshan say, Anil, you are wasting time. 50 बच्चों के स्कूल के हेडमास्टर बन जाओगे, जिंदगी भर हेडमास्टर बने रहोगे, क्या करोगे? That's how you used to tell me. So he used to say, Anil, don't waste your intellect, your enthusiasm, your commitment just by becoming a headmaster. There are many headmasters in Madhya Pradesh. There are thousands of headmasters. So this is how HSTP is born. Then I went back to Bombay because the process was still on. Then I came back and Sudarshan was waiting for me. Sudarshan said, tell me, is there any new idea in your mind now? I say, yes. I told the story of Pitre visiting TIFR, the story which I've already shared. I told the same story to Sudarshan. Sudarshan just lapped it up. He said, Anil, this is what I'm waiting to hear. There is a group of science teachers called ISTA, led by Mr. Pitre and Mr. C.K. Dixit, who are already introducing this, trying to introduce it. You say, in 4 big municipal corporation schools of Bombay, this idea is now already being practiced, being introduced in municipal corporation school, which means government schools. So can you not invite Mr. Pitre and Mr. Dixit to come here, help us to evolve the same idea in the government schools in Hoshangabad? I said, look, I lost touch with him earlier, but now I've got his address and everything. and he doesn't live in Dehradun anymore. He's in Jaipur. So he said, we will give you money to go to Jaipur. We'll give you the funds for it. Go to Jaipur and bring Mr. Dixit here. So I said, look, I don't need money. I'll go to Jaipur and try to find him out. So I went to Jaipur. I located Mr. Pitre. I told him this whole thing. There's a center of this kind. They're waiting to have people like you and your friend, Mr. Dixit. So he heard the whole thing. He said, look, first I'll come on a kind of a short visit to know what is all about. What is this center and what are your expectations from me? What you want to do, let me understand. So he came, along with Mr. Dixit. And he asked Sudarshan to take him to meet the district education officer. Until then, neither Sudarshan nor me, I did not even know what is district education officer. So we all went to meet district education officer, and Pitre explained to him the ideas in his mind. The DEO welcomed the idea. He said, there are no new ideas here in science education or in any education, any subject. I'm happy to hear such a new idea, but I have no authority to introduce or allow you to introduce any new ideas here. For that, you have to go to Director of Public Instruction in Bhopal. I am excited, but I'm not capable of doing anything here. Then Pitre asked many questions. How many teachers you have in the middle school, class 6 to class 8? Because the whole program of Pitre was about this class 6 to class 8, middle school, not for primary school. So he said, how many teachers you appoint in a middle school? He said, maximum 2. He said, how many students? He said, sometimes 60, 70, 100. He said, only 2 teachers. He said, that's all we have funds for. So he just absorbed this idea. Then he said, can I be allowed to see a middle school? So DO says, yes, I'll immediately arrange. So he arranged. So we went to a middle school. He stayed there for 1 hour, talked to the teachers, talked to the children. He just tried to get an idea of school education in Madhya Pradesh. And he was very good at it, doing this. Then we came back to the center at the end of the day. And Sudarshan said to Mr. Pitre that, would you lead the program if we invite you? He said, Anil is going to dedicate his whole life here. So why don't you ask him? He's a scientist. He understands my ideas. He has seen the program which I started in Bombay. He's aware of all that. So he's a scientist and he's going to be here. I'm not going to be here. I'll come for some time. I'll go back to my place. I'm also getting old. So I said, Guruji, I won't do it. I have not come here for science education. I've come here for Nai Talim. He said, what is Nai Talim? So I explained to him. So Sudarshan said to Mr. Pitre, he's just old student. Can you persuade him? So Pitre said, please help the center to do this. So I'll come and help you, but you will be here all the time. I said, no, sorry. I refuse to do all that. He said, in any case, you people are at a very early stage. You have to first go to Director of Public Instruction, get permission. So do that. If the permission not given, then I have no role to play anyway. So he went back to Jaipur. Dikshitji went to Chandigarh, where he comes from. And Sudarshan said, can you prepare a 2-page note which we can give to the Director of Public Instruction? We'll visit DPI as soon as possible. There's no time to waste. He was do whatever you want to do immediately. Don't waste time. So he said, can you prepare a thing? Here's a typewriter, sit down and type it out. At that time, typewriter was a way to write your ideas. So I started writing that note. While I was writing, a letter came through the post addressed to Sudarshan. So Sudarshan read the letter and he came to me very excited in the office where I was typewriting. He said, read this letter. Very interesting. So I read the letter. Letter had come from his MTech student of IIT Kanpur. His name was Rashid Sheikh. Rashid Sheikh. A short letter. He wrote in English, and it was addressed to Sudarshan because he somehow found out about Sudarshan. So he said, I'm in the process of completing my MTech. I'll be shortly completing it. And I'm excited by the idea which you are doing, the kind of work you're doing in villages. So is it possible for you to allow me to work with you and work with you in your village? So any educated person of this kind asking permission to work in the village was always a great inspiration for Sudarshan. He'll never say no to such a person. So he asked me, what do you say? I said, Rashid Sheikh is MTech. He's completing MTech, such a high level of education. That's true from IIT Kanpur. So we should invite him because now you're thinking of a science teaching program. So Mr. Pitte will come only at some time, then he'll not be available. I won't be available because I'll be doing work in Kishore Bharati, almost 60, 70 kilometers from here. So I won't be available. So you need somebody like him. So invite him. So immediately sent a telegram, then followed it with a letter of welcome to Rashid to come and join us. So Rashid came in a few days' time. By this time, the 2-page note was ready. It had been seen by Marjorie, it had been seen by Sudarshan, some corrections were made, some changes were made, and then it was ready. By the time Rashid came here, he came immediately from Kanpur, immediately after receiving the telegram. And then it turned out he hailed from Mumbai. And his family lived somewhere near Kolaba. So Rashid heard about this ideas of science education, Pitre's idea from us. He got even more excited. He said, that is precisely the way science should be learned. And he said, when I appeared in the NCERT talent, for NCERT talent scholarship, there was a scholarship of that kind. It still continues. And I did well in that, and I got that scholarship for some time. There was a provision there that people who hold that scholarship can choose any university or any science university or science college in India, anywhere, and NCERT will fund them to get there and provide them support, financial support to live in that area, in that campus of that university or college. He said, I chose Delhi University Chemistry Department because I read some papers written by the head of the chemistry department, which excited my ideas in science. So I have already spent a whole summer vacation in that chemistry department of Delhi University with Professor Sane, who's a Maharashtrian but settled in Delhi. Professor Sane shared with me how he teaches science. He teaches science exactly the way you people want to do in village schools, through experiments. He never gives them big, long lectures. He designs some experiments at the level of BSc, MSc courses, and students do the experiment. From the experiment, they collect data. From data, they infer the meaning of that experiment, infer knowledge also. He said he involved me in all that during my 3-month stay with him. I'm very excited. And what I've learned there, I'm sharing with you. So we said to Rashid, do you want to add anything to this note? Because we want you to accompany us to go to meet the Director of Public Instruction. Because apart from Anil, we have no other person, no other face to present before DPI. So he agreed, he added a paragraph. The paragraph was added. And again, it was typed. And he accompanied the two of us to Bhopal. And we had no appointment with the DPI, but Sudarshan knew one IAS officer in education department. He knew him personally because he was working in Bhopal for so long. So that IAS officer had given a telephone call to the Director of Public Instruction. Some young people are coming to meet you. Please meet them. So when we went there and sent a little slip, who we are, and we mentioned the name of the IAS officer, recommended us to meet you. So immediately asked her to come in. It turns out that Director of Public Instruction was the most unusual IAS officer IAS anywhere in the country would have ever had. Very unusual person. Later on, we learned it was Dr. Brahmadev Sharma, Dr. B.D. Sharma, who had a PhD in mathematics. He written books on how to learn mathematics for school children. It was his hobby to write books of this kind. And later on, and he was greatly involved in tribal matters, tribal people, their problem, their issues. So therefore, state government, knowing his interest in tribal people, appointed him as the district collector of Bastar district. Bastar is a very probably the most famous tribal district of India. It is 90% plus tribal. Bastar. At that time, there was no Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh. There was one Madhya Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh was part of Madhya Pradesh. So he was appointed district collector of Bastar. And he took such, I won't go into those things, he took many decisions and passed many orders which shook up the entire structure of Bastar district administration. And administrators appointed there at whatever level of appointments, they used to take advantage of looting tribal people, misusing their ability to do labor and make a lot of money. So administrators appointed there were known as people who come there to loot tribal people. And here was Brother Sharma keeping eye on everything, B.D. Sharma. And the most famous story, by the time we had visited him, most famous story is that at that time many lower level officers, like who were assistant something, subordinates, subordinate magistrates or revenue officers, they used to keep a tribal woman in their house, saying that she's there only to help in cleaning the house. But she used to be misused and used to establish sexual relationship. And when the child was born, they should shunt her out. So this was a very well-established story, and Dr. B.D. Sharma was clever enough to understand what is happening. So he passed an order to all the government officers, more than 100 government officers, appointed by the state government in Bhopal. So they were all under his, he was a senior most officer, district collector. They were all working for him. So he sent an order to all of them, written order, official order, that all those people who are keeping a woman in their house should immediately marry that woman. Immediately, in the next 24 hours, I will come and arrange for marriage. Oh, there was a people. I mean, now the officer understood B.D. Sharma is a difficult officer. They cannot get out of it. So that woman was, of course, freed, and they sent an apology letter. He said, no, since you have misused a woman, you all are shunted out. You go back to Bhopal. That was the biggest news in Madhya Pradesh when we visited Dr. B.D. Sharma. We already read the news in the newspapers. So we are a little concerned that such a tough person we are visiting. Very genuine person, as you will see shortly. So we presented that 2-page report or 2.5-page report. He read it. He said, very interesting. None of the 60,000 schools in Madhya Pradesh, even in charge of all the schools, entire state. So none of the 60,000 schools have ever even thought of doing it. And we have many teacher education colleges, about 11 teacher education colleges, supposed to be high quality colleges. They have never thought of this. The teacher educators have never thought of it. We have got a science education research institute in Jabalpur, and they have never thought of it. We got a counterpart of NCRT in Bhopal called SCERT, State Council of Educational Research and Training, to develop new ideas in education. They have never thought of it. So this is a revolutionary idea. But I cannot give any response right now. I need time to think about what you have written. So you go back to Hoshangabad and come back after 1 week, exactly 1 week from today. After 1 week, we went back, more prepared this time. And we saw that B.D. Sharma was sitting in a swivel chair, and behind him, there were about 20-25 people sitting on chairs behind him. We understood immediately they are the people holding various positions in that office of the Director of Public Instruction. They were sitting behind him. So Dr. Sharma looked at them. He said, these are those 3 people who came 1 week ago and wrote this document, which you all read now. And he told us, I have circulated that 2-page document to them. He said, you must have read it, so I want some feedback. You're all in Hindi, of course. So whosoever wants to give a feedback is most welcome. Please stand up and introduce yourself, give your name, because these people do not know you, and say whatever you want to say. So the person stood up, who was known as the Joint Director Public Instruction, that is senior most next to him. He stood up and said to Dr. B.D. Sharma, he said, sir, मैं आपको कह चुका हूं कि इन लोगों को हमारी शिक्षा में उंगली भी मत रखने देना. ये बेकार के लोग हैं, ये बर्बाद कर देंगे, इनको कुछ नहीं आता शिक्षा के बारे में, और इनको आप मना कर दीजिए. That's how he spoke, very strongly. We were shaken up, of course. And he said, अगर आप चाहें तो मैं आपके सामने सिद्ध कर दूंगा कि ये लोग कुछ नहीं जानते. अभी सिद्ध कर देता हूं. So P.D. Sharma said, yes. You want to talk to them directly? Yes. Stay there, but ask them whatever you want to ask. So he asked, आप में से कौन है जिसने कभी स्कूल में पढ़ाया है? So we all said, no one. None of us are taught in a school. He looked at me because my background was already available to Dr. B.D. Sharma, that I had been a scientist at TIFR, PhD in science. That much he must have conveyed to these people. He said, आप सबसे ज़्यादा पढ़े हुए ना साइंस में, आप बताइए, आपने कभी पढ़ाया किसी स्कूल में? मैं कहा नहीं पढ़ाया. आपने B.Ed किया है? B.Ed. And honestly, now it looks funny, I never heard the word B.Ed in my life. I had nothing to do with teacher education in my life until then. So I said, no. देखिए, B.Ed करना तो दूर की बात है, इनको तो नाम भी नहीं मालूम B.Ed. It's a funny thing because I have presided over the India's best teacher education college in Delhi University. I've been a dean in education. But anyway, I designed courses in B.Ed later on. But at that time, I did not know what B.Ed is all about. तो आपको B.Ed नहीं मालूम है. तो मैंने कहा, देखिए, आप पढ़ाने के एक्सपीरियंस की बात जानना चाहते हैं. मैंने कई बारी, जहां पे मैं दिल्ली में रहता था, कई बारी मैंने आसपास के बच्चों को, गरीब बस्ती के बच्चों को जोड़ के उनको मैथमेटिक्स पढ़ाया है, उनको हिंदी पढ़ाई है, उनको हिस्ट्री पढ़ाई है, वो सब मैंने किया. हाँ, तो गरीब बच्चों को आपने इनफॉर्मल ढंग से कुछ पढ़ा दिया है. तो स्कूल में ऐसे नहीं चलता, स्कूल में फॉर्मल तरीके से पढ़ाया जाता है, तो आपको कुछ नहीं आता. So then somebody else stood up. कहते हैं ये बात बिल्कुल ठीक है, इनको कुछ मत करने दीजिए, ये बर्बाद कर देंगे, बिल्कुल बर्बाद कर देंगे. So B.D. Sharma just listened to everything. He was taking notes, and then he looked at a person sitting next to me on my left, who was not introduced so far. I knew from his clothes that he's not a school teacher. He had a tie and all that. That school teacher don't do. So he was sitting next to me. So he looked at him. He said, I forget his name now. He introduced, B.D. Sharma introduced me to us that he's representing NCERT from Delhi. And he's advisor to all the 5 states in the west of India, 5 western states. NCERT advisor on education for 5 western states. That includes Rajasthan, includes Maharashtra, includes Gujarat, includes Madhya Pradesh. I'm forgetting the 5th one.
Rajasthan.
5 names came up. Huh?
Rajasthan,
Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, and Maharashtra. That is, there's still 4 now. I think so. Anyway, there's a 5th state also. Oh, maybe, Goa, I remember. He's an advisor to 5 states. So I am supposed to take his advice. So he said, Mr. So-and-so, what do you have to say about this proposal from these people? You also read the note they have given. He said, NCERT has already decided that nowhere in the country, in the schools, learning science through experiments, this idea should be ever introduced. NCERT has decided this. Now I know that ISTA group has already taken money from NCERT to write book on physics through experiments. They were NCERT published books. So those books must have been available to this man. So he said, NCERT had taken a formal decision in the NCERT committee that this is not a ripe enough time for India to introduce science education through experiments. India is not ripe for it. It takes too much money. India is a poor country. This is a luxury for elite nations, rich nations of Europe and America. Poor country like us cannot afford it. Therefore, it should not be allowed. And voices were coming already. ये बर्बाद कर देंगे. You ठीक बोल रहे. They were very happy. NCERT is supporting the idea. Sir, आप बिल्कुल ठीक बोल रहे हैं. ये तो बर्बाद कर देंगे. At that time, one person sitting away from this crowd, a very tall person, he stood up and he introduced himself. My name is Sevaram Chaturvedi. And he said, my name will tell you that I'm a Brahmin and I am the science advisor of Madhya Pradesh government for school education. That is my job. So it is my duty to respond to Dr. Sharma's question. I am the science advisor here. So I read that note. He said, this is the highest quality note I've ever received in my last 25 years of service in this department. Many people come with proposals, our own people in Madhya Pradesh or from outside. This is the highest quality note, crisp and very clear. And we will be making a big mistake if we do not accept this proposal. My recommendation is we should immediately say yes to them and help them to start the program here as soon as possible. That will be for great benefit of the children of Madhya Pradesh. A new idea in education. As science advisor, I'm willing to write it down, write a letter to you, sir, and I'll give it to you. So the joint director got up and said, he's a junior officer. I'm a senior officer, and all that. So then V.D. Sharma said to everyone, he turned his swivel chair towards all the people sitting behind him. He said, मैंने आप सबको सुन लिया, मैंने NCERT को सुन लिया, और आप ये बताइए, मध्य प्रदेश का स्कूल सिस्टम जितना बर्बाद हो चुका है, उससे ज्यादा और क्या बर्बाद किया जा सकता है जो ये कर देंगे? ये पहले से ही बर्बाद है. और जो इसमें स्कूल सिस्टम में नए आइडियाज के साथ काम करेगा, उसको इंप्रूव ही करेगा ना. उसको बर्बाद क्या करेगा? बर्बाद तो पहले से ही है. And therefore, I give permission. As far as NCERT objection is concerned, he said, these people explained in that short note that all the experiment will be done with very low cost material, which will be either created by the students and teachers or will be procured from local village markets. We have written all that from local village markets. This is not going to be expensive experiment. I know that. So I give them permission with certain conditions. Then he looked at us. Are you happy now? He said, we are ready. Shall we go? I said, no. You'll get an official letter through your district education officer. But I mentioned some conditions in that official letter which I already drafted, which will be sent to the district education officer tomorrow morning. He will show this letter to you. But there are some conditions. I want to know whether you accept them or not. The number one, when doing this work, you will never ask for any financial support for your organization. At that time, Friends Rural Center, Rasulia. Kishore Bharti was still not in picture. No? So the note was given by Friends Rural Center, Rasulia. You never ask for any financial support. So all the three of us said, that is not required. We raise donation from friends, from well-wishers, from people of this kind. No problem. We'll run the program. He said, okay, that is fine. Second, you can change the pedagogy of teaching science. At that time, the first time in my life when I heard the word pedagogy from Dr. Sharma, he said, you can change the pedagogy, change the method of teaching, but you cannot change the syllabus. So I was about to say something, but Rashid sitting next to me knew that I often do not easily agree to things. So he pulled my kurta. I used to wear kurta at that time. Pulled my kurta. So I knew that he's saying, don't speak. So I said, okay, we agree. Then third one. The third one is, you'll never ask for changing the board examination of class 8. At that time, I did not know that in Madhya Pradesh, class 8 exam was a board exam. Normally, we knew that class 10 and class 12 are board exam. So I asked, is class 8 a board exam? He said, yes, in Madhya Pradesh, it is an exception. You hold a board examination. You'll never ask for any changes there. So he said, yes. He's okay. Then you go back to Hoshangabad. Tomorrow, district education officer will call upon you. Next day, his phone call came to Friend Rural Center, Rasulia, that please come to my office. So we went to his office. He was sitting with the letter. He showed the letter. It's all official work in Madhya Pradesh, even today, done in Hindi. A letter in Hindi. We're saying that this Director of Public Instruction, Lok Shikshak Sanchalanalay, ने फैसला किया है कि आप लोगों का जो प्रस्ताव है उसको स्वीकारा जाता है और ये 3 शर्तें हैं. ये शर्तें मंजूर है तो साइन कीजिए और चिट्ठी वापस डिस्ट्रिक्ट एजुकेशन ऑफिसर हमको वापस भेज देगा. We signed the letter. It went back to Director of Public Instruction. Then DEO said, I have a separate letter addressed to me. So he showed that letter in Hindi again, an order from DPI to District Education Officer. The letter said to DEO, we are giving permission, Directorate is giving permission to this group of Friend Rural Center Rasulia to introduce a program of learning science through experiments. प्रयोगों के जरिए विज्ञान, and they know everything about it, and they have suggested they want 15 schools, middle schools, where they'll have permission to introduce a program. So please locate the 15, identify the 15 schools with their help and involving them, and issue a letter of permission that they can work in 15 schools and help them, support them. It's, ये तो जैसे ना आसमान छू लिया हमने. We could never imagine, yes, because everybody said you'll never get permission, impossible. Dio also was saying the same thing earlier when we approached him with Mr. Pitra. He said, nobody will get this permission. This revolutionary idea will not be allowed here. But it was allowed because Dr. B.D. Sharma was an unusual person. He was a revolutionary officer himself. So this is how HSTP was born. When this happened, we sent a telegram to Mr. Pitre that this has been approved. Come immediately to help us to start. We sent telegram to Professor Yashpal. He was also interested, to Professor V.G. Kulkarni. And I suggested that next week, Mr. Pitre is coming along with Mr. Dixit. Would you please come at the same time? Be the guest of the Friend Rural Center, Rasulia. So they both came. And there's a whole team which is thinking of starting the program sat together for the first time. Then the whole team went to District Education Office. And everybody had a lot of questions to ask. And Dio was very patient with all the queries, answered each question with due respect to people from outside. Served tea to us. He said, हमारे तो भाग्य खुल गए हैं कि आप जैसे विद्वान लोग हमारे स्कूल में अब कुछ इंटरेस्ट लेने लगे हैं. हमारी तो गजब है, ऐसे लोग कभी आए नहीं हमारे पास. तो ये तो नई बात हो रही है हमारे लिए. हम भी कभी ऐसे लोगों को मिले नहीं हैं. आप जैसे लोग अद्भुत हैं कि आप अपना सब काम छोड़ के बड़े बड़े शहरों से हमारे पास आ रहे हैं. So then a request was made to him. We want to see some schools. He said, sure, I'll arrange. So we arranged different people going to different schools. So 15 schools had to be selected. And wherever we went, we talked to teachers. And then we asked them whether such an idea would be welcomed by you if you introduce in your school. So in all the 15 schools we visited, everybody was excited and they felt new ideas, new experiences, new experience. So they all said, not because they understood anything, but they appreciated new ideas coming. And they also understood and appreciated that these people from outside are not looking like big people. They look like ordinary people. And then when they talk to us in a very friendly manner, which no officer in education department will do. उन्होंने कहा, हमसे कोई ऑफिसर ऐसे बात नहीं करता, आप तो प्यार से इज्जत से बात कर रहे हैं हमसे. तो teachers were also happy. So we went back with a report to district education officer. They all have accepted. ठीक है, एक शर्त हमारी डिस्ट्रिक्ट एजुकेशन, एक शर्त हमारी, एक 16वां स्कूल 16 स्कूल हमारी ओर से जोड़ लो. 116 स्कूल. तो हमने कहा परमिशन तो 15 स्कूलों की है, आपके ऑर्डर 15 का है तो आप कैसे 16 स्कूल आएंगे? कहता है देखिए, हमारे डायरेक्टर ने इतना बड़ा फैसला कर लिया, इतना बहादुरी का फैसला कर लिया, जो मध्य प्रदेश एजुकेशन सिस्टम का हिस्सा ही नहीं था, उसमें उन्होंने अपनी स्वीकृति दे दी आपको। सबने मना किया, एनसीईआरटी ने मना किया, तो भी उन्होंने हाँ कर दी। तो ये तो मैं डिस्ट्रिक्ट एजुकेशन ऑफिसर हूं, मेरी भी तो कोई औकात है, हैसियत है, मैं भी तो फैसला ले सकता हूं उनके तरीके से। तो उनसे प्रेरणा लेके, इंस्पिरेशन लेके मैं भी हिम्मत करके कह रहा हूं, एक 16 स्कूल जोड़ दीजिए। वो स्कूल बहुत दूर है, और उसने कहा, बाय दैट टाइम आई न्यू दैट वी आर गोइंग टू गेट लैंड इन बनखेड़ी ब्लॉक, अबाउट 70 किलोमीटर फ्रॉम हियर। तो मैंने कहा मैं बनखेड़ी ब्लॉक में काम करने वाला हूँ। वो स्कूल वही है आपके ब्लॉक में, जहां आप काम करेंगे वहीं पर है। आप एक आदिवासी स्कूल में काम करेंगे ही नहीं करेंगे? मैंने कहा मैं करूंगा। तो उसको जोड़ लीजिए, आदिवासी स्कूल को जोड़ लीजिए, बाकी सब ठीक है। So the 16 school was added, and we got formal permission from directorate later on to start the work. That is the history of HSTP. Nai Talim is lost nowhere in this whole thing, as you hear. And Marjorie was very happy. Sudarshan was very happy. Sudarshan said, Anil, you will have to work here. I said, no, sorry. You promised that you will help me to set up Kishore Bharati. Did you not? He said, yes. That promise I stand by. I said, but how will you set it up? He said, don't worry. I have already invited 2 people to become your colleagues in Kishore Bharati to start the work. So then he told me that where he was working in Uttar Pradesh, in Mirzapur district, in Vanvasi Seva Ashram, he had 2 colleagues there from UP itself who worked with him, from whom he learned how to work in villages. He said, they are excellent people, and I'm inviting them. When you are handed over land, they will be here. You will not be alone. They will be working with you. As long as you want them, they will work with you. So those 2 people actually came a couple of weeks later when land was handed over. They were there waiting for us, 30 kilometers from the nearest town, Piparia, on the eastern end of Hoshangabad district. And they worked with me for the rest of their life. Sudarshan was amazing, great person in all this. And but he was always thinking how to get Anil to say yes to it, to work in HSTP. At that time, his name wasn't there. Name was given later on. So I said to him, at this time, yes. So I said, he said, okay, we are going to organize a teacher orientation program or not? I said, yes, naturally. You already taken written permission from directorate to organize a teacher orientation program. 40 teachers from 16 schools, 40 teachers, 2 from each. 2 from each will come, and some extra teachers. This idea, 2 from each school, came from Pitre, who said, lone teacher will be frustrated because people will crack jokes at him. People will not accept his science through experiment. So he needs moral support. So I have 2 teachers from each school. So we got 2 teachers from each school to join the program. So this was before the program that we were planning. So I said, Sudarshan said to me, I want only one promise. I have helped you to get land. I said, yes, you have. You helped me to start the program, HSTP. The first teacher orientation program, please tell us how to organize it, what kind of scientific equipment is needed, what kind of things have to be done, what preparation. I have no idea. And since you have a connection with TIFR, can you help us to get some TIFR PhD students to come and join us? Can Professor Yashpal and Professor Kulkarni be persuaded to join? I say, I'll do all that. All the groundwork, preparatory work I'll do. And after the that 7-day program of teacher orientation over, I will go back to Kishore Bharati and not come back here. He said, yes, okay. He's very, I said, Sudarshan, तूने मुझे बेवकूफ बना दिया. I said yes, and I got involved. So I started work. I started living in Friends Rural Center. At that time, land had not been handed over. That was still a couple of weeks later. I collected people in TIFR. I went back to Mumbai and talked to Yashpal, talked to Kulkarni. They were very excited. They said, this is the first time this program will go to a rural area. The 4 municipal schools of Bombay will keep on working, but this is going to be a rural area. This is very exciting. They're very happy that state government has given permission. So So they agreed to come. Then he said 4 PhD scholars. So Yashpal ji said, I'll arrange, don't worry, they'll come. So 4 scholars, 2 professors, they reached Rasulia to start the teacher orientation program. From day one, Professor Yashpal became a source of not only inspiration, became a source of humor, of a friendly atmosphere, friendly ambience in that. He'll always say to person, some teacher is emphasizing on some idea. He say, yaar, tum bahut sawal puchte ho. Tum thoda baad mein puchna aur logon ko puchne do. Yaar, that was the way he addressed teacher. Teacher was amazed that a senior scientist coming from TIFR is speaking in such a friendly manner. For them, this was a new experience. So this is how the orientation began. On the very first day, teachers started conducting experiments. Very first day. Those experiments were designed by the 4 PhD scholars of TIFR. They designed the experiment. Rashid, of course, was helping them. Rashid, being of the same age group, became very friendly. They became good friends with each other. So he was helping us, of course. So sitting in groups of 4 each, because that was the idea which Mr. Pitre gave us, that experiments in classroom will be done by 40 students under the care of 2 teachers, sitting on the floor. If the floor is not pakka floor, doesn't matter. Even kacha floor with cow dung on it. They will sit on floor in groups of 4 each and conduct experiments. At the end of all the, and 40 children, 10 groups working, doing experiment. At the end of the day, they will share their data, their experiences, and they will analyze one by one from each group. There will be a big discussion in the classroom. No teaching by the teacher. Teacher will only be a friendly advisor on how to conduct experiments and how to draw it, how to analyze data, how to draw inferences. Minimal role of the teacher. So that was a classroom thing. So that was repeated in the teacher orientation also. Mr. Pitre came for a day only. He had some family problem. He went back after one day. And Mr. Dixit did not come. So here was a beginning of the orientation program. And so when teachers conducted experiment, they saw something which they never seen before. They got results which they did not expect. So after some time, they became a little upset. Why things are happening which are not part of their mind, that such a thing can happen. Amazing things are happening which they never imagined or never seen. So they started asking a lot of questions. ये कैसे हो गया, वो कैसे हो गया, ये तो हरा हो गया, इसको लाल होना चाहिए था, ये हरा क्यों हो गया? Asking a lot of questions. So you should, noise level of the small hall went up. All in Rasulia Center. The noise level went up. So a lot of noise. So one senior teacher there, senior most, rebuked everyone. इतना शोर मचा दिया तुम लोगों ने, बाहर के लोग आए हैं, क्या कहेंगे कि हम मध्य प्रदेश में इतना शोर मचाते हैं, हम टीचर्स को तो कंट्रोल करना चाहिए अपने इमोशंस को, तो शोर मत मचाओ. And after a while, they again started making noise. So they were excited, naturally excited at that time. And then suddenly there was a window which was open in the hall. The window was, from window you can see the small road which came inside the campus from the main road. So on that main road, this teacher was sitting and seeing at the window. He suddenly said, "Arey sab chup ho jao, chup ho jao, chup ho jao, DO aa raha, DO aa raha." That means district education officer will come in. और वो bicycle पे आ रहे. By the time he said all that, DO was standing outside the gate of the hall, or the door of the hall. और पूछ रहा, मैं अंदर आ सकता हूँ? So he looked at me very happy. One Mr. Mishra. मैंने कहा, मिश्रा जी आपको कौन मना करेगा? आपके वजह से तो हो रहा है सब कुछ. आइए आइए. So there was a pin drop silence. So DO said to them, आप लोग अभी तो बड़ा शोर मचा रहे थे, बाहर सड़क पे शोर आ रहा था आपका, चिल्लाने का, अभी सब चुप क्यों हो गए? नहीं सर, वो कोई शोर नहीं मचाया, हमने कोई गलती नहीं करी, हमने शोर. They all frightened of the DO. They never seen a DO sitting with them. That doesn't happen in the discipline of school education system of the government. So sir, हमने कोई शोर नहीं मचाया. तो एक ने बोला नहीं ये मचा रहा था, कहते नहीं ये मचा रहा था. तो DO was very nice. He said, देखो मैंने ये तो नहीं कहा तुमने कोई गलती करी, मैं तो ये कह रहा हूँ आप शोर मचा रहे थे क्योंकि आप कुछ काम कर रहे होंगे, बात कर रहे होंगे, तो आप करते रहिए. मैं यहाँ बैठ के केवल देखूंगा, सुनूंगा, मैं देखना चाहता हूँ क्या हो रहा है. तो आप लोग अपना एक्सपेरिमेंट शुरू कीजिए, जैसा करेंगे मैं चुपचाप बैठ के देखूंगा. Then again the noise started. They never seen a DO asking you to make as much noise as you want to make. That was a beginning of the HSTP in a government school system, which is going to break all the old traditions. No old tradition will be there. It will be new school system emerging.
You said the teachers were seeing something that they were not expecting.
Ha.
So who,
Yes.
just like for example, in TIFR, Pitre explained or Yashpal explained what was going on. In
Yes,
this
yes.
situation, who explained?
Yes. Yes. We actually started with the same thing, scale. That was most exciting idea, na? Scale. So we asked every teacher to measure. So what was done in the hall of TIFR was repeated in the classroom of Rasulia village. Same thing. So they said, how can, Professor Yashpal was also is a humorous person, was a humorous person. So he kept on saying, वो लंबाई बदल रही है ना, वो मेज लंबी हो जाती है, मेज छोटी हो जाती है, इसलिए लंबाई अलग अलग आ रही है. तो टीचर, नो सर, वो मेज तो वैसी की वैसी है, मेज नहीं बदली है. अरे भाई, मेज बदल गई हो गई है, हो सकता है ये अनिल जी ने एक छोटी मेज हटा के बड़ी मेज रख दी होगी, तुमने देखा ही नहीं होगा. He was joking with them. So teachers understood that Professor Yashpal is just cracking humor, nothing else. And they were amazed, how can a senior scientist of TIFR be so friendly with them? So that was one initial experiment. Then more experiments were done. For example, how to examine a flower. So आपने कभी फूल देखा? जी खूब फूल देखे, तो ये फूल लीजिए, इसमें कितने ये होंगे, वो तो हमको मालूम नहीं है, तो निकालो फिर देखो. Given a needle to open the gynoecium of the flower, the female part, take out the seeds. So they did all that, and they saw what they saw was they had never seen before. So a lot of such experiments had already been done. Most of the experiments in the beginning was around biology, then came physics, chemistry later on. And the PhD scholars of TIFR were helping. And they were very honored that they are able to now orient the teachers, school teachers. They've never done this in their life. The 4 schools of municipal corporation, there these scholars were never invited. So they had no experience. This is the first time they were working with teachers and educating the teachers. So I went back to, after the teacher orientation program, I went back to Kishore Bharati campus and started working in Kishore Bharati. Rashid Sheikh continued to stay there and visit schools because he could understand, he knew science. He visited the schools from time to time, but it was all very informal, very informal. And a few months later, maybe sometime about August, Rashid and I used to visit Rasulia primarily to take some help from the district collector or seek help from Sudarshan. Sudarshan knew the village areas very well, so he was like a teacher for me. So visit him. And at that time, Rashid used to also share his experience in classroom. वहाँ पे ये गड़बड़ होता है, वहाँ पे ये दिक्कत आता है, वहाँ पे ये मुश्किल है, headmaster intervene करता है, all that. बहुत strict discipline follow की जाती है. So he used to talk about his experiences. And I used to ask him to write all. This will be useful later on. So in one of my visits, he said that I have a suggestion for both of you. He said, I have already told you, I spent my NCERT talent scholarship period in Delhi University Chemistry Department. Mm-hmm. The professor of chemistry there has the same idea which you people have. Follow the same thing, but at a higher level of Bachelor of Science and MSc. He's a very good person. If you want, I can ask him to arrange a meeting where you both go there and introduce the idea of HSTP. And I'll request him to invite people from physics department also. Mm-hmm. There are many physics teachers whom I met during my stay there who are very unhappy with the BSc physics education program because it does not explain things easily. And they want to change the BSc education program. And in the process, they also want to change the high school and senior secondary school science education. They're interested, but they're not doing anything at present. So I'll ask my teacher, Professor Sane, to invite them. So if you say yes, I'll immediately contact him. So through telegram and phone call, he contacted. And in October, a meeting was arranged, and both myself and Sudarshan were invited by chemistry department of Delhi University to go there and explain what is HSTP and what is happening there. Share the experiences. And when we reached there, both myself and Sudarshan, we saw many teachers from physics department. Actually, they became the bone of HSTP later on. Though they were their physics teacher, young people, full of excitement of that something like this is happening in a faraway rural area. So anyway, I spoke mainly. Sudarshan was only supporting me, helping me. And being a scientist, he felt I should speak. So I spoke. I told about our experiences, permission, how we got the permission, etc. People were amazed that you got permission. He said, if we want to do something similar, Delhi University will never permit us. So they said, we want to come and help you. Can we help? He said, we'll welcome. You'll be like senior resource person for us. But how will you come? Will you get leave from here? They said, we'll think about it. Give us time. We have heard you people. We are excited by the idea. The experiments which are being done in the village schools should be done in the municipal corporation schools of Delhi city. They are not being done here. So we are very excited. Give us time. We'll contact you again. And we'll tell you how we'll manage to come there. Because we are regular teachers here. So that is how ideas spread. A lot of thanks to Rashid.
Wow.
So I'll complete this story quickly, then I'll come to Nai Talim.
Okay.
And then they started coming on their own initiative. They took leave that will start the journey on Friday, reach there on Saturday, spend Sunday, and Monday will again stay there, and they come back on Tuesday. So it's a short leave from Delhi University from the respective department. Physics, basically, chemistry, and one person used to come from geology. Nobody from biology at that time. So they started coming by spending their own money and used to come and go back. And when they came there, they came to Rasulia, not to Kishore Bharati. They were guests of Rasulia Center. So then they started visiting schools, and then they will go back. After some time, after about, they used to come to 2 people at a time, so they can exchange ideas. So after 4 such teams had visited, by this time it was getting to be late December of 72. In early January 73, I got, landline was working. So in early January 1973, I got a call from Professor Pramod Srivastava of Physics Department from Delhi in Kishore Bharati campus, saying that, Anil, तुम क्या कल पहुंच सकते हो दिल्ली? मैंने कहा मैं इतनी जल्दी कैसे आ जाऊंगा? ट्रेन लेने के लिए मैं इटारसी जाऊंगा, इटारसी से भोपाल जाऊंगा, वहां से ट्रेन पकड़ूंगा तो देरी लगेगी. अच्छा चलो परसों आ जाओ, पर जरूर परसों आ जाना. ठंड बहुत है, अपना सब गर्म कपड़ा लेकर आना, बहुत ठंड है. मैं कहाँ मिलना है आपको? कहते यूजीसी ऑफिस. Where does UGC come in suddenly? These are Delhi University teachers, na? UGC office on such and such road, Bahadur Shah Zafar Marg. I said, okay. So I reached Bahadur Shah Zafar Marg 2 days later, and there was Pramod standing and waiting for me. I never forgotten Pramod with the overcoat to protect himself from cold. I also had an overcoat. तो मैंने कहा क्या करना बताओ? तो कहते हैं यूजीसी चेयरमैन से परमिशन लिया हुआ, वो अपॉइंटमेंट है अभी. मैंने कहा बता तो दो किस बात की अपॉइंटमेंट है. अपॉइंटमेंट ये है, हम लोग 15-20 लोग हैं यूनिवर्सिटी के टीचर्स, हम रेगुलरली सपोर्ट करना चाहते हैं एचएसटीपी को, वहां जाना चाहते हैं रेगुलरली, और उसके लिए हमें समय चाहिए और हमें छुट्टी चाहिए दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी से. वो दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी की एकेडमिक काउंसिल ने मना कर दिया. एकेडमिक काउंसिल ने बोल दिया कि आप लोगों को कोई काम करना है तो दिल्ली के स्कूलों में कीजिए, इतनी दूर क्यों जाते हैं, और वहां पे स्कूल के अपने टीचर्स हैं वो अपने आप करेंगे, तुम्हें आपको जाने का क्या मतलब. वहां पे मना कर दिया और उनको कहा कि आप इतनी छुट्टियां नहीं ले सकते. तो हम अब यूजीसी से हम मदद मांग रहे हैं. ठीक है मैं चलूंगा, आपको बात करना, हम चलेंगे. I'll be your assistant. So I went to UGC office, chairman office, and he was Professor Jacob from Kerala. I never forgotten this name. So Jacob from Kerala, 1973. He's welcomed us, asked coffee or tea. So we said coffee. So he brought coffee. And then he said, yes, I received a formal letter from several teachers of physics department and chemistry department. I read the letter. He asked Pramod, what do you want me to do? He said, we already told you, we want to go there, 2 teachers at a time to Rasulia and 2 teachers to Kishore Bharti, because out of 16 schools, 9 schools are in Hoshangabad block and 7 schools are in Bankhedi block, far away from this. So 2 teachers here, 2 teachers there at a time. And we want to spend 1 week in 1 semester. This all was available in writing by them. 1 semester, we'll go and spend one week there and come back. And we don't have so much money to spend on going. So we'll travel in 3rd class, sleeper class. You pay us for sleeper class travel, although university will give us 1st class travel, but you give us sleeper class travel, spend less money, that is enough for us. And give us leave. So Professor Jacob said, there's going to be a meeting of the whole University Commission few days from now. Give me time, I'll discuss the issue there, because so far we've given similar leave and similar support to teachers to go to college and universities in their respective subjects, physics or history or so, whatever. Never to teachers of university level to go to school, which we have never done. So I need to consult the commission and then give you the answer. 1 week later, his letter arrived at the address of Mr. Professor Srivastava. Permission given. You will be supported by UGC, as you have written. And to give you leave, we have arranged for this, that your salary, because when you, by that time, the demand has increased from 1 week to 1 month at a time. So you'll be away for 1 month. In your place, the university will be given money to employ an ad hoc teacher for 1 month of the same subject. And money given will be used to pay the ad hoc teacher. Your salary will remain where it is. When you rejoin, if we don't do this, if there's a gap between it, then your other facility like pension, everything else will be, other advantages will not be given. So your salary will come from the same universities, from the same office. But you can be away from 1 month and come back.
Wow.
This has never happened. The first time it has happened in the history of university education in India. This is a story, very exciting. Then they actually came, they started coming by sleeper class 3rd, and they'll come and work very genuinely, very devotedly. They'll take bicycle, go to villages from difficult path. पगडंडी पे साइकिल चलाई, कभी चलाई नहीं बोलते थे, हमने पगडंडी पे कभी साइकिल नहीं चलाई, अब चला ली. They saw farms, they had never seen farm before, they had never seen villages, most of them. So they enjoyed and they worked very hard with tremendous diligence and commitment. And they wrote their monthly reports, and those reports are still available in records.
Is HSTP still active?
Yeah. Oh, HSTP, as I told you earlier, I think 30 years later, it started in 1972. 30 years later, in 2002, the then Congress government, led by Mr. Digvijay Singh, who was a very good person otherwise, a good chief minister. He, at the advice of his secretary, principal secretary, IS officer, the advice of his principal secretary, decided to wind up HSTP in 2002, beginning of 2002. And suddenly an official order reached every district education officer where this program was helping, because by this time, the program has spread from 16 schools to 300 schools of the whole Hoshangabad district. And by this time, it has gone beyond Hoshangabad district, because Eklave had been constituted in 1982, 10 years after the program started in 1972. So Eklave was there. Eklave had taken this idea to some selected 4 or 5 schools of Rajasthan, 4 or 5 schools of Gujarat, and 4 or 5 schools somewhere else. So it was in 3 other states of India by this time. And outside Hoshangabad district, they had taken it to 8 or 9 other districts,
Right.
in addition to about 10 districts.
So what was the rationale?
So,
What was the rationale
pardon?
given? What was the rationale
Rational.
given for?
Yeah, rational. The order of the state government gave no reasons. It was a 2-line order to all district education officer to stop the program. The state government decides to stop the program henceforth, and to go back to what government is doing in other schools of state, and all the permission given for these people to intervene and redesign the board examination of class 8 that had been by that time achieved by us will not be there anymore. And the textbooks, the workbook, there was no textbook. There were workbooks designed to tell children how to do an experiment, and then how to collect data and how to analyze. These are called workbooks. The workbooks before expansion were being provided by us, but after expansion, when 300 schools were involved, we could not afford. So the state government started publishing the books through the textbook corporation of the state government, and they used to be available in the various distribution points of the state government in different towns of Hoshangabad district and other districts where the program had gone. So all that will be stopped. It is in the order, single order. The distribution of workbooks will not be there anymore. So it was a 2 or 3-line order.
Very unfortunate.
No reasons given.
Very unfortunate.
Then I was at that time professor in Delhi University. I got the news, so I came back immediately by the next train. Although I was not involved. After coming to Delhi University in 1994, then I was not involved. Eklavya was running the program. So, but this was my duty, my moral duty to help at this stage. So, by this time in Delhi, I was not just a professor, I had gotten involved in building up a education movement, where government education system will be a better education system than any private school. And private schools should not be encouraged by the government. So, there is a movement being built up. So, I was learning how to build a movement in 1990s. So, when I reached Hoshangabad, I went to the Eklavya office in Hoshangabad, met all these people who joined the program from different parts of the country. And I said the only way is Digvijay Singh ji is visiting Hoshangabad today, not for the program, for some religious program on the banks of Narmada River, the holy river, Narmada River. So he's coming here, let's show him a black flag protest. We'll hold black flag and welcome him with black flags. So they got very frightened. They never done anything like this. हम नहीं करेंगे. वो चीफ मिनिस्टर है, वो कुछ भी हमको जेल में डाल देगा. मैं जेल में डाल देगा तो और अच्छी बात हो जाएगी. फिर तो सब सारे अखबारों में छपेगा, सब लोग जानेंगे, तब लोग हमें सपोर्ट करेंगे. तो प्रोग्राम बच जाएगा. They did not do it, so no black flag protest took place. For me, it was an ordinary thing to do by that time. So Digvijay Singh came and went back on his own. So by this time, Eklavya became alert. They started preparing a document to question the government, state government. And state government by this time had brought out a small leaflet. Why did they close down this program? Because by this time they were getting very stern messages from the media. Media was objecting. Program had become very well known and very welcome program by the media also. So media started writing in favor of the program, and why has the government stopped it? So they had to answer question. Then they were getting telegrams and letters from senior scientists in India, getting letters from various places objecting to the decision. So to protect themselves, they prepared a small leaflet of 4 or 5 pages, giving their reasons, rationale as you are asking, for closing down the school. The rationale basically said that the government cannot allow 2 kinds of science education program in the same state. That is what reason number 1. Science education should be done in an identical manner in all the schools. So there are 2 kinds of dual system cannot be allowed. because this was being allowed in the examination also, no? Board exam. This was very bothersome to the officers. Third, second, then why should government spend money to print books for this program? Then we have collected evidence that this does not help the students to learn science. They don't learn any science. We have results collected by Science Education Institute of Jabalpur, which I mentioned earlier, and State Council of Educational Research in Bhopal. They all collected evidence that the children in this school are not learning science. They are not good enough to pass science examination of the board examination, and is doing a lot of damage. Things of this kind. No evidence, no data, but they are saying, they wrote all that. Then Eklavich prepared another response to it, about 30-page monograph to answer each question. And comparing the data of the class 10 board exam and class 12 board exam to show there will be no harm done to the students who appeared in board examination. And they had collected data. But this did not help to break the barrier.
That's unfortunate. We are starting with Nai Talim.
Yes, yes, I'm happy to start with Nai Talim. Yes, yes. Within a couple of years of starting work in Kishore Bharati campus, we got a letter from one Professor Moiz Rasiwala. I had met him, Moiz Rasiwala. He's a Muslim from Bombay. I met him by chance in a yoga class in Bombay on the Chowpatty. There was a yoga class going on. So I met him there. We became friends. So he knew my address. He wrote a letter. I've heard about what you have done. You moved away from Bombay. You was living in a village. Can I and my wife come and join? We are very excited by the idea. This happened to us a lot. Many people from highly educated section of society thought it is like a pilgrimage to go to Kishore Bharati and spend time there. So they both came and joined us. And like we were drawing 300 rupees per month from the funds of Kishore Bharati, they also started drawing 300 rupees per month and started participating. At one stage, Moiz said to us that I'm not very happy working in HSTP, that you people are already doing, and I have nothing to contribute. My interest is not there, but I want to understand how majority of the children in Madhya Pradesh are educated. Is there any way I can do it? I said, certainly, we can arrange for you to visit the village school next door to us, and we'll introduce you to the teachers, and you can go and talk to them, collect whatever information, data you want. And if you want to go to other school, you can do that also in the neighboring area. We can introduce you. So Moiz took it very seriously, this offer. He started visiting schools. He must have visited 10 schools, collected a lot of data information, and made many friends with the teachers. And his wife was a French origin wife. She had problem in settling down, but she was very brave enough to settle down finally. So after 2 or 3 months of his work, he analyzed all his data and held a meeting of our meeting, a group meeting of Kishore Bharati workers. So the Kishore Bharati group meeting was called, and he presented a data which showed that large percentage of children, 75%, 80%, drop out before they cross class 8. And the remaining were another 10% drop out before class 10. And less than 10% of the children in the villages are able to cross class 10, go to class 11. So this was a result of his data. So he said, I want to collect more data. There's more things which are hidden, which I've not been able to understand. My language problem is also there. So, so I want to stay a little longer, and 300 rupees, a little bit less. Can you increase it by another 100 rupees? So we said, okay, we'll do 400. So he said, money is being spent now on my travel, local travel, here and there. So if you want, you can, if you can get some funding from some government institution. So I had by this time come to know Professor J.P. Nayak. That story I have not told you. That's a very important story in my life. That happened when I was in TIFR. I had not resigned. When Professor J.P. Nayak met me, or I met J.P. Nayak. So that's a very important story. Professor Obey Siddiqui is involved in it. So that was before I left, before Kishore Bharati was constituted, before I left Bombay. I was still doing my science experiments. So I known Professor J.P. Nayak. So I wrote him a personal letter. By this time, in 1974 or 75, he was Director General of Indian Council of Social Science Research in Delhi. So I knew that ICSR provides financial support for such work, social research. So I wrote him a personal letter saying that we need some help. And here is a program proposal prepared by Professor Moez Rasiwala. I'm attaching it. And can you give us some help, small help, to let us go on? So we had not mentioned any figure. So he immediately gave a telegram. I given the telegram address. He gave a telegram, mentioned the amount. It will be approved. No questions asked. Because he knew me, what I've done. So I gave him a telegram, 5,000 rupees. He gave another telegram, very small amount. You might not be happy. You might regret it. You want to increase it? I said, no, enough. So we had decided to always live in a frugal manner. We'll never spend money which need not be spent. That was the collective decision. So he said, no, 5,000 enough. So we received 5,000 rupees check by post. We deposited in our bank. And that was what Moez Rasiwala wanted to use. He used it very well. And at one stage, Moez raised the question to all of us. My data is only showing and proving again and again the school education is not making sense to the children. Children are not enjoying that education. They are seeking the first opportunity to quit education, go away, go back to their parents. This education system is not helping. It's useless. So this all being discussed in a series of group meetings. And we already started reading, keeping records of group meetings that are still available. It's 74, 75 at that time. So a lot of debate happening in the group meeting. I said in one of the meetings, if this, according to Moez, is not helping this system of education, then system is meaningless, irrelevant. And it also means to a common person, common thinking like me, that this is so useless a thing, what is being done in the schools, that children get fed up. So they quit because they are not happy with the education being given. They don't understand what is being taught to them. So they quit school. That means they quit school in protest. We don't like this system, so I'm quitting. So they are not drop out. System is pushing them to go out. There's a lot of physical punishment also in all the schools. That are also documented by Moez. How many times children get physically punished? What kind of horrible punishment, physical punishment are given? Children are hurt and sometimes wounded. All was being recorded by Moez. And he used to share with us his report to ICSR in lieu of 5,000 rupees given. So at one meeting, suddenly I said, it seems that the system is designed to push out the children. People said exactly. So that Gandhian friend of Sudarshan, who came from UP, the first two people came. He was a Gandhian, very dedicated Gandhian, very intelligent Gandhian also. So he was like a leader of the whole group along with me, very highly respected by everyone. So he suddenly said, "अरे भाई बात तो साफ हो गई, ये स्कूल शिक्षा देने के लिए नहीं है, स्कूल अब बच्चों को शिक्षा से भगा देने के लिए." The moment he said that, I said, yes, this is what I'm trying to point out. They are not dropout, they are push-outs. This term push-out was born on the campus of Kishore Bharati. Today it is quite widely known that no child, which I keep saying in every meeting, I said in Trivandrum recently that I went there, not a single child has ever dropped out since independence of India. whom you call dropout is actually a push out. School system is designed to push them out. And I said, if anyone doesn't agree, I'm willing to answer any question. And I've said it as member of the CABE committee, Central Advisory Board on Education, later on in the year 2005 and all that. I made the same statement in writing and orally also in full meetings of CABE, Central Advisory Board of Education. Whole system is designed to push out more than 2/3 of India's children. And now I say no, because 85% of India's children are Bahujan, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, nomadic tribes, denotified tribes, and minorities. They are the Bahujans of India. And they constitute 85%. Only 10% of 85% Bahujan children of India cross class 12. 90% are pushed out of the school system before they can cross class 12. They are not there to pass examination. They've been pushed out. Nobody has ever questioned. I must have said this in n number of open meetings, public lectures of mine. I've written about it, written like articles about it. I said it in Central Advisory Board of Education, where every state education minister is present. Nobody dare, nahi, aap galat bol rahe hain, ye galat hai. Nobody dare, because it's a reality known to every state education minister, known to ministry. So this was then settled in our local group meeting. अगर वो push out है तो हमको यहाँ का बदलना पड़ेगा. So this Gandhian sent who came from UP at the inspiration of Sudarshan, sitting next to me, I always called him with respect Devta Bhai. He was a Brahman also, so people called him Panditji. I called him Devta Bhai. So Devta Bhai spoke. He said, we have the answer today. Let's go back to where we started from. That is Nai Talim. आप लोग इतना खो गए होविशिका में, अब भूल गए कि हम यहाँ आए क्यों थे. हम यहाँ पे होविशिका करने नहीं आए थे, हम तो नई तालीम करने आए थे. आज भी अनिल जी हमको सुनाते हैं नई तालीम की कहानियां, उसमें ऐसे किया जाएगा, ऐसे किया जाएगा. ये तो हवा में है ना, जमीन पे तो नहीं किया. जमीन पे करके दिखाइए. वो करेंगे तो मैं भी काम करूंगा इसमें. होविशिका को छोड़ दीजिए, उसको सुदर्शन जी कर लेंगे. उनके पास दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के सारे प्रोफेसर आ गए हैं, उनके पास बहुत लोग हैं. उसको छोड़ दीजिए. जो कोई नहीं कर सका, जो गांधी जी करना चाहते थे वो भी नहीं कर सके, वो अनिल के दिमाग में है, तो अनिल करके दिखाए ना. तो कहा अनिल आपको चुनौती है, आप करके दिखाइए. चैलेंज है आपको, आप करके दिखाइए. और अब HSTP छोड़ दीजिए, वो बहुत लोग कर रहे हैं, पूरी टीम खड़ी हो गई है उसके लिए, वो लोग कर लेंगे. अब तो टीचर्स भी सीख गए हैं दूसरों को सिखाना, टीचर्स को भी आ गया, उनको छोड़ दीजिए. तो आपको तो फुर्सत ही नहीं है, दिन रात HSTP करते रहते हैं. अब आप छोड़िए उसको. And then there were two students from Delhi University, students of one of the physics professor from Delhi University, who joined us as one of the two UGC teacher fellows, Professor Vijay Verma, excellent teacher. And they were his students. One was a woman, Sadhna, another was a male person. How can I forget his name? My gosh. Pardon me, for some reason my mind, I'm maybe tired mind. So the two of them were already that began conducting small experiments, with informal experiment with children of the same village, to see how knowledge is constructed in science, physics, chemistry, mathematics, all. And they already had experience, and they immediately offered, can we build up that program properly now? If everybody is saying that should be the priority now. So whatever work we are doing in science education, we'll gradually withdraw and spend our time doing this work. So, so that was agreed upon, and they started that work. And that was a very exciting period from 1974 to 77, 3 years. In 77, HSTP was expanded to the whole district. So up to the expansion, this was the story that we started doing that experiment of Nai Talim. About 10 to 15 children were always there to join us. Sometime 1 or 2 people will quit and come back again. So about 10 to 15 children coming from the they were children of farm workers. Their parents were workers in farms, on the farms of landlords. They're farm labor. They're farm laborers' children that were coming from very poor background. So they were the students. And that was the idea, written idea in our project proposal, which began implemented from 74 onwards. For 3 years, the couple did excellent work. Excellent. Amazing. I think even Gandhiji would have never done it. He would have been so happy to see
And
this
where,
being done.
where did it happen? Where did this Nai
On the
Talim-
campus of Kishore Bharati. On the
Acha.
campus, we had a animal husbandry program. We were doing farming by this time. We were digging wells. We were promoting irrigation in that area. We were even working with the farmers and learning how to grow crop on very little water wherever there's a water scarcity. We're doing many things in the whole area by this time.
So this is,
So
my question.
that was important. If we were not doing that, even this what was done, the small experiment of Nai Talim from 74 onward would not have happened, because we had experience in agriculture, animal husbandry, and the village life.
So
That is why we could do it.
Is that still going on?
No. So I want to share with you, maybe in the next session, when we meet again, the experience of that Nai Talim experiment. Very important, because this experience is what became the basis of that position paper, which we submitted in 2005 to NCRT, which is the official position paper. That experience, that understanding or knowledge of how to do Nai Talim came from the on-ground experience which we gained on the Kishore Bharati campus.
I get it.
Yes.
While talking to you, I have realized that even in my own teaching experiences, but of course at college level,
Yes.
and because I come from design background,
Oh, I see. Design background.
a lot of my work is learning by doing.
Okay. Yes.
It is not theoretical, not bookish knowledge, but worldly knowledge by getting people to engage with the real world, working with their hand as well as with their mind.
Yes.
So I find great curiosity in how you've taken Gandhiji's ideas in Nai Talim and applied it in current context. And in my last 10 minutes, I'm going to ask you a lot of questions relating what you say to my context, so that I want to understand how can we prepare children of tomorrow who are curious but also creative.
Yes.
And they can actually contribute to society, not just by contributing ideas, but actually by creating real value in the society.
That is the crux of Nai Talim.
Yes. So you can go ahead.
Yes. So it was in 1974. That means a couple of years after we had settled down in Kishore Bharati campus. In 1974, when these two young physics students from Delhi University joined us, along with their professors who were helping in HSTP. And these two younger people, the students from Delhi University, one was Kamal Mahendru, another is Sadhna Saxena. And they were trained in physics, but they came excited by listening about Hoshangabad science teaching program to help their teachers also to settle down here. Little while later, this debate on Nai Talim was emerging in Kishore Bharati, as I told you last time. Devta Din Mishra, whom I call Devta Bhai, from Mirzapur district of Uttar Pradesh, he kept on saying that entire focus of Kishore Bharati is now on HSTP. All of our energy goes into that. Whenever Anil goes to visit a school, maybe 15 kilometers away on his bicycle, on his way back, he sees some children sitting down on the side of the Kacha road doing experiments that they learned in the school and enjoying it. So he gets down from his bicycle and spends all his time with his children. Or he sees a teacher, school teacher, again he spends his time with the parents of the students or the teachers. So very little time is left now. We don't do anything else. So as I told you about Professor Moiz Rasiwala, his work showing that children do not drop out, they actually are pushed out. So there's something seriously wrong with the school system, with school education, that children don't like that kind of education. They don't respond to it. There's no connect between children and the education given to them. And education does not relate to their real life situation. They are children of farmers or farm workers or other laborers in that area, or of tribals who survive on collecting fruits and plants from the forest areas. And so there's no connection. And the education program has no idea of what kind of background these children come from. So we must bring back our agenda of Nai Talim in real practice. So this is how we then, who will do it if Anil stops contributing to HSTP, and HSTP may be on weak foundation. So finally, Kamal and Sadhna, they said, we will continue to work in HSTP, but we will love to take responsibility for founding the idea of Nai Talim in seriously. So everybody agreed. So Kamal and Sadhna took charge of this together. So I'm just recalling all that story, how it started. So at that time, a number of poor, impoverished farmers who were not upper caste farmers, they were from backward classes. Backward is a bad word. They came from either scheduled caste background or scheduled tribe backgrounds, or from such poor backgrounds. So we were in touch with those people, and so one of them asked, is there any program in Kishore Bharati to educate our children? So we said, bring your children. So they brought their children, maybe 12 years old, 13 years old. And we asked them, हमारे साथ पढ़ोगे, रहोगे? So they said, yes. We are children of farmers. Even if their parents were not actually farmers, they called themselves, they were children of farm workers, farm labor, not owning land. They came from poor families. So parents agreed to let their children spend time with us. In the daytime also, if required, they'll sleep here doing work in the farms. So about 4 or 5 children joined right in the beginning. And the way it started is very interesting. It was proposed to them, we will grow groundnut. We'll begin with groundnut, mungfali and groundnut. What is Marathi for mungfali? There's a good word. Huh?
Shengdana.
Groundnut.
Shengdana.
Shengdana. That's right. Correct. I've heard this word. So we'll begin with groundnut. So children said that our parents are too poor to grow groundnut, but we want to learn. So how much? So idea was, let us begin with 1 acre of land. So Kishore Bharati had that much of land. So how will you measure 1 acre? Children said, we don't know how to measure. So they said, all right, we will. So Kamal and Sadhna said to them, their 2 teachers, that 1 acre is equal to so many square feet or square yard. So what is square feet? What is square yard? This is how the arithmetic comes in. So it was discussed with them. But how do you measure? So if we want to measure so many square yard in order to have 1 acre of land, which will identify. So how do you do it? So Devta Bhai, who was not a Nai Talim person in this respect, but a person with great ideas, he came from a village area. He spent all his life in a tribal district of Uttar Pradesh. So he said, I have designed an instrument to measure land. So Devta Bhai presented that instrument. Instrument was sticks, bamboo sticks, arranged like this, like this. And 2 ends on the bottom, and then like this. And the distance between this left and right was 1 yard, 3 feet. And it was tied at the top. So we'll take it and move from, put one end here and then turn it. Then you keep walking with it. You walk with this thing and you measure so many yards here going on this side. Then you turn on the other side. That you make you go in like a square.
Yeah.
Measuring and then multiply it and you get no, this is so much is 1 acre. So the children enjoyed running with this, with the bamboo sticks, doing the click, 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 click. That's great fun. They enjoyed doing all this. But one of them was a smarter one. So I remember he was carrying always a notebook and noting down. So Kamal and Sadhna told them, you have to keep record of how much is the length on this side, how much is the length on the other side. All the 4 side length should be there. So only then we can calculate. So then for the first time, they were counting and enjoying, not getting bored or threatened by the arithmetic. They were having great fun. So they measured 1 acre of land in this way. And multiplication. This is what Gandhiji was talking about. You do productive work, you're learning, you're deriving arithmetic, geometry, everything from that. So also this question arose, how do you know that you're exactly turning at a 90-degree angle? So let us measure the angle. How do we measure angle when you turn on the other end? So they started learning how to measure angle, 90-degree, when you turn left or right. So geometry began along with it. So for us also it was a revealing experience. None of us have ever done this kind of thing. So the children had great fun. They enjoyed. So after measuring the 1 acre of land, now let us sow groundnut. So groundnut was sown. But before that, we have to provide some fertilizer. So they said their families had never used fertilizer, no money for buying fertilizer. So we start with one fertilizer, urea. So what is urea? They never heard this name. So urea has some nitrogen in it. What is nitrogen? Some experiential, Kamal and Sadhna knew, so understood all this. So they experimented. They said, let us begin. We'll do some experiments also later on. So then urea was put on the soil, and then soil was mulched, and groundnut was sown. So it was decided that these children and more children joined, about 8 or 10 by this time. They heard that they were having great fun. So when these children went back home, they said, "Maza aata hai, khub maza aata hai, badhiya lagta hai." So more children joined. So these children were told you to prepare your daily notebook, daily record of your work. So they said, "Abhi theek se likhna nahi aata." So said, begin writing. Whatever you do in the daytime, you write. So even if your language is wrong, it doesn't matter. But you just keep writing whatever you can. And so they began keeping them daily records. And they were told when the groundnut sprouts, you have to keep a close watch and draw diagrams of what you see. So they started drawing diagrams of the sprouting groundnut and record everything on what day, on the 9th day of the sowing, or was it 10th day or 12th day. Everybody maintains their own record. So they were learning by experience and keeping their own records. So after a while, they saw there's something coming out of soil. That was a sprouting groundnut, but it did not go straight up. It turned down back into the soil. Now they'd never seen this happening, that the sprout comes back. In the case of wheat, which was very common in that area, that's why it keeps going upward. Here it comes back. So in the evening discussion, they said, वो पता नहीं क्या अजीब सा है, वो तो वापस चला गया मिट्टी में, वापस चला गया, तो वापस चला गया तो फूल कैसे निकलेगा? So they said, let's keep watching. These people did not answer questions. They said, you keep watching what happens. So they kept on watching, and after a few days, they found when they took out a sprout from under the soil, there were some flower-like things coming inside the soil. They said, "Oh, फूल तो मिट्टी के नीचे उगा है." Normally, flower comes up above the ground. It is inside the soil. So that is how groundnut is. It goes into it, and the seed emerges in the soil, not upward. It's not like wheat or paddy. It's different. So they saw that paddy also was a very popular crop there. So they knew about wheat and paddy, but this was a great discovery for them, that the flower will grow inside the soil. कहते फूल अंदर होता है, मिट्टी के अंदर फूल निकलता है. They were surprised. So this is how the education began. So I'll cut the story short because there are many other things to do. So they were very happy. They learned to enjoy reading, writing, all these things, doing some calculations. They thought they learned a lot by this time. So after a couple of weeks, there was a mela in the village, a fair. Lots of melas used to be held. So a fair was there. So they asked Kamal and Sadhna, they used to call them Kamal Bhai, Sadhna Behan. That or not as a teacher, not Kamal Bhai, Sadhna Behan. So they said, हमको मेले में जाना है. So they were told to go together. Of course, five or six of them will go together. So they had a little dot pen which they put in a pocket with great sense of pride. We are going to see the village fair with a pen in our pocket. That was a sign of being scholarly. So they've never done this in their lifetime, holding. They've gone to fair, melas, but not with a pen in their pocket. So this time they went with a pen in their pocket. I think I mentioned, if I not, this is time to mention, they went to the village fair. This village was basically dominated or controlled fully 100% by a landlord family. And the landlord family hailed from the British times in 1850s, when British used the local upper caste people, mostly Brahmins, to become the agents for collecting revenue, lagan from the farming families. So whosoever collected good lagan was given the protection as a protection for being a landlord on behalf of British agency. So they were appointed, these families, forefathers were appointed as lagan collectors, and they were called the zamidar. I think something similar in Maharashtra has also happened in 1850s, 1860s. It's all over the country. So this is how Mahatma Phule in 1882 memorandum to Hunter Commission said the British Empire collects all his wealth from the farmers' sweat, but gives it to the upper castes of India, not for the working families. So I recall that at that time I had not read Mahatma Phule. Now I have, so I can correct the two. So this landlord family had collected huge wealth and power also in that whole area. And this family had a family named Palya family. And therefore the village was named as Palya Piparia. Piparia is a town, but this is a village controlled by the Palya landlords. So Palya landlords were there, their children were spoiled children with a lot of money, a lot of wealth in the family. So they had no respect for the village people, and they used to, in fact, exploit the village people. So these children went to fair and they thought they have some money with them now. So some small amount of money, they buy a balloon or something like that. So they were going around in the market, talking to the people collected from all over that area. So one of the elder son of the family appeared there. And he saw these people with a pen in their pocket. So he became very upset that these children coming from extremely poor backgrounds, from lower caste background, how dare they have a pen in their pocket? Pen is a sign of being educated. Huh? So they said, बड़े अकड़ में आ गए हो तुम? क्या तुमने किशोर भारती में काम कर लिया? इतनी अकड़ हो गई कि यहाँ पेन लगा के आओगे और हम पे अपना रुतबा दिखाओगे तुम? मैं देख लेता हूँ तुमको. तुम्हारे माँ बाप को घुसने नहीं दूंगा मैं गांव के अंदर, काम नहीं देंगे उनको, तुमको भूखे मारेंगे उनको. और अगर पेन जल्दी निकालो अपनी जेब से, कहती नहीं हमारा पेन है. तो so that fellow threatened him, हम तुमको मारेंगे अब तुमको. बहुत अकड़ आ गई ना किशोर भारती में पढ़ते पढ़ते. So they left that area out of fear and they came back crying to Kishore Bharati campus. The Kishore Bharati campus was very close to the village. So they said, हमको क्यों मारा? हम तो केवल कलम लेके गए थे. आप ही देखा था कलम अच्छी चीज होती है, कलम पढ़ाई सिखाती है, लिखना सिखाती है. हमने क्या गलती कर दी? So on that day, the topic changed from groundnut to the history of landlords. How do landlords become landlords? So the whole history which I shared with you, in fact, for that they opened the gazetteer of Hoshangabad district. You see, the British started this whole practice. The district magistrate collector was asked to prepare a gazetteer of that village, of that district. So Hoshangabad gazetteer was available in our library in both Hindi and English. So the Hindi gazetteer, Hindi version was taken out. And chalo, isme kya likha hai? So the whole history which I've shared with you in greater detail, more details, was shared with them. Until late night, this whole group, Kamal Sadhna and the children, sat together with a lantern, reading the Gazette, understanding the history of exploitation. See, this is what Gandhi said, na? While doing takli, spinning takli, I think of Manchester and Lancashire, exploitation of Indian cotton. So, ये इतिहास है शोषण का. So already revolutionary ideas are being discussed. So finally, next morning they were very excited. They have understood what landlords are about. They said, हमारे माँ बाप को तो कुछ भी नहीं मालूम. हम इतना सीख गए. So they also getting a sense of self pride. हम इतना सीख रहे हैं. ये शोषण कैसे होता है, दमन कैसे होता है, लूट कैसे होती है. So that's a very exciting experience for young people. So this is Nai Talim. I'm just sharing the ideas of Nai Talim. Okay, then finally the groundnut crop was growing and and becoming longer and longer shoots. And then the question of fertilizer came again. Now what kind of fertilizer? Urea has been given. Now potash has to be given. So what is potash? So some chemistry was discussed. What is nitrogen in urea? That was discussed. So how much we have to give? So they were told, go to the library, Kishore Bharati library. There are books there, small little books in Hindi about various crops. So in your case, you look at the book on groundnut and learn how much fertilizer has to be given. And so come back after reading. So practice of reading and absorbing ideas and knowledge. So they went to library. First they learned how to locate the book. The books are classified and put in according to the name of the editor or the book writer. So they learned how to locate a book in the library. So another lesson, locating a book in the library. So after some time they became very excited. अब तो कोई भी किताब हम खोज लेंगे, हम समझ गए. उसकी जो कुंजी थी खोजने की हमको समझ में आ गई. अब हम किताब अपने आप खोज लेंगे. वहां पे जो लाइब्रेरियन की देखते हैं, my wife was looking after library. अब हमें जरूरत नहीं उनकी है, हम उनके बगैर कर लेंगे. शशि बहन की जरूरत नहीं, अब अपने आप कर लेंगे. So they're getting confidence also. So anyway, so how जैसे उसमें इतना किलो नाइट्रोजन डालो, तो ये किलो कैसे पता चलेगा, यूरिया कैसे है, हम उसमें नाइट्रोजन कितना होता है. So calculation of that 1 kilo of urea, how much nitrogen it will have. Let us do calculation. So chemistry calculations are being done. So they learned to do all, multiplication, division, all that, and getting excited about it. Then so much urea is to be given. So that was done. And then irrigation. So all of you, about 8 or 10 of you, which you take duties because irrigation had to be done often in the night. Because daytime there is a lot of sun, so the water gets evaporated. So good irrigation means do it in the night, so it will all be submerged in the soil, the whole water. So they started taking duties with each other. तुम रात को 12 बजे तक करना, मैं 12 बजे के हम कर गएंगे. And they all will sit in the night with a lantern and do irrigation. So good for them, sharing, idea of sharing labor. So then the question came about, I forget now, one other fertilizer. So at that time, it was not clear. Our library did not have any guideline there. So they said, हमको कहाँ से मालूम चलेगा इसके बारे में? The third fertilizer, I forget right now. So Kamal and Sadhna said, देखो, अगर लाइब्रेरी में नहीं है तो तुम ब्लॉक हेडक्वार्टर जाओ, which was about 6 kilometers from our campus in the larger village called Bankhedi, block headquarter. वहां जाओ, वहां पर एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट एग्रीकल्चर ऑफिसर होगा, उससे मिलो, उससे पूछो, उसका काम है यहाँ की जनता को एजुकेट करना खेती के बारे में, तो वो आपको बताएंगे इस फर्टिलाइजर का क्या करना है. तो they said, okay. So they went there. So when they reached the block headquarter, the agriculture officer's office, there was a guard sitting outside to protect the agriculture officer. So they said, "हमको कहाँ जा रहे हो?" They started entering the office. कहाँ जा रहे हो? कौन हो? उसने कहा, हम कृषि अधिकारी को मिलने आए हैं। तुम कौन होते हो कृषि अधिकारी को मिलने वाले? हाँ, हमको किशोर भारती से भेजा गया है कि पता करो कि ये कितना, ये खाद कितनी देनी है, कितने किलो देनी है, मूंगफली के खेती में। कहते तुम बच्चा लोग क्या है, अपने माँ बाप को भेज लेना। उसका नहीं, हम ही आएंगे, कोई नहीं और नहीं आएगा। नहीं, तुम नहीं जा सकते। क्यों नहीं जा सकते? साहब बहुत काम में लगे हैं, तुम्हारे लिए टाइम नहीं उनके पास। So that guard did not allow them to meet the officer. So they came back almost crying, feeling insulted. It's very important they felt insulted that they were not allowed to meet the officer. So after long discussion, it was decided. Then Kamalan Sir ने explained to them, देखो ये जो कृषि अधिकारी है, ये तुम्हारा साहब नहीं है, ये तुम्हारा नौकर है। उसकी तनख्वाह जो है तुम्हारे माँ बाप जो कमाते हैं उसमें से कटती है, उसमें टैक्स लगता है, कर लगता है, वो कर जाता है सरकार को, सरकार उनको तनख्वाह देती है। तो जो तनख्वाह है तुम्हारे माँ बाप देते हैं, सारा गांव देता है उनकी तनख्वाह। वो तुमको मना नहीं कर सकते, तुम्हारे साहब नहीं है, उनको साहब बोलना मना करो। बोलो आप अधिकारी हैं, आपका काम है हमारी सेवा करना। अब जाओ और दोबारा रोते हुए वापस मत आना, वहां लड़ाई लड़ना और अंदर घुस जाना। So next day they did not wait for the guard to stop them. Four of them, they just entered without waiting for being denied. They entered. There's a great thing in a remote village for children to have a courage of that kind. So courage was an important part of Nai Talim. So, and to understand, you're not talking to Sahab. You're talking to a person who's paid by your father, by your mother, by your parents, by the villagers. So this time they went with great, bravery, and they stood in front of the officer. Officer said, "Who are you? Why have you come into my office?" He said, "हम आपसे कुछ सीखने आए हैं, कुछ पूछने आए हैं, तो पूछो, जल्दी पूछो, मेरे पास ज्यादा टाइम नहीं है." They said, "This is fertilizer, कितना देना है?" कहते तुमको क्या मतलब? कहते हम किशोर भारती में खेती करते हैं। तो किशोर भारती had a big standing by this time now. It was a big institution being set up here in this. Everybody knew me because I used to go on my bicycle to the Bankhedi Bazaar. So I used to meet all the Bankhedi dwellers. So the guy, वो अनिल भाई है ना, हाँ हम उनको जानते हैं। तो तुम चाहते क्या हो? कहते ये चाहते हैं। तो कहते हैं कि देखो हमारे पास टाइम नहीं है तुम्हारे लिए ज्यादा, और अब हम तुमको इतना बता दें, ये एक छोटी सी पुस्तिका है, ये सरकार ने लिखी है, हमने नहीं लिखी, ये सरकार ने लिखी है, तो इसको तुम ले जाओ, तुम्हारे काम की तो रख लेना अपने पास। There's a little pamphlet given by the government to the agriculture officer. So he threw that pamphlet to them, take it, and don't come to my office again. So they came back this time not crying, but this time happy that we have won the battle. We have persuaded that officer to give us the information. They sat together to read that pamphlet. The pamphlet was useless, of no use at all. So they said to Kamalan Sadhna कि आप हमको ये बताइए, ये खाद क्यों देते हैं? हमको समझ नहीं आ रहा है कि खाद क्यों देते हैं। न दे तो क्या फर्क पड़ जाएगा? हमारे माँ बाप तो गरीब, हम तो कभी खाद खरीद नहीं सकते। पेरेंट्स डोंट हैव मनी टू बाई सच ए थिंग। तो हम खाद देते क्यों हैं? So they say, all right, we'll do an experiment. And they said, we'll now grow some groundnut plants in jars filled with water. We'll do a water culture. And so they took glass bottles and put the same fertilizers in a selected way. That this will have nitrogen fertilizer, this will have potash, this will have phosphorus. That was the third one, I'm forgetting. So some jars with nitrogen fertilizer, others with potash, and others with phosphorus. Third one. And you watch how the plants grow. So they did that, and they found that in all the three jars with different fertilizer, they all could not grow properly, and they were drying up and not growing properly. So that was experiment showing that all three are required. If you deny two and only keep one fertilizer, it doesn't work. Now you mix some potash in the nitrogen fertilizer and then see what happens. Then the plants do better. So by this kind of experiment, they were now finding out the importance of fertilizer, learning some chemistry also. So mathematics they already learned while measuring the land. That was a great thing now. So then angle, how to make that instrument which will measure the land. So this is how the story. Then the groundnut crop was ready to be sold. This was part of Nai Talim. Na? That whatever we grow, we sell in the market, earn money, and that is a source of money for doing agriculture and even surviving here. So we'll earn our own money. So how to know at what price we should sell. So they were advised, go to the weekly market on every Friday, go to the Friday market. There'll be a big bazaar there from all over that area. People will come from villages far away to sell their products and find out the price at which groundnut is selling. So they did that, came back next morning, and they was asked, now learn how to make a graph. So graph paper was placed in front of them. Here, this is x-axis, this is y-axis, and you put a spot here of the price at which on this date groundnut is being sold. Go next week, again do that. So next week and next week, over 4 or 5 weeks, they went on going and drawing graph. They're now learning how to make a graph. So, and plotting it themselves. They saw how the line is going up, prices are rising. So then they asked their teachers, that Kamal and Sadhna, कि हमको कैसे मालूम चलेगा कब बेचना, ये तो बढ़ता जा रहा है, कब बेचना, कैसे मालूम चलेगा? कहते अभी दो बारी और जाओ तब पता चल जाएगा. है तो they went twice again, 2 more times, and then they found that the graph is sloping down. The graph slope is sloping down. The rate of growth has sloped down. They said, अरे ये तो अब उतनी तेजी से नहीं बढ़ रहा, कम बढ़ रहा है, इसका मतलब प्राइस गिर रहा है. तो अब प्राइस ज्यादा गिरेगा तो फिर नुकसान हो जाएगा. तो हमको ये बताओ, ये दाम ऊपर क्यों चढ़ता है और नीचे क्यों गिरता है? वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन है. Why do prices rise and why do prices fall? तो ये क्यों होता है? तो उनका अच्छा लाइब्रेरी में जाके पता करो, ये जो ग्राउंडनट है इतना सारा आता है मध्य प्रदेश में, ये कहाँ से आता है? तो they went to library and found out it all comes from Gujarat. It is Gujarat is a source of groundnut in our area. So why is Gujarat growing more groundnut than Madhya Pradesh? It's because of soil. So what is the difference in the soil of Gujarat, particular area, Piparia area? Because that soil is a better soil than where we are. Our soil has more of sand. It does not have capacity to hold water, and therefore does not hold even fertilizers properly. So they have a better soil condition. तो वो अपना गेहूं यहाँ भेज देते हैं बेचने के लिए, तो यहाँ की प्राइसेस गिर जाती हैं. ऐसा क्यों होता है? नाउ इकोनॉमिक्स कम्स इन. जब वहां से ज्यादा गेहूं आता है तो यहाँ की प्राइस गिर जाती है, और अगर कम आएगा तो यहाँ की प्राइस बढ़ जाएगी. These are all very important ideas of economics. अर्थशास्त्र है. तो अब टीचर्स मेक फन आल्सो, अब तुम अर्थशास्त्री बन रहे हो, ये क्या होता है अर्थशास्त्री? इकोनॉमिस्ट बन रहे हो. So all this. So when the slope was the slope was really falling down a little faster than earlier. Now this is time to sell it, otherwise you lose. So they immediately went to on the Friday market and sold whatever they had grown and came back with money. Very happy. This is our income. We have earned money. So it will be kept in a box to be given to you when you graduate from here. When you finish your education, then you carry this to your parents. So you can see a number of ideas coming in, and so this story is showing what I see whether there are any important. There are many important things, but Kamal and Sadhna had done one mistake. I've been telling them after we all came out of the campus that you not documented it. Please document. Prepare a small little book on the pedagogy of Nai Talim, and it will become a very popular book, very valuable book, which no one has written. Even Gandhiji has only described, but the way you have done it under the modern technology background and the modern politics also, no one has done that. You must write. But for some reason, they have not written even so far. So I told them, I threatened them, if you don't write, I will write it and put your name on it, because you are the people who did it. And you used to tell stories in the evening to all of us. That is how I know so much about it. So in this process, issue of caste became very important. Why are all the people, poor people belong to this caste? All the rich people belong to Brahmanism. Why all the rich people are Brahmins? Why all the poor people are of this caste? So the caste and the wealth and the connection with each other. So it became very rich discourse which was developing there, very rich discourse. So, but one thing which went wrong, which was realized by Kamal Sadhana and all of us, because they used to report everything in the evening group meetings. So none of us realized that gradually these people, these children, were getting a sense of self-pride a bit too much. Because now they were learning a lot with their age group people in their villages do not know. They were going to government school, but this is not what is done in government schools. And they also started saying, ये जो हम यहाँ सीख रहे हैं, हमारे तो माँ बाप भी नहीं जानते. So Kamal Sadhana reported, so I said, look, this is serious. If they're getting this sense that they know more than their parents, they know more than the other children in the area because they come to a place like Kishore Bharti. This sense of growing pride is not a good sense. We should be worried about it. So everybody got worried. Huh? ऐसा होता रहा फिर तो they'll become alienated from society, their own society. So this growing alienation became a big issue in Kishore Bharti. So is that the right way of doing it? So we all realize because it is being done in such an isolated manner, one Kishore Bharti campus, not being done in all the villages of the area.
So
While HSTP, pardon?
They almost saw themselves as the village elite.
A village elite. They were feeling like that. You are right. Exactly they felt. हम तो बहुत जानते हैं. हम अपने माँ बाप से ज्यादा जानते हैं. हम अपने गांव के लोगों से ज्यादा जानते हैं. है तो बहुत उनको समझाया जाता है भाई तुम यहाँ आए तो सीख गए इसका मतलब नहीं कि तुम इसको लेके अकड़ दिखाओ तुम्हें प्राइड हो जाए गर्व हो जाए तुम कुछ सुपीरियर नहीं हो तुम भी गांव के बच्चे हो है तो नहीं हमने बहुत सीख लिया ये तो नाइट्रोजन फास्फोरस सब सीख लिया हमारे गांव में कौन नहीं जानता हम जाके बोलते हैं नाइट्रोजन फास्फोरस उनको समझ में नहीं आता तो तो बिरता भाई सेड ये जो गांव से अलगाव हो रहा है बहुत गंभीर बात है ये नहीं होना चाहिए तो this was different between HSTP and this because HSTP was in the villages all the government schools while this was an isolated campus and there's a big difference so that is what Sudarshan and Marjorie insisted upon we should do something to transform the school education which is all over the state of Madhya Pradesh not do anything in isolation no this isolated Nai Talim campus was a problematic campus of course the landlord also stopped bossing over the children now but they knew that we are there and we can take action and not because the children were powerful because we were powerful that they knew so they stopped bossing over the children so so at this stage we were also there was a debate going on in an HSTP group I think I told you that UGC fellowship was given to Delhi University faculty members to work in Hoshangabad district in various schools, various areas. So this was a big debate within HSTP that we should, if we do not expand, the 16 school program cannot survive because it is itself an isolated experiment. 16 schools out of 300 plus schools of Hoshangabad district. And even the teachers who came on monthly meetings, once a month, they'll come to either Kishore Bharti campus or the Rasulia campus, either of the two places. So whenever they came, they said कि हमारा बहुत मजाक उड़ाया जाता है हम जब शिक्षक संगठन में बैठते हैं उनकी मीटिंग में जाते हैं तो हमारा मजाक उड़ाया जाता है कि देखो तुम लोग ये होविष्का के में आके तुम लोग फंस गए तुम्हें ज्यादा काम करना पड़ता है ज्यादा मेहनत करनी पड़ती है हम तो केवल कुर्सी पे बैठे बैठे बोलते हैं यहाँ पे ब्लैक बोर्ड पे ये लिख दो ब्लैक बोर्ड पे वो लिख दो तुम तो प्रयोग करने के लिए कभी इधर भागते हो इस ग्रुप में कभी उस भागते हो कभी इधर भागते हो फिर जब खत्म हो जाता है दिन तो सारे जो विज्ञान के उपकरण है इक्विपमेंट सब इकट्ठा करते हो उनको फिर लाइब्रेरी अलमारी में रखते हो कितना ज्यादा काम हो गया तुम्हारी सैलरी तो नहीं ज्यादा हुई So they're being told your salary is not being raised, but you are now earning, you have to do more work than us. So this was becoming a bit problematic for the HSTP teachers also. हमारा मजाक उड़ाया जाता है हम ज्यादा काम करते हैं, ये तभी हमको सब मजाक उड़ाते हैं, सैलरी तो वही है, सबकी बराबर है. So at that time, the HSTP group of including Delhi University teachers and IIT teachers who are coming in a similar way, or TIFR people, plus all of us local people. So it was once decided that time has come to expand it. We cannot survive as an island. We must expand to all, to how many? We can expand to the whole Bankhedi block or Hoshangabad block, the two blocks in which 16 schools were located. So the two blocks. So at that time, I said, expanding to two blocks will not break the isolation. It will be broken only when we expand to entire district, where teachers can say, whole Hoshangabad district is now doing this HSTP. Then there will be no isolation. And then we'll work. The next step will be the whole of Madhya Pradesh state. So we prepared a perspective paper for the government. Government had to decide. For the government, we prepared a perspective paper sometime in 76, 77. And I'll just share the few initial lines there. Rest was more details. And we referred to two great educational experiments of India. One led by Rabindranath Tagore, Shanti Niketan, another led by Mahatma Gandhi in Sevagram, Wardha. He said these two great experiments, and there's so much to learn from those experiments. At the same time, they could not continue. Both experiments were essentially wound up, finally, because they did not impact upon the whole education system. And they did not even, there was no even a plan to intervene in the whole education system. They were isolated experiments. So lesson is for the state government to learn that isolated experiments will be lost in the due course. So therefore, we are proposing below a whole program for expanding from 16 schools to 300 schools. And therefore, there will be some changes in the method of working and all that. And we said that so far, a handful of us were more than adequate for organizing teacher orientation program, preparing work experiments and all that. But that whole thing has to be now done at a different scale. So there are 11 development blocks of Hoshangabad district, from the western end towards Maharashtra and to eastern end towards districts of Madhya Pradesh, to Jabalpur district. So the 11 blocks. In each 11 block, as per Kothari Education Commission of 1966 report, they had a higher secondary school in every block. Higher secondary schools were better equipped than the middle schools or primary schools, with better trained teachers with a higher degree level, BSc, MSc holders, while the teachers of middle school were at the most 12th class pass, senior secondary school. No one was an undergraduate or graduate. So because they have better teachers and they have more resource, more laboratories also, science laboratories also, and more space for holding meetings. Therefore, each higher secondary school should be considered as one of the school complexes for promoting better pedagogic practices, a better education system in every block. This was a recommendation of Hoshangabad of Kothari Commission, which was implemented because of this program only in Hoshangabad district, nowhere else in the country, because we read Kothari Commission report and got this great idea that higher secondary school should function now as source of knowledge and source of materials, resources, laboratories, and all that. And libraries also, better libraries in the higher secondary schools, and better teachers also, more trained teachers with BA degrees and MA degrees, while the primary middle school teachers had none of that. So this was agreed upon. So now our work expanded from sitting in Bankhedi on the eastern end of the district to travel every month for monthly meetings to all the 11 blocks to the western, about more than 100 kilometers distance by train, and come back by train in the evening on the same route, by the returning train. It was great fun, great excitement, traveling the whole district along Narmada River, once a month, going towards west and coming back to the eastern end. So great excitement, and the Delhi University teachers also enjoyed. They also had great fun doing that. So this was a very good experiment. And then time came to organize a teacher orientation program for the new teachers, because many new teachers from the science background in the higher secondary school teachers and new schools, and also how to maintain a dialogue with them, with all the teachers, all the students. Now the number of students are running into thousands already. So we thought of an idea that we'll start a new magazine, small little magazine, like a pamphlet, handwritten pamphlet, and that will welcome questions from students and teachers. And it will be answered by a small group of teachers who are better equipped, and they'll be called Savali Ram. A new name was concocted, Savali Ram. Savali Ram, who answers questions, who answers Sawal. And this magazine will encourage everyone to ask questions, any kind of question. And we will document all these questions and answers. So a small committee led by 1 or 2 teachers of the higher secondary school and also middle school teachers, they became representative of the Savali Ram. It became very popular. We still have old records of the 1970s and early 1980s when Savali Ram was very active. Very exciting. And what I want to find out, also focus upon, in the first teacher orientation program in 1972, I think I shared with you how that district education officer came. They shared the story, and everybody became quiet. And that was just the beginning. Then the TIFR, chemistry scholars of chemistry, they said we'll prepare the chemistry program, because other program was not included, there was no chemistry part of it. There was more of physics. We'll prepare the chemistry program. So they worked very hard for a couple of months. They came to attend a teacher orientation. Then, with great excitement and confidence, that we have brought a series of simple chemistry experiments. So they did that with the teachers. And teachers enjoyed, of course. But at the end of the day, teachers said to the 4 or 5 scholars from TIFR, "Dekhiye ji, Guruji," they started calling the young people Guruji. That was a term used for teachers. So Guruji, आपने जो किया बड़ा मजा आया, लेकिन ये हमारे स्कूल में नहीं हो पाएगा. क्यों नहीं हो पाएगा? क्योंकि इसके लिए जिस तरीके का चाहिए ना, आप कहते हैं कि मेज पे रखो, तो हमारे यहाँ तो एक ही मेज होती है टीचर के लिए. तो और आप कहते हैं कि 4-4 बच्चे एक एक ग्रुप में बैठ के काम करें, तो हमारे 40 बच्चे होते हैं स्टूडेंट, तो वो 10 ग्रुप बनते हैं, तो 10 मेज तो हमें मिलेगी नहीं. फिर आप बोलते हैं कि ये भी लाओ, वो भी लाओ, ये सब कहाँ से आएगा? हम तो ये एक्सपेरिमेंट नहीं कर पाएंगे. और हमारे यहाँ जो फ्लोर है, स्कूल का फ्लोर है, दैट इज नॉट लेवल. So it is not level. So we cannot even put a little glass which will be stable. Glass will fall down. So a lot of problems. ये हमारे यहाँ नहीं चलेगा, हमारी condition ऐसी नहीं है. So these young people took a lot of interest, young scholars, and when the whole dialogue was over after 1 or 2 hours, so they said, they asked one of the workers of Rasulia campus, it was Rasulia campus orientation, जरा सा वो अखबार का कागज ले आओ. So they brought अखबार कागज. So these people prepared detailed notes in Hindi about how to conduct these experiments, about this much of paperwork. So they took newspaper and put fire to it, and along with the notes they had brought from Bombay, from TIFR. हम जो लाए हैं वो फालतू है, बेकार का है, यहाँ के काम के लिए बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं है, हमसे बहुत गलती हो गया, हम माफी मांगते हैं, हम इसको आग लगा रहे हैं, इसको होली से जला रहे हैं. ये होली लगा दी हमने जला दिया, इससे हम छुट्टी पा गए, अब हम ये गलती कभी नहीं करेंगे. तो टीचर्स ट्राई टू स्टॉप देम, जलाओ तो मत ना, जलाओ तो मत. कहते नहीं जलाएंगे, जो आपके काम का लिए हमारे किस काम का है, हम तो आपके लिए बना के लाए थे ना. हम समझ गए, हमको नहीं मालूम था कि स्कूल की कंडीशंस क्या है, हमको पता नहीं था, अब हम समझ गए, हम अगली बार आएंगे, हम अलग ढंग से आएंगे. नेक्स्ट टाइम दे केम विद अ डिफरेंट set of mind, only totally different set of mind. This time the experiments were which could be done easily in a village school. They had transformed themselves. So the faculty, the teachers from Delhi University or TIFR or IIT and the students were also learning. It was a mutually learning program. And teachers realized that हम भी तो सिखाते हैं, ये जो गुरुजी आते हैं दिल्ली से, बंबई से, कानपुर से, ये हम भी तो सिखाते हैं इनको. A sense of confidence, is very important. At one time, the then chief minister of Congress party at that time, Arjun Singh, was returning to Bhopal from his constituency in the eastern part of Madhya Pradesh by train. And his train came to Itarsi. From Itarsi, official cars will come from Bhopal to pick him up. So he knew that Rasulia campus is on the way between Itarsi and Bhopal. So he asked them, आप मुझे रसूलिया ले चलिए उस गांव में, वहां रोक लेना, वहां कुछ साइंस का प्रोग्राम हो रहा है, मैं देखना चाहता हूँ. The chief minister had heard about it and he knew what was happening. So he came to see. And so there was a lot of police, local police there to protect him. So he told the police to go away. He was coming in Rasulia campus. I and Rashid Sheikh and Sudarshan, we three had visited him once in between, after permission was given to us to start. Permission was not given with his permission, given by the director of public instruction, Dr. Brahmdev Sharma. So he was very happy. He said, ये बहुत अच्छा है कि कोई नई बात हो रही है हमारे प्रदेश में. आप लोग अच्छे से काम कीजिए, कोई तकलीफ होगी तो हमको बताइएगा. कुछ पैसा चाहिए आपको? मैं कहा नहीं, वो हमने मना कर दिया है, हमने साइन कर दिया है. डॉक्टर बीडी शर्मा ने कहा कि आप सरकार से कोई पैसा नहीं मांगोगे, हम पैसा नहीं, हमें पैसा नहीं चाहिए. तो but next Saturday, the DO, same DO, called us and said at Rasulia, called and said that come here to my office. There's some letter from the chief minister. So he showed the letter in Hindi, saying that ये जो काम चल रहा है, it was addressed to DO, जो काम चल रहा है होशंगाबाद में, ये रेवोल्यूशनरी प्रोग्राम है, इसलिए इसको मध्य प्रदेश सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है उसको कुछ सपोर्ट देना. तो हम, ये स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का चेक है, named for Friends Rural Center Rasulia, ये 10,000 रुपए का चेक है, उनको दे दीजिए. And that was 31st March, end of the financial year. ये अभी दीजिए तुरंत, year will be over. So DO said a check has come. So Sudarshan said no, we already said no, we don't want any money. He said देखिए ले लीजिए, नहीं तो मेरी नौकरी को दिक्कत आ जाएगी, वो कहेंगे तुमने क्यों नहीं दिया. तो I cannot say no to chief minister, he's too big a person. So we took that money. That was the first donation which we received in the name of HSTP. 10,000 rupees. It was given to Friends Rural Center because they were taking care of all the orientation program, spending money on it. So it went to them. So these are some of the short stories. And the story about chemistry experiment being withdrawn is a wonderful story. We don't know our villages. We don't know the conditions of school villages. Once you know, then you realize what you are thinking should be done cannot be done. So then these PhD scholars from TIFR continue to be working with us for many years after that. So this is that part of the story. Then when the larger program, when it was expanded in 1977, by that time we were fortunate. A new education secretary was given the charge, who was at that time serving in the central government, in the tribal department of central government. He was transferred to Bhopal as education secretary. As we were this time quite worried, what kind of person is he? If he's not willing to understand what we are doing, we'll be in trouble. Our program will be in trouble. So we went to meet him, and it turned out he was a very different kind of person. When he saw us, he said, हम तो आप लोगों के बारे में सुन रहे हैं पिछले 5 सालों से, अखबार में पढ़ रहे हैं, मध्य प्रदेश के अखबार में छपता है, वो पढ़ रहे हैं, आप लोग मिलने आ गए, हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है. हम तो चाहते थे हमको जल्दी यहाँ पे ट्रांसफर किया जाए ताकि आपके प्रोग्राम में हम सपोर्ट दे सके. अब हम यहाँ आ गए हैं, हम आपके सपोर्ट में काम करेंगे. अब बताइए हम क्या मदद कर सकते हैं. He's an IAS officer. Years later, he became chief secretary of the state. Years later. And we were surprised that he said, हमने पढ़ लिया आप लोग क्या काम करते हैं. That time media was very favorable to our work. Very favorable at that time. In fact, there was a story which became very popular, which the leading newspaper of Madhya Pradesh now, of the whole country, in fact, largest newspaper, Dainik Bhaskar, it released a editorial titled सवा रुपए में विज्ञान, सवा रुपए में विज्ञान. And that was title given by the newspaper. And that is because all the science kit which we were supplying, Surya and Kishore Bharti were together were supplying to the schools, was very inexpensive one. And often that even the small money, small amount of maybe few paise worth of something, even that was being gradually replaced by even free of cost material. For example, once I was in Bankhedi school. There were 2 or 3 schools in Bankhedi headquarters. I went to the girls' school. We used to go at least once a month, if not more than that. So I went on a bicycle to Bankhedi, 6 kilometers away, and went to the girls' school. And the women teachers were very happy. For them, we were like guru. They are guru, na? So Guruji aaye hain, Guruji aaye hain. तो मैंने कहा बहन, हम उनको बहन जी बोलते थे, बहन जी आज क्या प्रोग्राम है? कहते हैं आज आपने कहा था ना कि फील्ड ट्रिप पे ले जाना है बच्चों को, और स्कूल में भी बच्चे फील्ड ट्रिप करते हैं, तो फील्ड ट्रिप का एक नाम दे रहा है. फील्ड ट्रिप तो इंग्लिश वर्ड है, वो बोल नहीं पाते थे, तो फील्ड ट्रिप का नाम हमने हिंदी में निकाल दिया परिभ्रमण. व्हेन टीचर्स एज पार्ट ऑफ HSTP विल गो ऑन फील्ड ट्रिप्स, परिभ्रमण. तो आज परिभ्रमण का दिन है, तो बहुत अच्छा हुआ आप आ गए. आप भी साथ चलेंगे? हमने चलेंगे, हम गाँव में जाएंगे, खेतों में जाएंगे. हमने कहा जरूर. तो I put my bicycle in the school campus and went with the girls and the women teachers in the village farms. So there was that day they were going to learn about flowers. What is flower composed of? What does it have? So it was a flower day. So the children were asked by the teacher कि फूल इकट्ठे करके लाओ. तो फूल लाए, बच्चे ले आए, कोई इधर से कोई उधर से, कोई पेड़ से. They started, अब इसमें देखो, खोल के देखो, इसमें बाहर क्या है, अंदर क्या है, इसके अंदर बीज भी होगा, some local words were used, some बीज भी होगा, वो निकालो जल्दी. तो कहा कि कैसे निकालें, उंगली तो बड़ी मोटी है, वो बहुत छोटा है. तो वो टीचर ने बोला, तुमको बोला था ना एक नीडल दी थी, they provided needle as part of the science kit, needle. So वो तुमको सुई दी थी, सुई कहाँ है? कहते हैं वो बहन जी वो तो भूल गए, लाए नहीं. So they were now afraid, they forgot to brought the needle to do this, the surgical operation on the female part of the plant, of the flower. So one girl standing nearby was looking around. कहते बहन जी कुछ एक हमने ढूंढ लिया, सुई ढूंढ ली on the farm boundary. There was a babul tree growing there, babul tree growing there, and babul has spines, kaante, spine, very sharp spine, very fine. It ends even at a point with thinner than any metal needle. So she broke open a little, broke the spine apart from the babul tree. देखिए सुई. So all the girls collected the needle, that babul spine. Said now we can open the flower. We can. Then they showed, here is the oval. The anda hai iska. Anda becomes a seed later on. Ye anda hai, ye wo hai. And they showed all that. That day, I announced to the thing, this school will get a prize for discovering a needle which does not cost any money. You discovered a needle. This needle is going to replace the metal needle. Now in the kit, we won't provide metal needle. Everybody will be asked to go to the farms and break the spine from the babul tree. So this is how our science kit was becoming cheaper and cheaper, inexpensive. I remember one teacher orientation program when a chemistry experiment was going on, where depending upon the acidity level of the material, you put a phenolphthalein drop, so color changes from pink to, if it is acidic, then it becomes pink, otherwise it's transparent. So this experiment was done by the new teachers there, and they became very excited. They said, one teacher said, next time he came, for next day when he came for the teacher orientation, he said, हमने एक चीज देखा, हमारे गांव में भी एक आयुर्वेदिक डॉक्टर है, वो कहता है अपने मरीजों को अट्रैक्ट करने के लिए, वो बोलता है कि आओ यहाँ बैठो, और ये जैसे तुम्हारा खून है, ये लाल होता है, ये देखो इस गिलास में, वो गुलाबी रंग का एक गिलास दिखाता है, और कहता है ये तुम्हारा खून जैसा है, अगर तुमने मेरी दवाई नहीं ली तो ये पानी हो जाएगा, देखो कैसे मैं ये डालता हूं, then you'll put something and suddenly the pink color will disappear. तो मुझे याद आया ये एक्सपेरिमेंट आपने कल कराया था, तो मैंने जाके वैद्य जी से पूछा कि ये पिंक से विदाउट पिंक की कैसे होता है, फिर अगेन आप पिंक कर देते हैं, कैसे होता है, आप क्या डालते हैं इसमें? तो उसने बोला एक आयुर्वेदिक गोली है, वो पेट को ठीक रखने के लिए, डाइजेशन के लिए दी जाती है, वो गोली ये करती है, गोली डालते हैं. उसे गोली कहाँ मिलेगी? उससे कहा बाहर दुकान है, वहां गोली बिकती है. तो he brought a little vial of goalies, white goalies. That was some kind of a material which removes acidity. That is why it is good for digestion. So we removed the phenolphthalein part and replaced it by that goli. So we told the teacher, सबके गांव में ये आयुर्वेदिक दवाई बिकती है, तुम अपनी गोली ले आओ और बच्चों के साथ प्रयोग करो. So there is a lot of input coming from the teachers and the children all the time. It was a dynamic program which was changing, improving, becoming more and more inexpensive, easier to do, and everybody was contributing. Somehow, this is how it became a ₹1.25 ka vigyan. So per month, government has to spend only one rupee 25 paisa per child. And so therefore, all governments can afford it.
Wow. So आज के हालात में what is the state of these schools? Is Nai Talim still in practice?
No, Nai Talim was only a Kishore Bharati campus-based program, no, not in the schools.
So it did
That
not.
was not in the.
It did not expand to other schools.
See, there are many reasons. Because Nai Talim involved lot of farm work, working with the farmers and agriculture oriented towards forest. It meant that school teachers will also agree to do some farming. Although most of the school teachers owned agriculture, they were all earning from agriculture in their own villages. But they used to employ people, employ labor, not doing them, so they were of a higher standard. And most of the teachers were upper caste. Very few of them were scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. Very few. Most of them were upper caste. So they will not like to do any work with their hand. So I remember once there was some experiment to be done with paddy plants. And paddy grows in a little farm land with a lot of water there. So in order to study the plant, you have to get into water. So there's a Bankhadi school teachers were to be taken to study paddy. So I went there and I removed my shoes and I went into the paddy field with more than 2 feet of water. So I'm used to it. I had no problem. So I asked the teachers to come in. We are going to study the insects which destroy paddy. That is, we are going to learn about insects and part of HSTP. So teachers will say, नहीं है सर, आप अच्छा तो कर रहे हैं, बढ़िया कर रहे हैं. हमने कहा हम तो कर रहे हैं, अब तुम आके देखो ना वो कीड़ा कैसा होता है, उसको पकड़ो. वो हमारे गांव में भी होता है. They will refuse to come in the mud and put their feet in the mud. So this is upper caste behavior. And these were some of the obstacles. So beyond a point, we could not challenge the obstacles. No? After all, teachers are popular thing. So I want to share with you one or two little stories of SSTP.
And once you're done, I have a lot of questions which I want to ask you.
Okay. All right. The program had settled down, or when we expanded, so 300 schools, and that means we were now having teacher orientation program for about 1,000 teachers, and also from the 11 higher secondary schools of each block. They were also brought. They were not middle school teachers, but they were higher secondary teachers helping the middle school teachers. So they also came with MSc degrees, most of them. And then we also advised or requested the government to allow the school inspectors to participate, because school inspectors don't participate, they'll not understand what is going on. So 60 school inspectors, more than 1,000 school teachers, and about 15 higher secondary school teachers. You can see the whole large scale thing. It was a very enjoyable, very exciting experience. Big teacher orientation program. Fortunately, the new director of public instruction has also been inspired by Dr. B.D. Sharma. He was a very good human being also, Ashok Vajpayee, and Sharad Behar, the education secretary. They should come together, stay with the whole teacher orientation shivir of 1 week. For 1 week, they'll be with us. So teachers became very friendly. Otherwise, teachers are afraid of talking even to district education officer, let alone even block education officer. But now they were at level with education secretary and director of public instruction, all that. So a stage came. I then remember, yes, sometime that was a little later, in the assembly, state assembly, the MLA from Itarsi district which is part of Hoshangabad district, a big railway station, railway junction. So a MLA of that area, a Congress MLA, he raised a question in assembly, in Vidhan Sabha, that this HSTP program is teaching people, our children, to gamble. उनको गैम्बलिंग सिखा रहे हैं, ये बहुत गलत है, इस प्रोग्राम को बंद कर दिया जाए. This was sometime in late 70, like 1980 or something, 1979-80. इस प्रोग्राम को बंद कर दिया जाए. So it became a big news in the newspapers. We read it. We also became frightened, you know. MLA saying in the Vidhan Sabha, the program ko band kar de, gambling. Gambling, then we understood why he's saying that. He's saying that because a very important physics experiment introduced called chance and probability in class 8, the third level. Chance and probability. Devised by a physicist who's like a philosopher of science also, Pramod Srivastava. Professor Pramod Srivastava from Delhi University, one of the Delhi University people working with us. And he, in one of our informal sessions, he introduced the idea. There is chance and probability people don't understand. There's a lot of religious dogma also. If I want, I can do this. I can throw my things so that there'll be, you know, those dices, so I can win the gambling also. So let us introduce a lesson on chance and experiment of chance and probability. Beautiful experiment. I have myself learned a lot through that experiment. So there was it was to be done on the ground of a school campus, and children will throw these dices, and they will jump a step forward and keep a map, keep making a position of their place and make a map out of it. Beautiful experiment. I'll make a scan of that diagram which was prepared for it and share it with you. Diagram. I don't think ever in our country, the history of more than 150 years of history of education from 1850 onwards, any school system has ever thought of talking about chance and probability, a concept of physics and mathematics, as part of school system. Because of Pramod Srivastava, it could be done. And of course, supported further by another physicist, his colleague, Professor Vijay Verma. Both were the philosophers of HSTP, in fact, both of them. So this became very popular. Children enjoyed jumping and plotting their position by throwing one dice. Yeah. Or chhe bindu wala, 6, I can do it every time, and they could not. So that was why gambling became a way of attacking us. So there's some debate there, and education secretary, being education secretary, had to sit on the Vidhan Sabha session in the gallery and keep taking notes, advise education minister. He was there. So he advised education minister, आप थोड़ा time मांग लीजिए इनसे, हम आपको बता देंगे क्या है. So he explained to the minister later on, this is the experiment which is being exploited. And the idea is not, they are not really against gambling. They all gamble all the time. But the idea is to stop HSTP because they are feeling HSTP is emerging as an alternative to the school education which they control. In Itarsi also several schools became part of HSTP. So this is different angle altogether. So in the next day meeting of Vidhan Sabha, the education minister proposed, let us constitute a 3-person committee to go to Hoshangabad district and submit a report to State Assembly. And then we'll decide. So a 3-person committee arrived in Hoshangabad. News spread all over. A committee from State Assembly is coming to stop gambling in HSTP. The gambling lessons of HSTP. तो कैसे ये सब किया जाता है, इसको बंद करना है. So at that time I was in Bhopal for some other reason. I was not there, and the teachers were there. So teachers were called. The better known teachers were called by the district education officer, 3 of them. And they came and met the MLAs. MLAs कहा कि तुम लोग ये अब जुआ खेलना सिखाते हो यहाँ पर. तुम लोग अब टीचर नहीं हो, तुम लोग जुआ खेलने वाले हो. बच्चों को भी बिगाड़ते हो, खुद बिगड़ गए हो जुआ खेलना सीख के, और बच्चों को बिगाड़ रहे हो. तुमको शर्म नहीं आती? तुम्हारी नैतिकता, मोरालिटी किधर है? They use big words. So one teacher was, how can I forget his name? Should never forget names. Just now I'm forgetting. Sorry. Last time I forget Kamal's name, Kamal Mahendru's name, who was a Nai Talim teacher. So he said, साहब आप आए हैं ना, अब हमारे MLA हैं, तो हम आपको बताएंगे कि गैम्बलिंग कैसे करते हैं, हम आपको बताएंगे। तो ये एक डाइस है, पासा बोलते हैं, हिंदी पासा है। इसके एक और एक बिंदु है, दूसरी ओर 2 है, 3 है, 4 है, 5 है, एक और 6 है। आप अगर 6 लेंगे तो आप 2 लाइन जंप कर सकते हैं। अगर आप 5 लाएंगे तो 1 लाइन जंप करेंगे, उससे कम होगा तो कोई लाइन जंप नहीं करेंगे, आपको आगे जाना है। अब आप 6 बिंदु बार बार ला सकते हैं? हाँ मैं ला सकता हूँ, एमएलए ने बोला, तो लाइए साहब। So when he did it with 10 dice in his hand and, threw them up, and when they came back, one of them had 6 and others had 5, 4, 3, and it's all random, no? It's a random. So he could not, he said, आप दोबारा कर लीजिए. He tried 3 times, से ये तो नहीं आते, एक ही बार आता है 6 में से, बाकी तो आता नहीं है, मैं क्या करूं? कहते हैं फिर आप कैसे कहते हैं हम गैम्बलिंग सिखा रहे हैं? हम बच्चों को यही सिखा रहे हैं कि जुआ घरों में जो बोला जाता है, ऐसे करोगे तो हर बारी 6 बिंदु ऊपर आ जाएंगे, वो है गैम्बलिंग। वो बच्चों को बर्बाद करते हैं, आपको भी लूटते हैं। हम तो बच्चों को सिखा रहे हैं ये हो ही नहीं सकता, ये गणित का सिद्धांत है, मैथमेटिक्स का सिद्धांत है, ये तो कोई कर ही नहीं सकता हर बारी 6 को ले आए, ये तो सब रैंडम है। Now teachers were full of confidence, they're talking in language of mathematics, in chance and probability. कहते हैं इसीलिए इस एक्सपेरिमेंट का नाम है संयोग, जो अचानक हो जाता है, संभाविता, उसकी पॉसिबल प्रोबेबिलिटी, इसलिए इसका नाम दिया है। तो आपने कैसे कर दिया विधानसभा में, आपने हमारी बेइज्जती कर दी। हम जुआ सिखा रहे हैं बच्चों को, हम बच्चों को उल्टा सिखा रहे हैं, जुआ नहीं खेलना चाहिए। और ये करने के बाद बच्चे कहते हैं हम अपने अब मम्मी पापा को बताएंगे जुआ मत खेलो, इसमें नुकसान है, इसमें फायदा नहीं है। इट्स अ ब्यूटीफुल एक्सपीरियंस। I love to talk about it.
So what impact did it have on the MLAs?
MLA, they went back and they did not raise the issue again. Issue was lost. Did not submit any report. It was just forgotten. But they turned against Kishore Bharti. They thought Kishore Bharti is the root of all problems. So they started campaigning against Kishore Bharti. Finally, they joined BJP. People also protesting against it in the late 1980s when BJP had its first government in Madhya Pradesh. They started supporting BJP government against Kishore Bharti.
Is it time that I can ask you questions?
Yes, sure.
So my first question is, having experienced the challenges in expanding Nai Talim, do you still have the hope that Nai Talim can be an overarching education, philosophy and practice in India?
Yes. There are 2 provisos. First one, it cannot be done in an isolated experiment with one school. Out of 14 lakh schools of 14 lakh government school, it has to be done not only in all 14 lakh government schools, it has to be done in all, it should be part of the syllabus, part of curriculum of all Central Board of Secondary Education, Navodaya Vidyalayas, and whatever else such higher level school systems are there. If you do it isolated, then it will be isolated and it will be not allowed to grow, like Shanti Niketan died and like Sevagram died.
Does that mean it should be limited only to villages or also villages, towns and cities?
No. Towns and cities. It could be done in Bombay also, because there is a lot of labor being done in Bombay city with a lot of factories, lot of production being done. Each source of production is a place for learning and drawing ideas on history, on social sciences, on economics, on scientific experiments, everywhere. I mean, go to a cotton mill. Cotton mill, there's so much to learn from a cotton mill in Bombay.
So my next question is that Gandhiji's vision of Nai Talim was, of course, driven by his understanding of village life. Now, I want you to imagine a child growing up in India's village, a poor village, say even in Madhya Pradesh. If she or he goes through Nai Talim, will his learning path, can it take him to CalTech and become what you became?
You see, my answer is yes, because one is not saying the only limit to this. In the Nai Talim, when children grow after class 6, class 7, class 7, and come to 9th or 10th, if certain kind of mathematics has to be taught, which is not possible to do from Nai Talim basis, then they learn through like every other child has been learning today also. But they learn to make graph. and understand slopes and measure slopes also in sitting in a village area. Or they learned about economics also, how prices rise and how prices fall down. So they were learning all this, na? But whenever required, they have to do more complicated experiments in chemistry or physics. Then they learn in more modern labs, more
Absolutely.
better equipped labs. Why not?
And
See,
to
this
that,
is very important. And if you read that report submitted to NCRT in 2005 by our committee, and you'll towards the last part of it, you'll find we insisted upon doing it in a common school system. Common
right.
school system is not uniform school system. It
Mhm.
means school system which is available to all children, or common for all children of India, not just for a handful. Of, so
Okay,
common schools, we wrote that. That is a condition for expanding.
I get
Yeah,
it. So my next
yeah.
question is, say 20 years from now, if you were to compare a child who came out of Nai Talim and went to higher education and a child who grew out of traditional education system we have in India today, in those 20 years, what would be the difference in which these two children think and work?
Okay, let me share one very important data, which I do it frequently. I write about it frequently, but no, it's not part of the dominant educational discourse, not even in universities or media. And the data is this. I think I mentioned in some other context in one of the earlier sessions. 85% of India is Bahujan.
Mhm.
What is Bahujan? Scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, OBC, denotified tribe, nomadic tribes, transgenders, and religious and linguistic minorities. They constitute 85% of Indian population. Next point in this, what percentage of Bahujan can become doctors, IAS officers, engineers, advocates, or judges, all these big things in our country? What percentage? Not more than 10%. Not because they are stupids, but because the school system is designed in such a manner that less than 10% of the Bahujans, that is 85% of India, less than 10% of Bahujans are able to cross class 12. 90% are pushed out before they reach even class 10. Even before they reach class 10 or maybe they enter class 11, before that they are pushed out because of the nature of the whole education system, not designed to connect with the people coming from such impoverished and such exploited and insulted background which Bahujans suffer from, such alienated backgrounds.
I understand.
Yeah. So when only 10%, and this is the present education system, while Nai Talim will transform the whole system, upside down. And then no teacher can be elite, just elite. I'm not saying that Brahmin cannot become a teacher. I'm saying cannot follow elite style of teaching, isolating himself, herself from the students coming from the impoverished and exploited classes.
So what
They have
I'm
had to undergo changes.
so what I'm hearing from you is that Nai Talim will create more social mobility.
Absolutely. In
Uh,
fact, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
but would the mental models and the capacities and skills of these people who have gone through Nai Talim be different from the current crop of graduates who go through traditional education?
Yes. Uh, I have answered this in that paper, that 2005, that which you read, Pedagogic Essence of Talim. My submission is, in answering your question, that since Bahujans constitute 85% of India's population, their families are engaged in doing a lot of productive work with their own hands, involving labor, shram, which
Mhm.
Gandhi used to adore. He used to adore labor. अपने हाथ से काम करना, production करना. So 85% people belong to such productive sections of society. And their families do all these things all the time. Unko agar they are potter families, is a potter family or a carpenter family, Suthar in Maharashtra. And so the children learn all these things in their childhood from the families themselves. So when they come to Nai Talim education, they already learned how to produce things of various kind. They learned to work on steel, on iron, on uh, uh, on soil, making things out of that, doing pottery. They know a lot of things. They are very clever in this. Therefore, I have argued this, that today, because whole education is founded only in published books, textbooks basically. With Gandhi abhorred the idea of textbook, he's written a lot against textbooks. So the all knowledge in schools and colleges come from published books, while knowledge in Nai Talim comes from the real life productive experience. You soil your hands. Given this, in Nai Talim, in the present day education system, Bahujans are at a disadvantage. They become backbenchers. They are at a disadvantage because they cannot keep up with the speed at which teachers are teaching and elite children or upper class children are learning, and being supported by their families who are also educated. They can support their children in education also, which cannot happen in Bahujan families. So Bahujan children have been backbenchers since Wood's dispatch of 1854, when schools were being opened by the British Empire. When you do Nai Talim, the Bahujans, 85% Indian children, will be front benchers. They will be the teachers. Because when some productive work is to be done in the class or outside in the class in the farm, it will be the Bahujan children who will be teaching the upper caste children. ऐसा करो, इसको ऐसे पकड़ते हैं, ये छुरा ऐसा पकड़ा जाता है, ये मशीन ऐसे पकड़ी जाती है, छेद करना है तो उसको इस तरह के छेद किया जाता है, ड्रिलिंग मशीन ऐसे काम करती है. They know all this. It's part of their life. They will be the gurus. They'll be front benchers. They'll have more confidence in themselves. They won't have the inferiority complex with which they suffer today. And then there'll be sense of equality in every classroom of India.
So my next question to that is, if you look at the trends worldwide, which are also reflected in India, the economies are moving less towards manufacturing and more towards knowledge generation and service generation. And therefore, even people in poorer families are not aspiring to make things with hands. They want to have computer programmers, or they want to provide services and make money. So my question to you is, by preparing people to do things with hands, are we still preparing them for the emerging future, which is less about making things and more about thinking and serving people?
Okay. Good, very important question. Good question. First, I want to point out that it is well established through educational psychology and other psychology studies and experiments, and also known to people like Gandhi because of their life experience, that our senses in the brain are, and also our ability to use our fingers for writing or anything, or even punching keys on the in the computer. Our brain is made up, is ignited by lot of work which you do in your early childhood with your fingers. And therefore, education psychology, working with fingers, even Montessori taught this. This is why her entire program for small children and early childhood care involved a lot of handwork, even using blocks to put each other, see that they don't fall down again, and balancing things. So from the early childhood, Montessori introduced the idea of using fingers and hand. And Nai Talim also doing the same thing, which Montessori taught, the same similar thing. And Gandhi wrote a beautiful paragraph in Hind Swaraj. I don't remember it now verbatim, but as a dean education in Delhi University, in the faculty of education, when there was Gandhi's birthday was coming, I arranged for a brick maker to put a big plaque outside our auditorium, and with it had these lines from Hind Swaraj, कि जब मैं केवल सुनता रहता हूं तो बात पूरी समझ में नहीं आती, पर मेरी उंगलियां, जब बच्चों की उंगलियां काम करती हैं तो बच्चों को बहुत जल्दी जल्दी उनका दिमाग आगे बढ़ जाता है और जल्दी वो समझ जाते हैं चीजों को, है। तो उंगलियों का खेल, ब्यूटीफुल पैरा, आई एम फॉरगेटिंग द वर्ड्स, ब्यूटीफुल पैरा, आई पुट इट ऑन द थिंग एंड आई आस्क्ड रिसेंटली माय फॉर्मर स्टूडेंट, वो अभी है वहां की, उतार दिया, कहते नहीं, जो आप लगा गए थे उसको सब लोग पढ़ते हैं आजकल, गांधी जी का लेसन कि अपने हाथ से काम करने ज्यादा सीखता है
That
अभी,
is
फिंगर्स टीचिंग.
that is a fantastic response to my question. So I have my next question.
Yeah, you see that what is happening now, that um, children, I mean, children from the upper classes caste who can afford computers, all the time, 24 hours, round the clock, they are working on the keyboard all the time. So they cannot even make drawings now. Even geometrical drawings, they are not able to make. They cannot write anything properly. They don't even know, even if they know English, they do not know even English spellings. Because everything now, computer tells you it's a wrong spelling. So you correct it then. So they have lost their own mind. I'll just share one story. I've never forgotten this impact of digital education. Um, a, a college student of Bhopal University in Bhopal, about 3 years ago, I was in a photocopying shop, and photocopying shop owner knows me very well. So he was ready to take my big essay to make photocopies for me. He was just beginning. Suddenly a young person, very excited, came running there with his backpack and drew up a L folder with some material there, written material, and said to, पहले मेरा काम कर दो, पहले मेरा काम कर दो, उसको बोला. तो photocopy owner looked at me, मैंने कर दो, उसको जल्दी है, बहुत जल्दी, उसका काम पहले कर दो. तो फटाफट उसका फोटोकॉपी हो गया. तो मैंने कहा, अरे भैया, मुझे बता दो कि इतनी जल्दी में क्या करवा रहे हो. कहते वो टर्म पेपर है ना, टर्म पेपर, ये टर्म पेपर है, वो आज हमारा जो प्रोफेसर है वो मांगेगा टर्म पेपर, इसलिए मैं जल्दी में हूँ. मैं बहुत अच्छी बात, टर्म पेपर किस बात का है. कहते गांधी पर टर्म पेपर लिख रहा था. मैं कहा, ये तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, तुमने गांधी पे टर्म पेपर लिखा, तो क्या क्या पढ़ा. पढ़ा नहीं, वो तो मैंने डाउनलोड कर लिया. पढ़ने की क्या जरूरत थी, मैंने डाउनलोड कर लिया, और डाउनलोड करके जो आ गया मैंने इसमें डाल दिया, उसको मैंने प्रिंट कर लिया. तो मैंने कहा, तुमने गांधी पे कुछ नहीं पढ़ा, हिंद स्वराज नाम सुना. नहीं नहीं, ये सब नहीं सुना हमने, ये हमारा कोर्स में नहीं, कोई नहीं बताता इसके बारे में. देखो, मैंने तो ये गांधी पे लिख दिया. मैंने कहा, तुम्हें नमक सत्याग्रह मालूम है. वो नहीं आया प्रिंट में, नमक सत्याग्रह मैं हमको नहीं मालूम. द फोटोकॉप ओनर स्टार्टेड सेइंग, तुमको नमक सत्याग्रह नहीं मालूम है. तो this person going to be a graduate within a couple of months. I mean, he just downloads. If the knowledge cannot be downloaded, it is not knowledge for him.
So this is a very interesting. I have a question on this example that you gave me. So where does the knowledge reside?
Yes. No,
Is
yes,
it, I don't know
knowledge
if
resides.
I don't know if it's a philosophical question or a practical question.
It is a question of epistemology. Very important question. Where does the knowledge come from? Whole epistemology can be devoted to this, answering your question. So I feel knowledge comes from many, many directions and from many, many sources. There's no single, somebody say, if somebody, we are Vishwaguru, then you're not Vishwaguru. Then you do not know where knowledge comes from. Knowledge comes from all sorts of things. I mean, it has come to India from Iraq, from Iran, from Middle East, from China. Our knowledge has gone to them. And knowledge exchange started, I mean, 2000 years ago, 3000 years ago. And a lot of exchange. People knew we can exchange knowledge also. So knowledge comes from all sides. Knowledge now is stored in archives, is stored in libraries, is stored in scholars' minds, is stored all over. Na? And knowledge is in the villages also. Knowledge is in the forest also. I mean, tribal who knows the forest, he can teach any forest officer of India more than the forest officer knows. Any forest officer with a forest degree can be taught by a tribal.
So I have another question on that. Because now you can access any information by Google, through Google, has our society become more knowledgeable?
No. Because Google is a tool of capitalism. Google is a tool of big, huge companies, corporations who have who have invested their shares in big stock exchanges. And stock exchanges can manipulate any corporate house. There are stock exchanges in London, Beijing, in New York, all over the world. The stock exchanges manipulate companies. So any company trying to educate or build up educational program is a dangerous company because that company is being manipulated.
Why?
So, for example, Mahatma Phule, they may mention now Jyotiba Phule, but will they tell the people of India that Jyotiba Phule in a memorandum to Hunter Commission 1882 said that British Empire draws all its resources, its money from the labor, from the sweat on the eyebrow of the Indian farmer. इसे उसके आंख के ऊपर जो आईब्रो है वहां पे जो पसीने की बूंद है वहां से उसका पैसा निकलता है. But when it organizes education, it organizes education only for the elite classes, elite castes. Now this sentence will never appear. Whenever people say we're downloading Bhagat Singh, I say you download Bhagat Singh and tell me what did he say about the future economy of India. And nobody is able to tell me that they downloaded this famous statement of Bhagat Singh that भारत की जनता को क्या फर्क पड़ेगा अगर लॉर्ड इरविन की जगह तेज बहादुर सप्रू भारत का लीडर बन जाता है. क्या फर्क पड़ेगा अगर वही पूंजीवाद का शोषण चलता रहेगा. The same capitalist exploitation will continue. If you do not bring socialism in India, then we have lost the battle for freedom. This will never be taught. You cannot resource it from the internet. I have tried this. It's such a superficial knowledge about Ambedkar, about Bhagat Singh. I mean, so whole India's history will be distorted.
So that takes me to another question.
Yes.
I had a similar dialogue with Dr. Ganesh Devi.
Oh my gosh, my guru. He's my guru.
Yeah. So one of the things he said is that knowledge resides in the local dialects.
Yes.
And a lot of wisdom that is carried forward for thousands of years is encapsulated in spoken languages.
Yes.
And if we homogenize languages towards 1 or 2 or 5 or 10 languages,
then we lose knowledge.
Lose knowledge.
Yes.
What is your reaction as an educationist to this?
Yes, I 100% I agree with it with Professor Ganesh Devi. I'm of the exactly same mind. Destruction of languages is destruction of knowledge. Nothing but knowledge. Because so much knowledge lies in all languages. I want to give you a very interesting HSTP example in this, which is wonderful. I've quoted in many places, big conferences. There was a school in a village, HSTP school, in the Bankhedi block, in a village called Chandon. And from the main road, Chandon was about 14 kilometers away on a Kachiri, in a Pagdandi. Yeah. So I used to take my bicycle and goes to Chandon. So I once did that. And a school teacher, I remember his name because very intelligent teacher, village primary school teacher, Halkeveer Patel. Halkeveer was doing the experiment because all teachers did experiments in our program, so all the time. So he was conducting some experiment and children were busy, very busy. So मैंने कहा हल्केवीर जी को बुलाया. मैं हल्केवीर जी आज क्या हो रहा है? कहते हैं वो आपने सिखाया था ना कि मृदु पानी कठोर पानी, सॉफ्ट वाटर हार्ड वाटर का डिफरेंस निकालना. तो मैंने कहा हाँ बिल्कुल वो तो सिखाया था. तो वो आज हो रहा है. तो मैंने कहा ये जो पानी कहाँ से आया है? कहते मैं बच्चों को कहा जाओ गांव में जाओ तो एक छोटा तालाब का पानी लाओ, झरने का पानी लाओ, है वो इरिगेशन का पानी आता है, कहीं बाहर से आता है, वो पानी लाओ, कुएं का पानी लाओ, जितने अलग अलग तरह के पानी सब ले आओ. तो सब वो बोतल ले गए, पानी ले आए. अब वो यहाँ पर वो एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहे हैं जो आपने बताया था कि वो साबुन का सोल्यूशन बना लो, साबुन को पानी में हिला के, तो उसमें जो झाग निकलती है एफरवेसेंस, उस पानी को अलग अलग सैंपल में डाल के हिलाओ, किसमें ज्यादा एफरवेसेंस, इंग्लिश का वर्ड है, झाग बनता है, वो ज्यादा सॉफ्ट होगा, जिसमें कम बनता है वो हार्ड होगा. सॉफ्ट एंड हार्ड वाटर. जो सॉफ्ट वाटर का उसमें दाल अच्छी बनेगी, दाल अच्छी गिरेगी, हार्ड वाटर में नहीं बनेगी. है तो ये सब वो एक्सपेरिमेंट शुरू हो गया. आप आइए देखिए, 10 आपने सिखाया था 10 ग्रुप बनेंगे, 4-4 बच्चों को देखिए काम कर रहे हैं. तो मैंने देखा सब बच्चों करते हुए, मैं बताया ये हमारे गुरुजी, बड़े गुरुजी हैं, ऐसा इंट्रोड्यूस किया. एंड चिल्ड्रन वर बिजी, so they just looked at me and continued doing their experiment. And then came the time of collective reporting. That was part of our pedagogy, collective reporting at the end of experiment. So one by one, Halke Virji asked them, "Aapke yahan kya hua batao?" So one child stood up with a glass, glass in his hand, and said, "Dekho, Guruji, ba mein, listen to me carefully, ba mein mutke phasu ka uthat hai. Ba mein, usme nahi, ba mein mutke phasu ka uthat hai. Mutke means lot. Phasuka means effervescence. In Bundelkhandi, it's not a Hindi word. Mutke is not a Hindi word. Ba mein is not a Hindi word. Hindi word में उसमें बहुत झाग निकलती है. बा में मुतके फसूका उठत है. तो मैंने से कही पानी कहाँ से आया? ये पानी कुएं से आया. बा में नहीं उठता है. वो पानी कहाँ से है? वो सिंचाई का पानी है ना, उसमें बहुत नमक होता है. Not this is in there Bundelkhandi. I use this story. I narrated a story in Tata Institute of Social Science TIS once. I said scientific knowledge was available in his Bundelkhandi. He could express it. So just a minute before this boy stood up to say this, Halke we were persuading other two people to speak up and write all this. So no group was writing anything. तो ही आस्क्ड, आप लिखते क्यों नहीं अपना जो आपने सीखा, लिखो ना. तो करने लगे हिंदी में कैसे लिखे. तो उसने कहा हिंदी में लिखो ना, नहीं लिखा जा रहा. तो when this other child student said बा में मुद के फसू का उठाते, तो every child said वो तो बुंदेली है, बुंदेली में लिख सकते हैं. So Halke we looked at me that can Bundeli, because otherwise it's all over Hindi ना in Madhya Pradesh. मैंने कहा बिल्कुल लिख सकते हैं हल्के वीर जी, वो उनकी मातृभाषा है, उनको कहिए ना लिखें बुंदेली में. The all children started writing that. Immediately they all became active. Everybody smiling. They were happy to write in Bundelkhandi. While the script is the same, but they could not write express in Hindi. So if Hindi walas keep pressing the Hindi on everyone, you will destroy knowledge. Whether it's Braj or it's Awadhi or it is Bundelkhandi or it is Gondi or any other tribal language, people should be educated in tribal languages. That's where knowledge lies.
That's wonderful. So I have one last question for you. Okay.
Yes.
And so as I told you before, that this project of mine is an archive of India,
Yes.
archive of India's imagination.
Yes.
And my target audience is children who will be even born 50 years ago, 50 years from now, 75 years from now, when none of us will be around. So I want you to say something that would give them some guidance from all your wisdom, all your learnings. For the next few minutes, talk to that child which will be born 50 years from now. Tell them everything that you've learned from your movement for right to education, your work with HSTP, your Nai Talim, all of these things. Give them a concise message, whatever they can take away from your life.
Let me first clarify that I should not be misunderstood by you or by the people who look at your archives later on. You said 100 years from now. I am not saying that don't use digital mode of knowledge collection. I'm not saying don't use computers. I use computers myself. I'm not saying. What I'm saying, don't be enslaved by digital education. Don't be enslaved by the computer. Retain your independence. I may get something sometime. I was able to download once a beautiful statement from Dr. Ambedkar from internet. Beautiful. I loved it. I used it. But I'm not dependent on it. I go to original sources of Dr. Ambedkar's 22 volumes of his collected works, or his that famous book, Who Were Shudras, or to his other famous book, Annihilation of Caste. That's my real source. What he wrote. My real source is not internet.
Absolutely. And I want to clarify also that I did not misunderstand you. What I'm saying is, what you are saying is the society is neglecting the foundational ways of learning that are through the combination of our mind and our hands, working in the fields of the real world. And you cannot just rely on either books or somebody else's knowledge or the digital media. You have to engage yourself in the world and find the application of knowledge wherever it comes from.
Yes. So if I'm teaching in a Bombay Municipal Corporation school, I will take the students of mine to a cotton mill. Cotton mill. कपड़े बनाने वाली factory में, cotton mill. And there will be so much to learn from the labor there in the cotton mill. And children will ask questions about machines, about how designing is being done, how various tasks are being achieved, all that, about electricity, about everything. They'll be questioning the labor, handling the machines, and they'll be learning from labor. So the lesson is not only about how machines function, they also labor belonging to lower caste and exploited caste of India know so much, developing a sense of respect for laborers.
Yes.
Yes, and if I'm back in Hoshangabad, I am given opportunity to take to enable the children to learn what is our forest like. I'll take them to a forest and invite tribal dwellers of that forest, some tribal people, whether women or men, sometimes even some youth, tribal people. I said, ये आए हैं बच्चे होशंगाबाद शहर से या भोपाल शहर से, इनको आपका जंगल देखना है, इनको जंगल घुमा दो. And children will learn so much about Ayurvedic medicine, because forests are full even today with Ayurvedic plants, and how to make medicine out of it, how to use it for various diseases, various ailments, all that. Full lesson in medicine, full lesson in how to maintain forest. ये पेड़ कभी मत काटना, ये काट दोगे तो जंगल बर्बाद हो जाएगा. ये पेड़ मिट्टी को अच्छा बनाता है. And Jharkhand is an amazing place. Jharkhand is full of forests which are being destroyed by the present dispensation in the government, being destroyed. But if you go to Jharkhand, there's so much to learn. I mean, when I went to Jharkhand the first time in my life in 1980s, I went to this forested area. It had some Naxalite impact also, but I was not bothered about it. I met some villagers and I saw a little forest, small forest, very dense forest behind there, झोपड़ी, where the hut. तो मैंने कहा ये छोटा सा अलग सा जंगल क्या है? कहते हैं ये जंगल नहीं है, ये हमारे पुरखों का दफनाया जाता है यहाँ पे, पुरखों को. Our forefathers, foremothers, our previous generations are buried there. मैंने कहा आप जलाते नहीं है उनको जैसे हिंदू धर्म में जलाया जाता है? नहीं, हम जलाते नहीं है. मरने के बाद भी उनकी लाश में बहुत दम है, कि लाश में ऐसी चीजें हैं जो जमीन को ज्यादा उपजाऊ बनाती हैं, तो हम कभी नहीं जलाते हैं. हम उनको अपने घर के पीछे दफना देते हैं, वहां पेड़ उगते हैं, उनकी मिट्टी बड़ी रिच होती है, उसे हम खेती में डालते हैं, हमारी खेती अच्छी हो जाती है. But this knowledge, tell me, who can teach this knowledge in the cities of India and metropolis of India?
Absolutely. Anyway, so this
it's so exciting to.
So I do want you to say a few words to the child 50 years from now.
Acha, 50 years from now, I don't know what will be the world like. But my basic thesis is that at least our country, India, what does India need today? India needs today Renaissance, Navjagran. And India had Navjagran in several waves. The second half of the 19th century and the first half of the 20th century, all over India, there were anti-caste movement, anti-patriarchy movement all over India, all parts of the country, even in Northeast, anti-caste, anti-patriarchy, especially in Assam, in the Northeast, and asking for a social system which will look at all citizens of India with a sense of equality. And this is what, I mean, IIT Thas in 1860 of Tamil Nadu. He went to Sri Lanka and sought a Bodh Bhikshu to give him Diksha in Buddhism, because Buddhism believes in equality and social justice, not Hinduism. Therefore he took a Diksha from Sri Lanka, came back to Tamil Nadu, and then applied to the collector, British collector, applied that I want to become, because there's some law preventing you to change religion. Yeah, can you please give me permission to become a Bodh Bhikshu? I've already taken Diksha. So he got the permission. And Dr. Ambedkar understood about Buddhism in the next century by reading IIT Thas writing. And Periyar in Tamil Nadu in the first half of 20th century also read Ayodhya's writing and learned the importance of Buddhism in India. And similarly about Jainism, the Tirthankars of Jainism at the time of Vedas being written, when Jainism was being written, it was talking about not following the caste system of India. India should be free of caste.
So I have my last question, but I have one question based on what you just said. See, you talked about this Navajagaran,
Yes.
and often you talk about the wisdom from the past. So this is a political question. So
Yes.
the current political ideology is championing ancient knowledge. Are they on the right track? Are they in
Actually, a very
alignment?
simple thing. They claim today NCERT has written a National Curriculum Framework 2023, written in this year, and is now being imposed on everyone, whether you like it or not. You cannot ask any question. It is being imposed all over, from schools to colleges and universities. I am yet to write it properly, but I've written short notes on it. They call it Indian knowledge system. By quoting Buddha, by quoting Jain Tirthankar, by quoting Charvak philosophers, I want to say you're not teaching Indian knowledge system. We're teaching upper caste controlled knowledge system.
Very interesting.
Which is now, you're not teaching. Indian knowledge system is a very wise system, very well founded in the Indian roots, very well founded in Indian roots. It looks up Indian society as an open society, not a closed society.
And in fact, what I'm seeing from all my conversations with you is that Nai Talim is the alternative to this upper caste knowledge system. So
Yes, upper caste.
That's the wisdom that is suppressed in the experience of the Bahujan Samaj will be revealed and made applicable.
Absolutely. Yes. By this reference to Indian knowledge society not being Indian knowledge society is not also about being of ancient knowledge. If ancient knowledge will include Buddhism, ancient knowledge will include Jain Tirthankar, ancient knowledge will include Charvak, and later on it will include the entire Bhakti movement of India. And Bhakti movement, whether it's Sant Tukaram in Maharashtra or Sant Kabir in Uttar Pradesh, all the Bhakti and all the Sikh gurus of India from Guru Nanak onwards, all the entire Bhakti movement was against caste and patriarchy. Entire Bhakti movement. So they don't even include Bhakti. Even Bhakti movement of several centuries is wiped out from the Indian knowledge system. Wiped out. Is not even referred to.
It has been great talking to you.
I learned everything in my life today because of Hoshangabad. And the village is there. Have I told you, there's a little story of Palya Piparia village, of Shakur Miya and Ramayana. After having spent a couple of months in Palya Piparia village in the Kishore Bharati campus, one day one villager came to me and he said that आप 2 महीने से यहाँ पे रह रहे हैं, आप एक बार भी बुधवार की रामायण कथा में नहीं आए. तो मैंने कहा मुझे मालूम नहीं था बुधवार को रामायण कथा होती है. तो दैट डे वाज वेडनेसडे. मैं आज होगी? हाँ बिल्कुल होगी. वो तो 100 साल से हो रही है बुधवार की राम कथा. मैंने कहाँ पे होगी? He told me the name of the family where it is going to be held in the evening. So I went there. So large number of about 100 people were sitting in a small courtyard of that family, and in the center of it there's this very nice table, small little table, and on the top of it there was a wooden stand for holding big fat Ramayana, like this, like this. So on that there was a big volume of Ramayana there open. The particular Kand they were going to recite on that day, and a lot of people there. So it went on from 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening up to 3 a.m. Every Wednesday, apparently they did that same thing at different parts of Ramayana. So it was they were reading that and somebody was interpreting it. So it ended around 3 a.m. When it ended, so one of them asked, अगले बुधवार कहाँ पर होगी रामायण? अगले बुधवार में कौन करेगा? Somebody's house, somebody home. So कौन करेगा रामायण? So one old person got up, who was my neighbor, our neighbor, not my, Kishore Bharati campus neighbor, neighboring farmer. His name was Shakur Mia, just next door to us. His farm was a common boundary with us. So Shakur Mia stood up. He said, and he picked up a little very nice bronze kind of a thali, in which there was a agarbatti going on, and some other nice things, some eatables also, and some sweet also. And he went from person. People did like this for that agarbatti, and he finished a circle, and then he picked up that stand of Ramayana, and he picked it up. He said, "Hamre ghar aiyo, hamre ghar agle budhwar, lagegi Ramayana katha." And people say, "हाँ, तुम्हारे घर, शकुर मियाँ के घर होगी अगली, somebody, हाँ, शकुर मियाँ के घर रामायण कथा." This is the early 1970s, 74 or 75, 74, sorry. And it's, whenever I tell people this, people don't believe. So next day I asked that same person, कि ये बताओ, ये शकुर मियाँ के घर कैसे रामायण पहुंच गई? तो कहता है, क्यों, आप क्यों पूछ रहे हैं? मैंने कहा, वो तो हिंदू नहीं है, वो तो मुसलमान है। कहते हैं, अनिल भाई, इतने पढ़े लिखे आदमी तुम, पता नहीं कौन कौन सी डिग्री तुम्हारे पास है, हमको तो तुम्हारी डिग्री भी समझ में नहीं आती। तुमको ही नहीं समझ में आता कि हिंदू मुसलमान में कोई फर्क नहीं है। हिंदू भी रामायण करते हैं, मुसलमान भी करते हैं। जब ताजिया निकलता है तो हम भी ताजिया बनाते हैं, जब ईद होती है तो हम भी ईद बनाते हैं, जब भी कृष्ण भगवान की पूजा होती है तो मुसलमान भी कृष्ण भगवान की पूजा करते हैं। हम सब तो हिंदुस्तान के लोग हैं ना, हम भारत के लोग हैं, हम सब एक हैं। This is a illiterate villager telling me in Bundelkhandi. I cannot speak Bundelkhandi so I'm speaking Hindi. He spoke in Bundelkhandi.
Wow.
हम सब एक हैं.
बहुत बढ़िया. I think this is the
He
best.
taught me.
I'm definitely using this story to conclude our dialogue, but
let us remain in touch, and we'll remain friends.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm very
मेरा जूता है जापानी, ये पतलून इंग्लिस्तानी, सर पे लाल टोपी रूसी, फिर भी दिल है हिंदुस्तानी। मेरा जूता है जापानी, ये पतलून इंग्लिस्तानी, सर पे लाल टोपी रूसी, फिर भी दिल है हिंदुस्तानी। मेरा जूता है जापानी।